Three, two, one. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another Monday night. It's post Christmas night here on Ash on Comics channel. Yep, I do have one. And tonight is late night comics every Monday, except for the Mondays we don't. Joining me, as always, is my partner in debauchery, RDV. How you doing?
3, 2, 1. What's going on? RDV on Late Night Comics. Uh,
One day you're gonna do it correctly.
I've been doing it correctly, sir. You just forgot how it's going.
But I do appreciate what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so I
Oh,
appreciate that.
you're welcome.
Um, all right, so we're here talk about comics and stuff. It's been Christmas, been kind of I don't want to say crazy, but the holidays are always have a little bit added hecticness. How has your holidays been?
My Christmas was pretty good. I actually got 2 gifts. One was a Taco Bell gift card.
A gift
And
that
the other,
keeps on giving.
right, dude. I don't see. I'm not like all you pansies are like, oh, Taco Bell gives me the crap. So maybe the ones that you have dog meat. The ones I have normal meat. I don't get sick off it.
I don't get
Oh,
sick
what
off of.
kills
I don't get
what
sick
kills
off of it either. But let's come on,
you know
let's
do
face
you know
it.
what do you know what gives makes me sick? Is McDonald's.
All right.
Literally, the grease just drips right off it. You're holding it up.
Really? I've never had anything greasy at McDonald's.
They're quarter pounders, man. It's like
Hmm.
it's just sitting there, it's just dripping onto the plate. Just drip, drip, drip.
Wow.
I know, right?
I have never had that. That's crazy.
Like, you live in vegan territory.
Um, to be fair, I haven't had a quarter pounder in a long time, but well, my problem with
Yep.
McDonald's is like I feel like their burgers are too dry.
See, I have the opposite. I travel somewhere in the middle. It's
Yeah. Like, man, I had a Big Mac a couple months back because there was doing something with the Padres when it was like playoffs, and it was like if the Padres win, you buy, something like get a Big Mac for $1 or something stupid. And
yeah.
I was like, yeah, I haven't had a Big Mac in a long time, and I'll get one for $1. Like, okay. And I was like, man, I was like really disappointed. Not that I expected a lot, but it's like it's kind of dry. Like it's just, and especially because you got three buns, and I was like, there needs to be, I don't know, they need to load it up with
You
some sort of sauce or
do you know
something
what I
because,
do? I take the middle bun out. I don't need all that
okay.
bread. Well,
Oh,
seriously,
yeah.
that's just too much bread. I
Well, then you
actually want to
don't, but
taste
then
the
you don't
burger.
order a Big Mac. Like that's just kind of silly. Just order a different burger.
Well, if I get I guess you call a double. Is a double quarter pounder? Well, actually, it's just a thicker meat. That's all it is. It's
Yeah, the Big Mac
but
is their normal hamburger, so they're like I think they're like 1/10 pound patties.
yeah, but like I said, I don't need the extra bun on there. I just put the two burgers on top of each other. It'd be like going to Jack in a Box. You know how they stack up the burgers like that?
Yeah.
I wish
No,
McDonald's
no.
would do that.
I totally get that. Like I'm just saying, like me, like my go-to if I get a burger at McDonald's, like 9 times out of 10, I'm getting a double cheeseburger, which is the same patties they put on the Big
No,
Mac, but no bun.
it's
Like,
yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Carl's Jr.'s or AK Hardee's, but I do appreciate the fact you can get the thicker burgers if you really want to. Like it's
oh yeah,
insane.
those thick burgers.
It's
Those are too thick for me. I like the smaller patties because you can like put cheese in between them. That's like that In-N-Out. In-N-Out has the 1/8 pound patties.
like
So
is it cheese injected?
no, but like if you get a
Oh,
double double at In-N-Out, it's like meat, cheese
oh yeah, oh yeah. So
instead of
some
a
of those,
quarter
yeah,
instead of a quarter pound. Like so, it's the two patties together equal a quarter pound, but you got like layers of cheese in between versus a single quarter pound patty with a slice of cheese. It's just like the meat cheese ratio. There's just something
yeah.
to it.
So they sell that at my store, like the grocery store. You can get like cheese injected like burgers.
Oh yeah, I think that's
It's
a
so weird.
I think that's like a Chicago thing.
Wisconsin, Chicago, I don't know, but it's like it's. I'm not a huge fan of cheese. I mean, I just cheeseburger by itself. It's like,
Wait,
eh.
you're from Wisconsin and you're not a fan of cheese?
we're not really the cheese. I mean,
Your
that's the
football
thing.
team is named after cheese.
Packers.
Yes, Cheese
Cheese has
Packer. It's named after Cheese Packers. I mean, most of us make fun of it and call it like Fudge Packers, but it's really Cheese
I've only
Packers.
called it Packers. So I mean, the cheese thing is I think is overrated.
Oh, okay.
We're the beer state. At least I'm in Milwaukee, so I
Okay.
don't care for the
Well,
cheese stuff.
you are known for bad beer. That's true.
We're we're known for the good beer and the
Wait a
all the
second.
German.
What good beer is Milwaukee known for?
What do you mean? You've got Miller. We've got Budweiser down over here too. We've got Rolling Rock. Be like that.
Oh, there we go.
Uh, like I said, we've got all the spotted cow, all the different hops and imports stuff, or just the regular
Imports don't count.
IPAs. Yeah,
Imports
IPAs. But
imports by nature mean it's from somewhere else. It's not from Wisconsin.
no, yeah, we got all the different crafted beer here too. But we're the only place where you can drink and drive, and they allow you to get your license back. Doing a little 12-step program, you know. You basically attend a class, and then you get your license back. Crazy.
Hmm.
Why? Why? Because they want you to keep buying beer. If there were consequences of drinking and driving, well, no one would buy a beer then.
Or
gotta love,
maybe you
gotta
could
love
just
that
buy
whole.
beer and not drive drunk.
Well, I don't say I drive drunk, you know, but back in the day, though, man, you literally could drive drunk because your car wouldn't fall apart. You could just bounce off the other car and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Sure," and then the guy would just go. His car wouldn't be dented, would be destroyed. You know. But anyway, though, we're more the beer, the dairy, and then up north they have more cheese, I guess. But yeah, I've never like the whole day like, oh, you're Wisconsin, you must eat cheese. Yeah, sure.
Wisconsin is
Eh,
known for their cheese. Like I said, you got
you're
named your football
California,
team after it.
you're California, you must be vegan.
Vegan's not really. I mean, that's just an attitude. This is people that feel like they don't want to eat animals. I guess
Everything's a living thing. So if you're eating plants, you murder that plant. Don't cut your grass. You're
that's
murdering
true.
it.
That's true. That is true.
It's just weird. So man. So yeah. For those who didn't check out the Geeky Puppet Show last night, uh, we did a little after Christmas stream,
Sure, go ahead and promote your
and
channel.
oh, I always will. Well, no. So basically, talking about it ties into what I'm talking about. Was the DC Vault book I got from it was my present from my brother-in-law. It's really cool. Um, it's basically it's called the DC Vault, a museum and a book featuring rare collectibles from the DC universe. It's written by Martin Pasco, forward by Paul Levitz. And it has basically everything from like as far as basically yeah from the 1939 yeah it basically what does it say in the back here? It says that now the DC Vault unlocks DC Comics' most fascinating secrets and deeply buried treasures, presenting a colorful array of historic and never before published memorabilia, including early sketches, covers, memos, press materials, and much more. From a working reproduction of a 1942 Junior Justice Society America decoder to the original pencils and inks for a Wonder Woman comic book. This dazzling chronicle contains more than 25 plastic encased archival pieces for readers to pull out and examine, all while learning about artists, writers, and world famous superheroes that make up the DC universe. Whether you've been collecting Superman comics since the 1930s or just discovered the amazing Sandman saga, you'll revel in this vibrant treasury. And yeah, so basically, if you're basically wondering who Martin Pascal is, he so basically he's an editor for an array of media, including comic books, nonfiction, and live and animated television. His work in comics has been most closely associated with the DC and has helped translate many comic book properties to small screen, including Batman the Animated Series, for which he won a 1993 Daytime Emmy Award. And then Paul Levitz, he was the editor back in 1991 as the publisher of the Comic Reader, a mass circulation comics fan magazine. He began contributing to DC as a freelance writer and went on to write the most classic DC characters. And then he joined the editor staff in 1993 as assistant editor. And then, yeah, he basically shifted to business side in 1980 and has been DC's president and publisher since 2002. I'm not
No.
sure if he still is. I'm not sure if he still is, but it's so cool. I mean, like, yeah, I've got like yeah, all the different like Shazam buttons in here and everything too, and it has um original Batman mask from the 1930s, 19 or late 1930s, but like 1940s. You could pull out and wear. You know, memos from the team talking about Infinite Crisis, who's going to be involved, and questions should be killed this person off or not from Dan Didio, and then as a pull-out poster of this, and it's signed by all the artists and writers for Infinite Crisis.
Hmm.
And yeah, so like I said, this was $50 at the time. I looked it up online on eBay. The highest I've seen it going is for $20, and it's worth it to me. I'm not really. I'm not a huge DC Comics person. I really like the Flash. I do like the Batman. I've been getting into the Batman 80 series and been getting into the Superman comic books lately. But like I said, it's cool because they got other stuff in there too, like the Boy Commandos, basically everything, not just superheroes, but just everything had for DC comic books from 1938, going all the way to up into 2002, I think it is.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah, so I mean,
it's really cool looking. You showed it off on your channel, and I was kind of fascinated by it. Like, what do they call it? Like museum in a book or
it's
something?
yeah, the DC Vault, a museum in a book.
Yeah, I really liked how it was like created almost like an old school photo album,
Yep.
which for those of you kids out there that are old enough to remember like photos, you had to go take them to the drugstore and get them developed and stuff. They
And
would
then you
make
put
like
them in
these,
this plastic
yeah, they
inserts.
had
Yeah,
these like, yeah, like binders with like these like cardboard pages that had like this like cellophane coating, and you could like peel it back and it was like sticking. You could put the photo in there and then put the coating like back over, and it would hold all
use
your
your Polaroid.
pictures.
You put your Polaroids in there.
Polaroids. Yeah, like it just I really liked how they made that book like that. So it had all these like cool pieces, like you talk about the Batman mask, or there's like
You know what
I
it
think
reminds
there
me
was
of?
like a cool Wonder Woman bookmark. I think you showed like all these different
Y-
like cool
Yeah,
little
yeah.
things, but like it wasn't just a picture of them. They were there,
No,
and you could actually like pull them out,
reprints.
and
Yeah, Republic.
so it did
Uh,
feel like a museum in a book.
it's more like Mom and Pa Ken's scrapbook of Superman clippings, except that it's everybody, not just
Yeah.
Superman. So those people like doing scrapbooking, and it's pretty much the same design. Yeah, and then just like I said, it's just really cool. I like Golden Age DC more than I like current or even Bronze Age stuff. But it talks about spy comics and all the other stuff. Like I said, so I mean, $20 at eBay. Go pick it up, man. I guarantee you'll like it, enjoy it, and like I
For
said,
20 bucks, that's a steal.
right?
I think, yeah, like how quality it was produced, I for 20 bucks, absolutely. If you're a DC fan, I don't think it's
Yep.
necessarily going to be awesome for just random Joe Schmo, but if you are a fan of DC Comics, and not even necessarily all DC Comics, but you just, you appreciate them.
And so
Um,
I just noticed there's a quote on the back of the book from Stan Lee. It says,
oh,
"What an
really?
absolutely marvelous book! It gives a lucky reader a once in a lifetime opportunity to relive the most exciting eras in comic dom."
Hmm. Very cool.
So
I miss
I wish
Stan.
Marvel needs one.
Didn't Eric
That's what I want.
say? Didn't Eric say there was a Marvel Vault?
There's something like that. But he's also got one from Stan Lee book where Stanley like you push the button and Stan like narrates it.
Oh, yeah. I thought Eric
I
said there
think
was a vault for Marvel, and then there was another one just for Spider-Man.
I know. Yeah, there's one for he's got one, yeah, for Spider-Man. I don't know if there's one for actual Marvel though.
Hmm.
Look it up though. I'm curious now because I'll buy that. Because I like history stuff, but I mean I like visual. I don't like this like where there's no pictures whatsoever. It's just like just type like that. Like I want an actual like history stuff.
Oh yeah, and
You know?
especially for
Yeah.
comics, I say this all
Oh,
the time.
there.
Like, comics is a visual medium.
Ooh, so there is one 2007, and it's by Roy Thomas. It's called the Marvel Vault, a museum and a book, same people.
There you go.
Sweet.
And how much did you find that on eBay or?
Oh, here's one on eBay. Um, this one I think might be out of stock though, but here's a pre-owned one here for $30 for Marvel.
Still not bad.
No.
Isn't like the cover price on that like $45? Weren't you saying that about yours? Like,
Oh yeah, mine was like yeah 49.50.
and
So
that was from like 15 years ago.
yeah.
I was joking with you. I was like, yeah, today the
So
cover price would be
all
like
right.
150.
So now this guy's selling one for $71 on eBay, $50 for Marvel. But then I say, and then I find one that's like pre-owned for like $20. But they're both in the same year. Like the Marvel one was 2007, and then the DC one came out a year later, 2008.
Hmm.
But I'm looking at the Spider-Man one, dude. That looks cool.
Heck yeah. I mean, if you're a fan of either one, I was just really impressed at like the quality of the production and stuff. It really
Well, yeah,
was like a museum in a book. I thought that was really neat.
for people who actually like it was yeah just aimed towards people who actually really appreciate it. Spider-Man, oh my gosh, that looks really cool. Peter David has some stuff in there, and there's some other writers, but like, there's just Spider-Man mask, all the oh that is just cool promotional stuff they had over the years. There's the black symbiote button that they released. Probably came with when when they introduced the Venom, but and original pages and pens. Oh my gosh, it's like, sorry. See you guys later. I gotta go pick this up. Oh, there's a Transformers vault too. What?
Oh,
I guess this company must make a bunch of it for different things. Uh, who's the company on this? Doing it is this?
I don't know. You're the one that owns it.
I'm on it right now. Do, do, do. Runningpress.com is the name of the website, and it says manufactured in China.
Everything's manufactured in China.
Look at
And if we ever go
runningpress.com.
to war with China, we're not screwed because of the actual conflict. We're screwed because we won't have anything.
Hold on, I'm getting a ship of ammo from China. Hold on, to fight China.
uh, we need to order some boots for our troops. They're all made in China. No, I mean just you're just everyday things. Remember, like when the pandemic hit and we didn't have masks because all our masks are made in China. It's like
Right?
everything's made in China except for comics. Ironically enough.
Wow. Okay. So runningpress.com, you can have some cool stuff on there. Different things. They have a little some Marvel stuff on there too. Not a lot, but like I said, I like comic historian stuff, But I'm getting as I get older, I'm looking more into the history of things.
Little RDV's growing up.
Pretty soon I'll be a man and I'll be doing manly things. And until then, I'm just little RDV. Uh,
Manly things like reading comics.
I'll be writing comics.
I don't know if that's very manly.
I'll change my name to Megan.
Oh, oh, you didn't have to go there. You didn't have to go there. Well,
I want. Yeah, I go places where I'm needed. I'm not the hero that you want. I'm the hero that you guys need. Hey guys. Oh no.
oh no.
What's going on, Mr. Ed Brewer?
And Brewers in the
Well,
house, Rusty Deo. Good to see you guys. Anyone else is lurking in the background and we can't see? Um, hello to you as well. Feel free to pop something in the chat. Um, if you're here,
pop
it's
it like
because
it's hot.
you like two yahoos talking nonsense about comics. Um,
I identify as Google.
you identify as Google.
Yes, I'm not a Yahoo guy.
Oh, Yahoo! Remember that the little slogan thing that they used to have?
I'm too young to remember that, sir. I do. Yahoo! I was like,
So speaking of comics, I am on the Comixology website right now, as I'm
say
noted to do
what?
sometimes. This is the time of year where Comixology does the crazy sales. You can get
Well, Marvel Secret Wars. I've been shoved down my throat through Twitter advertisements.
really.
Apparently, that's on sale. Marvel Secret Wars.
It is. That
Hickman
is
Secret.
one of the.
Yeah,
It is one of the things that's on sale right now.
for all
I am
you hicks.
I am going through the Image sale. Image is having a massive sale. It's got like 1,400 items on it. So pretty much anything by Image right now is on sale. It seems like, and I'm just scrolling through um, to see if because this is where I pick up like reading deals. If there's books that I just really want to read, but I don't necessarily care about collecting the floppies or what have you, um, this is a good place. And sometimes buying the trade, I don't care about having the physical trade per se necessarily. So if I can get pennies on the dollar buying it digital, I will happily do so. Um, and yeah, so I'm just kind of going through and seeing what they have. Um, but I like to share that with people because I hate one thing I always hate is like when there's a deal and it's like, oh, it just ended. Someone like tells me and like, oh yeah, it's over though. You missed it yesterday. I was like, oh, I wish I'd have known. It's like, um, so this sale I believe is going on through early January, I think. But man, there's so many things on sale here. Like I just have to keep hitting the see more button and going through. Um, at the very top of the list, which got me noticing, is they have all the Reckless books, which are normally $25 a piece, but you can see here it's like eight something a pop. So that's like a third of what you'd pay physically. And I agree. Like I have them all physically. There's gonna be some people listening. They're like, I'd rather just have them physical. By all means, by all means, don't let me stop you. But if for some reason you're like, I didn't really want to pay $25 to read a story, I understand that as well. And maybe this is a better way for some people. Um, I highly recommend Brubaker. The Reckless series is um, a series of books. They're not necessarily they're loosely tied together, but you could just read them independently. It's almost like I don't know, like Jack Reacher books. You could or movies or whatever. You could the stories, same character stuff, but each one is like self-contained. So all of these you could pick up any one. Chances are you're probably gonna want to pick up the first. And the first is one of my favorites of the series so far. Um, so, but there's a ton of stuff in addition to um, all these Image books, which are thousands. Um, I guess I'm just gonna. I'm gonna stop browsing through. I was just doing it as I was listening to you talk about your cool museum in a book. They do this every single year. I did this last year. I picked up several. Is
Yep.
the Marvel Masterwork sale?
Are you
And-
reading them though? That's the question.
We're not talking about that, RDV. Um, we're talking about picking up books. And the reason I say this specifically is because they're pennies on the dollar. Like, look at this Spider-Man one. It's less than $1. And we're talking like a whole Masterworks book. Um, which what is this? This
Which
is goes
goes for like 20 to 30, 40 bucks.
yeah,
Now,
like in the physical, it's yeah, like $40. But I'm just like talking about size. So you're looking here is like 11 comics worth. I mean, these are like 300 plus page books.
well,
They're
oh yeah,
thick.
yeah.
They're thick books. So you're getting a ton of content, old classic books for less than $1. And now some of these other ones have gone up. Last year was like $1 because of inflation,
Look
but still buck
look at those
69.
look at those writers.
Yeah.
Gary Conway, Marv Wolfman, Roy Thomas, Roger Stern,
Yep.
Len
Len
Wein,
Wein, Danny
Danny O'Neill.
O'Neill. Yeah, it's all classics. These masterworks. I mean,
And
they
it's
picked a
hope
good name.
look at it. Now there's the PSR books, or some of those get those. Like I'm looking at the Sheena books. Like I want to the old school ones. I want to pick up some of that stuff. But
So pretty much the entire Masterworks collection
so who do you
is
read this
available
on now?
here.
Because Comixology is messed up on the PC.
I read this on
Will
my
th-
iPad.
will this work with my iPhone?
Yeah,
Like
it'll work
panel to
on your.
panel?
Oh, that's another thing. Yes. So one of the things that Comixology did was totally screw it up. Like Amazon screwed up Comixology, and they um they made it like Kindle. They
Yeah,
it's stupid. Which I like Kindle. I just don't want it for my comics.
true.
But let me show you like one of the things they did here. I'm just gonna go to my library and I'll just say I'll pick up let's let's open up Batman uh Earth One. So I'm told I haven't actually tried this out yet, but I'm told they brought back the panel to panel thing, which is something that went away once they switched over to the Kindle reading app. Um, so you can flip through, and in the old way, in Comixology, you could just double click on a panel, and it would show you just that panel. And then when you, oops, I hate when you move the cursor. It does. Yeah, you could click, and it would move panel to panel. So
Gosh,
they brought this back,
I wonder why people probably stop buying stuff.
right?
When
Yeah. And this is extremely handy if you're reading on a smaller device like a phone. Um,
Well,
I don't
not
do
just
this.
that. I mean, Geeky Puppet Show, we read the books through the Marvel DC apps because they have the panel to panel.
Yes, but
Now,
they're not
knowing
doing that so that you guys can read it on air.
I know, but for dramatic readings though, like I love the panel to panel on your if you're watching on your phone or watching on your computer when we do the readings. I love that goes from panel to panel. And look at this. This book is crazy. There's no words. What the heck is going on with this? It's outside. Is this the whole entire book or just the first issue?
Oh, I don't know. This is the Batman. Um, this is the
This is
Jeff
just
Johns, Gary Frank, that year one series that DC
wow. That
did.
looks, and that's
Um,
where Batman missed. Filled his death.
year one, for those that may not be familiar, has often been described as like DC's equivalent to Marvel's Ultimate Universe. It is
Okay.
more of a, it's like their cinematic universe in a way. It's meant
Well,
to be a
yeah.
little bit more realistic than the comics.
Well,
And
I
so
can
they
say right
did a
now.
series, and all these are just original graphic novels. They never did floppies.
I'm gonna say right now, looking at that, just a little sample of that. I've never read that before at all. That's reminds me of Walking Dead. If you do get any words in there, it might be a little bit, but it was just basically the action was told through the art.
I'm sure that
It's
there's
got to be
words.
hopefully later in the thing. But it said can you imagine if there's no dialogue? through the whole entire book. That's
Not in a
insane.
graphic novel, and not Jeff Johns. Jeff Johns,
I know he likes speaking.
eh,
He likes talking.
yeah, he likes. So
All
there you
right.
go. I'm just
But I still like that though. I like I said, when you could actually do sequential art like that, you
oh for
don't
sure.
need the words. You know what's happening. Like I never understood that. Like if Batman's doing a rooftop chase, I don't need the Batman like stop, don't. It's not that kind of bug. I mean, you can see like the guy saying, "Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap!" You know. But other than that, you shouldn't need any dialogue.
Yep. So basically, what you're getting with the year or the Earth One series
Silver
of
St.
any of the
Cloud
books
or
is
this Dolls.
a new origin story, basically as if like they were making a movie of the characters. You know how they it's loosely inspired, like I won't say
James
loosely.
Gunn, don't do this.
Don't do this.
I don't want Tom Holland Batman starting off like Pattinson's old. Like, imagine they go younger than Pattinson. They want to go like like what they did with Spider Man, high school Batman.
I wouldn't mind. I actually that was my favorite thing about the Batman was that it was young Batman. I just think Pattinson is a terrible casting. Um, I'm just really frustrated, which I guess is actually gives us something to talk about. Because I haven't had a chance to talk about this. You may have talked about this on the Geeky Puppets, but
It's never ended.
what what about what are your thoughts on James Gunn canceling the DCEU?
Whether it's James Gunn or it doesn't make a difference. James Gunn's the person that announced it. We already knew what they were going to. Feeling that eventually it was going to be rebooted. The whole thing was Cavell being like coming back was a shock to me. That was like I did not expect that. But then, of course, when the shoe fell on the other foot, the other foot fell. It's like, yeah, I figured, you know what? It was too good to be true anyway. My thing is that we've been conditioned, as far as the WB, we can't trust anything they say because every 5 years they reboot something, or especially
Yeah.
Batman. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's so, and they're talking about doing a 10-year plan. It's cool that they finally got the studio, but please don't make it exactly like Marvel. I don't need a Marvel version of the DC universe. I mean, it doesn't have to be dark and gritty, but you don't have to be super campy and just use the same joke in every single movie like Marvel does. Who are you? It's like a yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it to be the campy verse like they have. Well, it worked for Marvel. You know, that's what they are.
I'm frustrated
These,
because
yeah,
oh
yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Well,
off. I thought
I was gonna say finish up by saying that Cavill actually wanted to be the role. He actually wanted to do it. He never got to do his own. He got a movie, but it wasn't his movie. It was Zack Snyder's movie. And so if people say that Man of Steel was a bad movie or a bad version of Superman, that's not Cavill's fault. That is Zack Snyder. Cavill is a fan of the post-crisis
mm-hmm.
and said like the Christopher Reeve Superman. He wanted his version to be like that. He said I want the kids to know this is their first time seeing Superman. Maybe on the big screen. They don't read the comics. I want them to know that Superman's a hero, not
Mm-hmm.
a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben Affleck never got his own movie.
Right.
Uh, Gal Gadot got at least got one good movie. And it's just my whole thoughts and all this is like you don't need to reboot the whole entire cast. Ray
Yeah,
Fisher's
that's
gone. Cool. You had Cavell, you have the Trinity, and you don't have to connect
racist.
everything. Well, no, Ray Fisher left. He's probably,
I
he
know.
decided to walk.
I know you're not racist, but it's just funny because his whole claim was racism, right? Like,
Well, that was just Jeff Johns. Jeff Johns in the control. It's James Gunn. This isn't the Jeff Johns
I know,
verse.
I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, there's no reason to reboot everything unless can and leave Matt Reeves doing basically Christopher Nolan's a Dark Knight trilogy part 2 with Matt Reeves though. It has nothing to do. It's why are I thought the whole reason they wanted to do a studio was connect everything, but yet
Mhm.
they're gonna allow Joker to run its thing. They're gonna allow the Batman to run its own thing too. It's like why are we so basically are you rebooting everything or just gonna do Superman movies
They're
and
rebooting the
then
DCEU because they're going to start it over. and they can't have two simultaneous like open shared
Then,
universes.
then they need to get rid of the Matt Reeves verse. I'm sorry, the Matt Reeves movies,
Well, the Matt Reeves aren't tied into the
or
DCEU, so
which is
they
dumb.
I agree. I never wanted to see the Batman made in the first place, but since it exists outside of it, it doesn't need to be canceled because it's not standing in the way of anything. You see what I'm saying?
Well, here's my question. So, are you still gonna go see this movie? Is no, even knowing that this is the last time you're gonna see Shazam, the last time you're gonna see maybe Wonder Woman on our movie Wonder Woman 3 with Gal Gadot or Aquaman 2.
I gotta
With
tell
that,
you, I'm not a huge Shazam guy, but when I saw Avatar 2, they played the Shazam trailer, and the whole time I was thinking of like, wait, why do I want to see this? Like, you've canceled this whole universe. Like,
yep,
there's no more Black Adam. Like,
they shouldn't. Yeah, they should announce the reboot after these movies came out. That's what I would
yeah,
have done.
seriously, they really should have like a year from now, like 2 years from now. Like, it's so stupid. It's like it's just like in comic books. Like DC did this to me several years ago during the Rebirth era when I was like buying their books and I was getting all excited and it was like the new age of the new what was it called? The new age was it the new age of heroes? Was that the line that was called?
I don't know. I just know it's Rebirth. I got it.
No, no,
I
but
dipped in back in 2019.
during Metal they introduced the new age of heroes. Where they had the character like they had the Terrifics and um, Sideways, and you know all those characters, and
Yeah.
the Immortal Men. So I was digging
Mhm.
those books. Like I got into almost all those books, and I was really digging it. And then one by one, they would cancel them.
Yep.
But what would suck is like for example, the Immortal Men. They announced the cancellation on issue 4, and then there were 3 more issues still coming out. Now I really liked it, so I kept buying the issues. But there's been other times they just kept doing it over and over. Like in fact, they did this with Green Lantern, Grant Morrison's Green Lantern. They announced on issue 8 that it was being canceled, or not canceled, but being stopped, and they were going to do this like Dark Stars book or whatever it was called. And I was just like, I'm just not going to keep buying these books. Like, you tell me you're canceling the series. Why should I keep? Because, they're in the pipeline and production. They have to be printed and released. Like, so it takes a couple months.
Mhm.
They did this with in Future State. Like I knew Future State was being announced. What was this back in the end of 2020? And originally it was G5, and then they changed the name and pretended like, oh, we're not doing G5. It's like all you did was change the name. And so I noped out in I think October. I stopped buying the DC books, but there were like books coming out in November and December. And I remember like talking with people like, oh, you're not going to finish. I'm like, no, what's the point? They're ending in January we're getting this whole new future state. Why these books are dead? They're just rolling them out because they were already written and being sent to the printers. I was like, I don't want to keep investing in this stuff. Um, it's frustrating. They did the same thing with Bendis when Bendis came onto Superman. It was just, oh, we're just going to end Tomasi's run. Like he didn't even get to finish the storyline he was on. They literally had to like make a special like Superman special single issue so that they could finish the storyline because his run of Superman, it's like a comic book, like how it ends and it's like a cliffhanger. Like they're
Yep.
telling a story and it's like a to be continued next. That issue never came. It just Bendis's issue.
So
You're like, what?
so the latest thing from James Gunn is that well they canceled the John Stewart show on HBO Max. Now they're speculating maybe because he's going to do a John Stewart movie. So instead of doing Ryan, Hal Jordan, they're going to do a John Stewart Green Lantern movie on the bigger screen.
And no one's gonna care.
Well,
You know what?
if it
I am not against a John Stewart movie at all. But establish that you can even do Green Lantern first, right? Like,
no,
don't put John Stewart out of the gate as like you can't lead that way, right? It'd be like doing your first Spider-Man movie as Miles Morales. Like you just wouldn't do that. You can do it now because we've had tons of Peter Parker Spider-Man. People know you can start introducing Miles and getting people to warm up and Go, and it has nothing to do about the race issue. It'd be the same thing with Guy Gardner. I wouldn't want to see a Guy Gardner Green Lantern movie. Just do the original. Get on board. I want to do Hal Jordan.
Yeah,
Tell us the origin story. Make it work, and then do fine. You can even have Hal get killed in the movies. If anything, Green Lantern is set up so perfectly for films because there's that problem, like actors age out. But with Green Lantern, you could do a
yeah.
trilogy of Green Lantern movies. Hal Jordan, the actor, starts getting old or whatever, doesn't want to do the movies anymore. No sweat. Here's John Stewart to step in and replace him. Like, perfect. Um, but the problem is that normies don't know who John Stewart is, and they might know
Leslie,
enough.
yeah.
They know enough to
Us.
know that Hal Jordan kind of looks like. They're gonna be like, that's not.
So if you are in your late 30s, mid to late 30s, you watch the Justice League animated cartoons, you pretty have an idea who John Stewart is, because at that point in the late 90s, early 2000s, Hal Jordan was dead. So they introduced us to Wally West Flash and John Stewart as on the Justice League cartoon. That was a big push they had. So
Mhm.
so now, like I said, I think some normies know who John Stewart is. They saw the Hal Jordan with Ryan Reynolds, and they kind of cringe. They're like, now a lot of people are pushing, like, well, let's get the black actor in there. Let's push that because that's with a agenda stuff,
Mhm.
without realizing that actually the character actually is just. I don't care if he's black, Hispanic, or whatever. John Stewart's just an awesome character. His background, everything. Now,
Mhm.
the latest movie that came out was an animated movie, John Stewart. I've been hearing that it wasn't that great. You know, they trashed Hal in order to build up John, which kind of sucks because that's kind of what the I don't want to say 100% surely that's what the comic books did with Parallax. I guess Parallax, I think those are called. Yeah, when Hal Jordan and Infinite Crisis, all the lanterns, pretty much the Green Lantern Corps was killed. So he took all the rings and went crazy. Um, I don't know. Like I said, I think there are some of these normies that know who John Stewart is, but you shouldn't have to like. I would rather have John Stewart basically being a guy who doesn't want the ring. You know,
Mhm.
he's like, dude, I don't want it. Because that's what he was in the comic books. He was a guy. He was too proud. Didn't want the ring at all. It was annoying. And so basically only stepped in if Hal Jordan was knocked unconscious, and the ring would go over to John if he was needed. You know, so they
Yeah.
kind of shared the ring.
Yeah.
Like that would be cool.
Well, mm, I'm not sure that would play out well,
Well,
but
look what they did with Captain America. Just pass the mantle over.
right. But you see what I'm saying? Here's the thing. I would want to see John Stewart done justice. Like, I don't want to see John Stewart done poorly. I want to see a John Stewart film.
We all do,
If
but
if and when it
I'm
gets done, I want to see it done awesome. I want to see it succeed. I want it to have all the tools it needs. And so I don't want anything standing in the way. And that includes just the perception, like as you mentioned, like people
yeah.
in our today's climate will perceive like, oh, there it is, th- and I don't want that. Like, I feel that will do the character an injustice. And here's the thing: if you make a really bad John Stewart movie, now you've got even a bigger mountain to climb because your first foot forward with the character is a failure. And I don't want to see that. I want to see him given a movie. I don't want to see any handouts, right? I want to see him succeed on his own merit. And so that's why I said I'm him and Han, because the idea of like him being like, "Oh, I can take the ring if you're not," in today's climate, I think it would be perceived differently than what you're describing. And I know that's kind of accurate. Um, and I don't know if
Of
I'm
course,
doing a good job.
like
Uh,
I said, of course, that's what they're gonna do. What we want is not what they're gonna do.
no, we're
Uh,
just speculating.
yeah,
We're
yeah.
um, and Skip and Tosh in the chat. Welcome, Skip. Also to Helam, Eric Breen said he just was stopping by so he'd go to bed. But Skip mentioned a comment. He says, "Do you mean Alan Scott first, Ash?" And that's a good thing to address. No, I
Well,
don't. I don't mean Alan Scott first, and here's why. Alan Scott is Golden Age Green Lantern. He's not even the same type of Green Lantern as Hal Jordan. They like basically totally rebooted, reimagined what Green Lanterns were with Hal Jordan. And yes, Alan Scott exists today because comic characters cannot die. But the Green Lantern as we know it is not Alan Scott. And it would just be more than confusing to try to start. The same thing if you're going to do
Well,
Flash, you do Barry Allen, right?
here's the
Barry Allen
problem.
is Barry Allen is the
Uh,
original Flash in DC's non-golden age. Like
uh,
DC just has this golden age. It's just a different time. It's almost like a different DC.
the reason I wouldn't do Alan Scott today because they just focus on him being gay and not being Green Lantern. He would be
Well,
a
that they
young.
would do that
They
too.
would cast a young Alan Scott and having him with his lover, his gay lover. They would ignore the children. You would never see Jade. You would never see never see the Obsidian, and it would just be him dealing with struggles, being a young Hispanic. Yeah, because he wouldn't be white. They totally race swap him,
Mm-hmm.
and he'd
And I
just
did.
be a young effeminate young man living in a world and just trying to battle racism and just and it would be set back in the 40s, so he'd be persecuted. Literally, like they would go for the wokest of woke if they did Alan
Right.
Scott today.
I
And
don't
if
disagree with
you,
you. I think you're
I would
100%.
I would say that CW Supergirl would be kinder to him. Like,
I don't I believe you're correct, but even hypothetically, like let's just say like Alan Scott that was still straight and they didn't.
but
I still don't like the idea of it. Like I don't see Golden Age DC as part of actual DC. The character should be representative of what the known character is, which is like why like
well,
when Marvel did Thor, they just did Thor. They didn't do Donald Blake and finds a cane in a cave or whatever, and then he smacks it on the ground. It turns into hammer. He's like they didn't do like that's old school Thor, Journey
what
into Mystery, but it's not actually representative of.
what I would have done though, I actually would have what they should have done because I understand they're not calling it HBO Max anymore, or is this going to be called the Max?
That's just called Max.
Yeah, which is really dumb. So anyway, Stargirl, they had a thing going there. If they really wanted to do, they had members of the JSA. They could have done a JSA show on that on the Max, and because JSA works better as a TV series than it does as a movie, in my opinion. They already had the awesome John Wesley-Shipp who played Jay Garrick. You had the guy playing Starman, and you had the younger cast there. They could have continued that show on there, and it what it does, it opens up normies to basically who these people are because I don't know anybody that wasn't talking about Stargirl. Either you knew it existed, whether you watched it or not. So it wasn't like an obscure thing. Like, who's this person? Stargirl? Like, oh, and that's the girl from there. So I would never put
I
them.
would disagree on that.
I would never put them on the big screen because the JSA is not a huge uh, draw for normies. I said I would have kept it on the Max or HBO Max, but
Yeah.
it,
Personally,
it,
one thing we do agree on is they should have kept it HBO Max.
well, yeah,
HBO is the brand. HBO is
yeah.
the brand. Like everyone knows HBO. Like from The Sopranos, Sex and the City, Game of Thrones. Like HBO is known for high quality television content. They're the original, like even before Netflix, of making like just beyond normal cable TV shows. HBO, and they're known by that name. You know what's not known by that? Cinemax. So you're gonna combine HBO and Cinemax together for HBO Max, which I think is fine,
So
but you're gonna drop the HBO but keep the Max? That is
is Image gonna
dumb.
is
It's
Image
so
gonna
dumb.
sue the if they start calling themselves the Max? Is Image gonna sue them?
I think it's just Max, not the Max.
I know, but if they call themselves the Max, so but even though the Max has two X's in that comic book Image, they
No,
technically could sue them.
no, trademark law only works in like-minded industries. So you can't do a comic book called Max, but you could open up a burger joint called Max because it's not the same. As long as does that make sense? Like as long as you're in a different industry, then you can actually have similar names.
I I don't agree. I just
Unless
don't.
it's Disney, then the mouse will kill you.
I do not speak kindly of the mouse.
Yeah. Um, Tehillim says he wants to get the Star Ray, or Star Ray, the Star Girl Blu-ray of each season. Yeah, I
You
can.
know, I hope they do release it. I think I got the first season Blu-ray. I'm
I'm
not sure
sure
if it's
they.
out in
I'm
Blu-ray.
sure they will. That's just a moneymaker. I mean, especially this type of content, sci-fi and superheroes fall within sci-fi realm. Always is like a higher moneymaker. Geeks love their stuff. And this is why back in the day, in the early day when they were putting shows on DVD and stuff, like it was like a single season of Star Trek was like $100. It was ridiculous because they would gouge the geeks because they know the geeks would pay for it. So yeah, it's gonna be a no brainer. Stargirl will get a Blu-ray release for each season. And I'm bummed for the fans. People that like that show really like it. It wasn't a show that worked for me. Um, but yeah, I don't want anyone to like lose things that they like. Um, and I'm right there with them. I don't want where we started this conversation. I don't want to lose Henry Cavill Superman. I think that's just terrible. I think Jason Momoa Aquaman. Like DC did what we thought was impossible. Was not just make a good Aquaman movie, but make a highly successful movie. I think I might be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. That Aquaman is their highest grossing movie of the DCEU. Aquaman. If you would have told me this 5 years ago, I would have laughed in your face. No one, but you got normies to buy into Aquaman?
Uh, so the highest grossing right now is still The Dark Knight.
No, no, from the DCEU.
Oh, you? Well, Wonder Woman maybe then.
Wonder Woman made more than Aquaman?
412,000, or sorry, yeah, that's a thousand. 412 million.
No, what was it worldwide though? Because Aquaman was over a billion.
All right, so
I believe
this is a
Aquaman was the only DCEU movie that went over a billion.
well, number three, that would be opening and release date, lifetime gross. Yeah, it was 412,000. Or sorry, 412 million. Aquaman was 335 million.
Yeah, but that sounds like domestic.
Yeah, it's domestic though. I'm just saying domestic.
Yeah, yeah. So I think and I'm not sure. Wonder Woman is close, but I think Aquaman worldwide is their highest grossing. But either way, the fact that Aquaman, right? Like you'd expect it to be a Batman. Well, they didn't do a Batman movie, but you'd expect like Superman versus Batman. Like, nope, none of those. It was Aquaman. And a big part of the reason of the success of Aquaman was casting Jason Momoa. Dude is a star. He did a good job as Aquaman. Um, the whole the whole production. I'm trying to think. Was it James Wan that did the movie? Like having him part of that, just it was lightning in a bottle, and you don't mess with that. Like, don't mess with success. I think James Gunn
So,
did brilliant with
eh?
Guardians of the Galaxy, and I think his Suicide Squad was mostly pretty cool. But I'm not heavily invested in that Suicide Squad. It was better than the first one. I could see his talent behind it. I thought his Peacemaker show was fantastic as a showrunner. He did pretty good. But I would trade those things to keep the DCE. I want to keep Jason Momoa Aquaman, Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, Henry Cavill as Superman. Find a way to bring Ben Affleck in as Batman. Ben Affleck Batman was so freaking good. Um,
So so what? Apparently, like I guess James Gunn wants Ben Affleck to be a director.
that
No, unless he's
no,
directing Batman, his own Batman movie. Sure, I don't want him as a director. Like I said, I am a person who was against Ben Affleck being Batman, but
hmm
then I've seen everybody else is like, oh
me
my
too,
gosh, he's great. It's
me too.
and he's at that right age, the Batman. He doesn't have to be the the older Batman as far as like from like I'd say the Dark Knight Returns, whatever. But he could have at least three Robins under him. Well, out of context, that sounds bad. But I mean, like he could have we could have a Nightwing established with his verse because he's old enough. You could
Mhm.
have Jason Todd, who came back as Red Hood. You could have a Tim Drake, a Damian. He's at the perfect age where you could actually have a legit Batman because Batman in the comic books, remember, he's like in his 40s, early 40s, or with
Um,
well, he was in the 90s, and then they started de-aging him
well, yeah, because
again.
they realize there's a problem. You can't have middle-aged Batman running around and making
Yeah.
sense. Um,
Well, for me, it makes sense to have him all those Robins because he does much as he used
well,
to.
for sure, that's
For
the
a lot for
problem with
live action.
making millions of Robins.
Yeah.
Um,
So, like I said, he's Ben Affleck is at the right age. You can have all the Robins you wanted to have. You want if you say you don't have just say you don't have Red Hood, you just want to have Nightwing and Tim Drake. You can do that. Um, Gal Gadot, her character is pretty much like not immortal, but pretty much slow aging, just like Superman. So like, you can keep her on for how many years you want to. Uh, And then you said you can eventually with these characters, you can do the Kingdom Come universe. I mean, Ezra Miller, you can just replace him. We don't care. No one even wants to watch that movie.
well,
Even
especially now that the universe doesn't matter. They made the
yeah,
movies not matter. So why do I care about the new Shazam? Why do I care about watching this Flash movie, which by the way is going to feature Batman, who's not going to actually get a movie? I haven't even
yeah.
seen Black Adam yet, and now I'm already told like none of it doesn't matter. They made the movie it I'm like, are you kidding me? It just came out like 3 months ago and it already doesn't matter? You know, that you introduced the Justice Society in that movie, which I was like super excited. I was like, that was my favorite thing about. I was like, oh, they introduced the Justice Society. That means in the future we could possibly get a Justice Society film. And you actually, I mean, I didn't like the race swap of Hawkman, but whatever. Like I like that actor, and he seems to do an okay job. But
Very,
cast,
as I said, he's a very aggressive Hawkman,
yeah,
which we like.
which I'm cool with. But
Yeah.
casting what's his name? Pierce Brosnan as Doctor Fate. Man, it was just I was man, I was up. I want to see a Justice Society, but nope, all gone. Sweep it. And so now, if we ever do get a Justice Society movie, it probably is not going to be Pierce Brosnan, and
Nope.
it's just, I don't know. I don't think the actors were part of the problem, and I don't think you needed to reboot it because you have this
It's
thing called
it's
Flashpoint, and
it's the writing.
you could have soft rebooted. Right, I get that they wanna move away from the direction of the Snyderverse. That makes a lot of sense. Zack Snyder's no longer involved. You got a new showman in charge and James Gunn, who probably has a different style, a different vision. That all makes sense, but I think that you could have done a story, a Flashpoint-esque type story where you basically reinvent the universe within the storyline and keep all the actors and just basically tell this story of like something's wrong. Our universe was never supposed to be this way.
Well, now it makes sense. I've always wondered who wrote Man of Steel. Christopher Nolan. That's why it was so freaking dark.
A bunch of people wrote Man of Steel.
David S. Goyer, yes, but I'm saying you had Christopher Nolan doing the story.
He was
Screenplay was written.
involved.
Yeah,
He was
yes.
involved. When it comes to movies, you can't treat it like a comic book. You see
But
someone's name in the credits, it didn't mean that they penned the
well,
screenplay. They may have
well,
contributed like
I
one scene or just a plot idea.
well, we know that Christopher Nolan is known for doing the dark Batman. One we liked.
Hmm.
For a Superman movie, I want somebody who actually like understands like the Superman's not Batman. He's nothing like Batman. He's a complete opposite.
For sure.
That's what I want. So, whether Goyer knew this or how much influence Christopher Nolan had, because well, he did successful, the Batman movies. So let's get his input. I
Yeah.
know.
No, I hold
Yeah,
Zack Snyder, even
sure. I
though
hope well, all of them.
because those Superman films were written by committee, and they were written under the direction of the studio, and in part, Zack Snyder was in charge of that project. So you get
And
these people
Goyer works with
involved,
Nolan.
and
Yeah, yeah.
they're being kind of directed like write your story with like these things in mind. We want to, And so they're not just coming up with their completely original idea. They're submitting ideas based on notes from the studio, probably notes from Zach. This is what we want to see, this type of things. And I'm sure that those screenplays went through multiple revisions, and that's why you get multiple people on them, because someone submits an original and then they send it out to a different guy and they say, "Hey, make changes to the screenplay according to like we want this." And so, but everyone who's ever touched it, because of like the screenwriters guilds and stuff and all the different like rules that they have to follow, they they get their uh, name attached. Like, so it's
Yeah,
a
so
big
Goyer,
complicated
Goyer,
thing.
so Goyer wrote Dark City. He also wrote Batman Begins,
Hmm.
Dark Knight.
He
So
co-wrote.
Goyer, yeah, well, with Zack Snyder, yes.
No, but Batman
Uh,
Begins was with Nolan.
yeah. Regardless, though, my point is that these are guys who are writing the Batman stuff, the dark stuff.
Hmm.
Why are they writing a Superman movie?
Probably because that's what Zack Snyder wanted.
Like I said, these guys should never have been attached to a Superman movie at all. Snyder at all. They should have had somebody who actually knows how to make a movie, but doesn't have to be extremely dark.
For sure. You're
Yeah.
speaking to a comic book fan. The problem is when you're making movies and you're getting studios to give you hundreds of millions of dollars,
Well, and these guys,
you're not
these are also
appealing to
people who.
Superman fans. You're
Well, that's the
appealing
thing.
you're you're
These
trying to
guys
put butts in
ignore.
seats.
I know, but these guys, yeah, and they ignore any of the source material. They create their own version because they're like they think they're the experts. Well, we're gonna do this. We'll get people to come in, and then they're like, "Why did it flop?" Well, they made Superman like Batman. Why would anybody want to watch that crap?
Well, first of all, Man of Steel didn't flop. Um, let's uh, it did reasonably well. So
Because there's Henry Cavill probably there. Like I said, like it was the biggest thing coming out. But it could have been so much better. You could have had. You didn't have to make it.
of course, but what I'm
So
trying to convey to you is that better doesn't always mean more successful. Most of the best films of every year don't make very much money at all. It's
you're saying Avatar. If they would have made it better, it would have made it successful as well. It is.
no, what I'm saying is better doesn't always mean more successful.
Yeah,
So
like
I'm,
Avatar.
why are you trying to bring Avatar into this?
That's my point is like I said, like I you can make things better for people who actually like it. Instead, you may I said I don't agree with that. I mean,
No, no, what you're arguing though is to make it so you like it. And what I'm
no, I'm
saying is
making
that's
that
not the same
not make
thing. For
I'm
all those
making that
people
more
that go
people
out and
like
try
it.
to say shit about Avatar, Avatar did something that no film had ever done, and that was make $3 billion. That's what they want. That's what they're making these movies for. Um, Avatar was well loved by a ton of people, and whether you agree or what have you is not the point. The point is, did a ton of other people like it enough to buy lots of tickets and make us a ton of money? And what I'm saying is when you're getting the investment of a studio who's putting in hundreds of millions of dollars to you to make a product, you don't then anymore have the luxury to make an intimate, true to character thing, which is why a lot of writers actually do write comics because they have that freedom a
So
lot more because it's
so
just a simple comic and DC goes here write a story, you're like okay, and you can really put what you want into it. But at this level, you're working you're just working with too many I guess borders. Now, unless you're a super big name creator, like they gave Christopher Nolan pretty much carte blanche to do what he wanted with Batman. But that's because he's Christopher Nolan, right? Very few filmmakers can do this. Sam Raimi for a short time had pretty open license to do Spider-Man. He negotiated with Sony Pictures. Sam Raimi was a Spider-Man fan. He wanted to make so Sony was like, "Cool, make your film. We'll stay hands off." But then the films became super big, and then Sony decided to get their fingers in the pot, and we saw what happened with Spider-Man 3. So the problem is, like I said, the studios. When you're working with this level of money and you have investors, I'm not disagreeing with you. As a Superman fan, hell yes, I wanna see a Superman that's more like the traditional Superman we know and love. But I'm also trying to just basically play devil's advocate and say, unfortunately, in the world of movies, it's not about appealing to the Superman lover. It's about appealing to Joe Schmo, whatever, just to get their butt in the seat. They don't care about Superman, and and
No,
oftentimes they make decisions based on that route.
no, based on money. Like I said that's why whether you're a comic book fan or not, there's probably like I said the Hollywood knows better than anybody else. So where you get somebody who actually likes the source material and actually wants to do source material, it's so hard for them to do that now these days. I mean, I don't like it when actors I know just phone it in because they're like it's a paycheck. Like Cavill actually really liked the role. Like I appreciate what he was doing with The Witcher. He was trying to make it like it was, like it's instead of letting it get diversified, wokeified,
Mhm.
stupid edits into it. You know, it's it's rare. Like I said, it's. I
Certainly.
mean, look at Steel when they phoned that in with Shaquille O'Neal. It's like
Yep.
imagine if that would have been done by somebody who actually cared about it. Said, no, this is stupid, guys. We're not
Well,
going to do this crap.
the only
You know,
reason Steel ever got made was because someone thought putting Shaquille O'Neal in a movie was gonna make money. They didn't give 2 shits about Steel. Shaquille O'Neal was why that movie got greenlit, because some studio exec thought, "Oh, Shaquille O'Neal's really popular. Maybe we put him in a Superman suit," and it was a terrible idea, poorly executed, and it showed. Like they reaped the rewards of what they
so
did.
so
I'm
that's
not
what they did with
defending it
this.
at all.
They did this with Black Adam. Same thing. The Rock's popular. Let's put him in a DC movie. He almost went over to Marvel. They're like, well, no, we'll let you be Black Adam. Cool. Now
Not
that
quite the same though. Not quite the
no
same.
different because they actually cared about the source material a little more than
Right.
versus
And
just
and the Rock had been trying to make this thing happen for over a decade. He's been trying to push this whole Black Adam
they should
concept for a
just
long
let
time.
honestly they should just let The Rock do his own thing with Black Adam and let James Gunn do his own thing. Let his own studio do it.
You
You know,
can't do
somehow
that though. That's the problem. Like you can't
it's dumb.
if you're trying to do a shared universe, you can't do
Well,
that. You can't
but
have your
we
cake
don't
and
need.
eat it too.
But they're not doing a shared universe though.
I No, they are. That's why all these got canceled.
Why the Batman's going still? It's
The Batman is going because, like I said, it was outside of the DCEU.
yeah. I said not everything has to be part of the DCEU though. That's what I'm saying.
Correct, but everything that is part of the DCEU has to go because it's getting replaced. That's what I'm trying to
They
communicate.
can
Like,
continue Black. They can continue Cavell and them in their own little separate universe.
no, they can't. You can't have 2 separate DCEUs.
We're DC, man. Multiverse. That's what the
Uh,
Flash was doing.
okay,
The multiverse.
I get it in your dream world of what you would wanna see. The
No,
problem
no,
is
that's
the pro
that's what the Flash is. The Flash movie with Ezra Miller was all
yeah.
about the
The
multiverse and
problem is
rebooting
it has
everything.
to make money. It's not DC's not making money, so they're having problems.
Well,
What
if
I'm
DC's not
saying
putting the money, no, if The Rock's producing it and doing his own stuff and putting his own money into it, you know,
uh
DC doesn't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, but all of a sudden now who wants to see Black Adam movies when they don't they're part of a
I would.
canceled universe?
I do.
Good. Well, will you buy 200 million tickets?
200 million
Because that's what you're
tickets.
going to need to do. Like that's my. This is like I used to work in the tech industry and cell phones, and I specifically like in remote areas, and people didn't understand like why I don't have a cell tower in this area. It's like because the cell tower costs $250,000, and are you going to pay to have that erected? Like you don't understand your $50 a month cell phone bill doesn't pay for that tower. That's why you don't have one. And people didn't get it's like I get it from a dream standpoint what you want to see. I'm trying to argue more practicality of like yes, these movies I would like to see that too, but it can't happen if they don't bring in the bucks. If they don't, then they're basically just throwing your money away. Um,
Well,
and
like I said, I've been liking the Bat and the Sun stuff what they're doing when it actually it's like I said, I'd rather just fund my money to them, let that guy direct stuff versus James Gunn. because I don't want everything to be like the Suicide Squad.
Well, I mean, that's
That's
a
that,
kind of a
that,
false assumption. Um,
well, he said I don't. I just
because
don't want. Is he
Guardians of
gonna
the
do serious?
Galaxy wasn't like Suicide Squad.
What do you mean? It's all about comedy. It's comedy and heart. That's what it is. It's campy with heart filled moments and action. That's
Okay,
and the
well,
Suicide
so
Squad was
that
Suicide Squad was just as
shares.
so Suicide Squad was just a raunchy version of that.
There are similarities between the two, correct. However, I don't know. I just think that they're different. Furthermore, James Gunn's not making every new movie. He's just heading the studio.
But he's overseeing everything, so he's
Yes.
basically he's the editor. So if he doesn't like that, he's gonna have to make changes.
Well, no, because Zack Snyder, who is known for making everything all dark and grim and edgy, right? He had Patty Jenkins do Wonder Woman, and it was all like hope inspired and what's the term that I'm trying to think of? Like not nostalgic, but like very almost like period piece feeling. Then he had James Wan he brought in, who's a total horror director, but brought in and did this like really like lighthearted Aquaman. In fact, Aquaman felt like a Marvel film to me, um, in many ways. So I think in likewise that not every movie in the DCU felt like Zack Snyder. I would think it'd be false to assume that
I
every
don't know.
movie is going to feel like a James
The,
Gunn film.
the best thing they can do right now is just that everybody's upset about Cavell. It's just like this is just a fake out, and then bring Cavell back
That's
like he
be
never left.
no. I that doesn't seem no because Cavill's already made plays. So
That we know of.
that we know of. Like that would have to be that Cavill was involved and he's faking out. So that means that now
Yep.
Cavill will be lying to his fans. That'd be a terrible play. That'd be oh, I'm not actually making a 40K series, guys. That was just all part of the James Gunn fake out. Ha ha. You'd see I'm actually playing Superman, where people just be like, fuck you, Cavill. Like, no, I just don't see that at all. Like the very fact that
I have no, yeah, I have no interest in 40k. So whatever, Warhammer crap.
um I do. I like the things that are good. So
So yeah, so I'm reading up on this. Basically, James Gunn was offered to do his Superman movie back in 2020, but he did not. He rejected it because he said he wanted to do Suicide Squad.
yeah,
Yeah, so he could have had an actual Superman movie with James Gunn back then with Cavill, but he said no.
maybe he doesn't want to do Superman.
Oh, he does. He's doing it. He's doing Superman.
He's directing Superman. Where
He
have you
is
heard this?
he's not directing. He's writing the screenplay.
He's head of the DC studio, whatever that they're
He
making.
said in his tweets, he said in his Twitter that he's currently penning the script for a new Superman film, a younger Superman.
Okay.
This is Superman back when he's in the Cub Reporter. And that's
We'll
why
see.
Cavill and so
We'll see how this plays out. I'm not going to try to pretend to know what James Gunn thinks. All I was trying to suggest was sometimes people don't want to do certain things. Like they may not resonate with the character. So it's very possible, and I'm only speaking hypotheticals here, that maybe James Gunn is not a Superman fan. And so he's given an opportunity. They're like, hey, you want to do Superman movies? Like, I'd kind of rather do this. Like, this is up my alley. Super saying Suicide Squad. You know, like if you came to me and said, "Hey Ash, do you want to write a
very fair.
Shazam story?" I'd be like, "Hell no. I don't like Shazam." If I tried to write a Shazam story, I don't think I would be the best person for it. It's not I don't resonate with the character. You know, there's certain kind of characters I do, and I would feel like if I had an opportunity to pick, I would pick something that more matched me.
You know what, Marania? We haven't got to the boys yet, so don't worry about it. We haven't argued about the Snyderverse
Oh, yeah.
and James Gunn and stuff for like the past half an hour.
We should actually get to the boys though. So
But
thanks,
the
Maranya.
auction just ended though,
When Maranya says go, Rhaegar is now here. Change the name to Early Morning Comics. No, late night.
right?
Late night. James Gunn just gave the comic nerd world blue balls, says Rhaegar. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. I mean, I'm crossing my fingers and maybe this all turns out really good. I just don't know if you can replicate the magic across the board. Can you cast a new Superman that's going to make us forget about Henry Cavill? Can you cast a new Aquaman that's going to make us be able to go, "Oh, I don't
They
yeah."
can.
I worry that when we see whatever the new product is, fans are innately going to be comparing the two. You're innately not even necessarily the movies. They might even make better movies, but you might just be like, you know what? I just prefer Gail Gadot as Wonder Woman. This new one's not working for me. That's the tough thing, right?
Well,
James Bond has that problem every time they make a new James Bond. It's like, is Pierce Brosnan going
so
to be better than Roger or Timothy Dalton? We don't
so
know.
they so instead of doing Diana, they'll do Nubia or yeah, Flora.
Uh, Dehelim
Or
says, "What's next? Are we going to get Ryan Johnson as a Wonder Woman film, or J.J. Abrams gets a Mr. Terrific movie?" I wouldn't mind either one. I think they're well. J.J. Abrams is a fun director. He's not a good director. Ryan Johnson's a good director. Um, I I think they both make entertaining movies, so I would be fine with on the surface either one. Um, I'll pretty much I pretty much see every one of those guys' films. So there's much worse people that you can put.
give me a Guy Ritchie Batman movie.
I'm actually more apprehensive of another Patty Jenkins movie. Like I don't know, but
Well, that's the thing. They said like they people asked like, well, she's no longer attached to the project. Are they still going with the Wonder Woman movie? And because that is Gal Gadot fired, and James said back, he said no, Gal Gadot's not fired. So it sounds like they're going to allow her at least one more movie. But I would be so pissed if she gets to stay on and all the other cast members are gone in the reboot.
yeah, that would be almost even worse because then you're like, wait a second, you kept Gal Gadot, but now you don't have Henry Cavill. Why didn't you just people? I would immediately my first question would be, why didn't you not keep everyone? I don't care if you
Yeah,
reboot the stories. Like we were just talking about this earlier. Like do some sort of like flashpoint thingy, you know.
keep the
Uh,
faces. That's all you got to do.
just keep
You
the
can
face.
have it.
Like yeah, what was the
Cyborg.
story? Was it the Doomsday Clock? Right? Like that was the
Yeah,
kind of the
yeah.
whole point of the story was like this world is like is wrong. Something's wrong with this. It's not as it's supposed to be. And they were like discovering that it's because Dr. Manhattan had created this universe, the New 52, and yeah, and so you could tell a similar type of story that would allow you to reboot all of the stories, keep the same actors, and defeat whatever villain or thing was causing this problem, which is why the Snyderverse was all dark and stuff. Um, I'd heard actually a really cool fan theory back before this whole thing happened about the Snyder cut, and they were like, we could do a Flashpoint story, and you could have both Justice League films still be continuity because you could explain that the one Justice League film was pre Flashpoint, and the other one was like after Flashpoint, and like that was like the difference. And as you change, like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I'd like to see something creative like that. Um, anyways, um, Black Cat says he's just happy they kicked Snyder's universe to the curb.
Like I
What a
said,
hater.
like I said, I would keep the cast. I mean, only people I would get rid of would be Ezra Miller, and then Ray Fisher's gone anyway. So I mean, but you could bring in, like I said, you don't even have to do Hal Jordan. You could do the John Stewart. You can do the Wally West.
The
You
great
know,
thing about Ezra Miller, I would keep Ezra Miller only just out of continuity's sake, unless you just absolutely had to get rid of him because you never know what he's going to
yeah.
do. But for the time being, I would try to use him, but I would just kill him off. I mean, that's what the comics did, right? Barry Allen died to
Right?
save
Yeah.
have him have a
I would
crisis
hire
movie, have him die and introduce Wally West, and then you can
the
move
best.
forward.
It's easy. Just bring in Alec Baldwin.
Bring it out. Oh. Uh Tehillim says, thing is, Patty Jenkins is also working on a Star Wars Disney project. That Star Wars Disney project has been on infinite or indefinite hold. In fact, many are speculating that's not going to happen, including Patty Jenkins herself. So I would not hold my breath on that. And if there's any shared universe being more mishandled than DC, it's Star Wars. So at least if you're upset about DC, just be thankful you're not a Star Wars fan because, yeah. Rhaegar says, I would also like to see an Ezra Miller Flash movie. You're gonna. It's not gonna matter. I don't know if it's gonna make any money because why should anyone go see this when um, Alec Baldwin is Reverse Flash? Oh yeah, boy.
Right?
Right. Speaking of right, it's the boys. Still with me, RDV?
Here, if you can hear me. Let's wait
I
for my internet
can.
to.
I can. You went a little silent, so I wasn't sure. I got the boys up on screen. Do you want to give us a little intro about this episode's volume?
Oh well, overall, this is the story of Butcher, which I've been waiting for. This touches on an introduction of basically Butcher meeting Becky, aka Rebecca, his wife, dealing with meeting his brother, his abusive father. Uh, Overall, very fun and just like I said, I'm coming from watching the show first, reading the comics. I'm always comparing this because there's no way you can't. Same with Cavell, and they said like we talked about Snyderverse. When we get the new cast, you're gonna compare it whether you want to or not.
I don't compare.
I do. It's something
I
you
try
do.
to encourage you not to. It's one of the things we disagree on.
When I find a version of something I like, I compare the thing next to it because, especially and I said now if I had read this first, I'd be comparing it to the show. I'd be comparing this, and then while watching the show, I'd be like, well, that I don't, it's just you can't help it. So, silence is not violence. You wouldn't know. You'd never see it coming. Um,
You never see what coming, the violence.
exactly. He would.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So,
And
I said overall, I said this is a back. We got Jared Robertson back on the book, so I'm happy with that art. We even have Terror in this.
we do.
Now the other,
Terror's back.
yeah, but one of the dialogue, and I think it was the first issue, talks about a dead dog. I was like, oh, why do you have to remind me?
That's Garth Ennis for you, man.
So this takes place right after for those who weren't with us last week. Basically, well, we had another Lamplighter 2.0 situation, and Butcher's dog ends up getting butchered or killed, and Butcher goes and kills the guy, kills Jupiter from Mars. Uh,
Back from
but
Jupiter.
whatever. The guy, so the guy, so and I said, so this is basically now we're taking a pause. Now we're finally, after all these issues, finally figuring out who Butcher really is. We've heard tidbits of here and there. Now we're getting the full story. How he became the boys, joined the boys, and his life growing up. And I gotta say, this is like I love this all the way through. This is probably one of my favorite. I love the Huey thing. I mean, I love the fact that they gave Butcher equally just as amount of love in this 6 issue,
Spoiler alert: Butcher's not a good dude.
and he doesn't get a lot of love. Not
He
until
does
later.
not. He does not get a lot of love either. Um, yeah, thank you for that. No, I this remember I said last week like that was my probably my least favorite of the whole run so far. And
Yeah.
again, not because it was bad, but just because I like them all. there has to be one that's not as great as the rest, and it was good. Um, and this one much better. This is one of my favorites. I'm glad that you were saying like you really like this is one of my favorites as well. And I think that man, darn Garth Ennis, because every time he like leaves you hanging like he did on the last one where like I was saying it didn't feel like it had much like it didn't have a total resolution. We don't get another series right afterwards like, oh, we could pick up where we left off. It's like, nope. He does one of these things where he does a separate mini series that is like a different story. He did that with Hero Gasm, and then he did that with the one where Huey went back home, and now we're getting this story. And it's like he puts the boys on hold, and then he goes off, and it's like he just leaves you hanging. But fortunately, the story is really good. Do you have anything you want to add or say before we get into the synopsis?
Uh, if you're triggered by guns and people being killed and stuff by war, please grab your nearest bottle of alcohol, because you're gonna be triggered.
Right? Yeah, if you're triggered about things that normal people are triggered, well, modern people, I guess, are
If
triggered
you have
about.
PTSD about someone using the word CUNT, put your head between your legs.
If you identify with the word triggered, you probably shouldn't read Garth Ennis or The Boys, period. And you shouldn't be here. Now, we're going to heavily spoil this book.
If you have a dog named Triggered, you might be a redneck.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a dog, maybe. Um,
Trigger.
I think it's the name of a horse. But yeah, so we heavily spoil The Boys. The whole concept of this, if you're new, is every week, RDV and I reread the one of the story arcs in The Boys. We're just going through the volumes, and then we come here on Monday night and we talk about it. It's kind of like a retrospect, and hopefully you're reading it too, so you can join in and be part of the conversation. Or if you've read it in the past, that works as well. Part of the idea behind all this is because I was thinking to myself, like, I love reading new comics because I like being part of the discussion, and everyone's reading new comics roughly at the same time. When you read back issues, they can be really great, but oftentimes finding someone to like share that experience with is difficult at best because either they've already read the issues like years ago, or just they're not people aren't picking up the same back issues every week, right? So um, this is kind of a way to mitigate that or alleviate that, if you will. And we have a known thing that we're going through, and it makes I think that makes the experience better than just reading it on its own.
Uh,
Um,
Marania, I don't use the C word's a really big word. I don't use a lot at all, really. I really don't. But if you are the definition of being one, you deserve to be called it. I don't care. Now, if you're not, if it's someone just throwing around, as I said, like it's the way Butcher uses it. Butcher uses it in the proper term for people who really are deserve to be called that. I don't, as I said, I think so many people use derogatory words, just because I don't know, it makes it sound cool, like swearing and all that stuff. But like, I don't know. Like I said, Butcher's not really a nice person, but I noticed that he only calls those people those nerd names the people who actually deserve it. He's not going around calling Huey that and stuff.
right.
It's only people like Monkey. You
Yeah,
know,
it's silly that people actually are offended by words. Like
I
they're
know.
just words. So,
I,
um,
what a bunch of assholes.
yeah, just assholes.
That's
Um,
wait. That's what you guys are. You are honorary assholes on this Ashland comic streams.
I understand what Ronnie is saying. If it's directed at
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
it's not just the word; it's the sentiment behind it that is
yeah.
offensive.
Yes,
So,
yeah. And like I said, so if you weren't being one and just someone's upset because they're getting in the way, that's a twat. They should not be calling you that. So
all right. So, I'm going to give a synopsis of the first issue here. I'm going to try to go speedily through it so then we can talk about the book in more detail. So the book opens up in the Falklands. This is a small war that happened in the early 80s for those that you were younger minded audience. I actually remember this a little bit. I think I was like 9 or 10 years old um, at the time, so I can kind of remember like turning on the news and actually seeing like real war was going on. I was like, what the heck? Um, so I remember some of this stuff. So that this kind of brought back some memories, and we just get to see some crew fighting and some planes coming in on the ship, and um, they're attacking the ship, and they're like, ah, get down, and everything, and the soldiers like flee for cover, but one man stands on the side with his gun still blazing, undeterred, and on here doing this on my iPad, and it's delayed. So, anyways, he shoots it down. Um, and they're like, "Oh, they're all they're celebrating. That's great. Who is it?" And of course, it's Butcher.
Well, of course.
So
Who else has the stones to stand there and just fire? He's not afraid
exactly,
of
yeah. So
death.
we get to see Bomb Alley is the name of the first issue here, and then we cut back to more modern times. We see an older Butcher, and he's arriving by cab. I really like that
That-
in
and
Britain,
then
by the way, that their taxis are
Gary,
black.
Gary from Neurotic driving the taxi.
Um, And so he's
Sorry.
showing up, and it turns out like it's his old home, and his dad has passed away, and the butler has let him in. And so we get to see that the big part, the whole framing of this story is centered around Butcher basically talking to his dead father, and it's going to give us a sort of like this flashback story. Turns out his father was a baker, which they comment about, like, oh, it's kind of funny you're named Butcher, but you're a baker. But his dad really wasn't much of a
Because his
baker. It was
grandfather.
like more like a front. Um, his
Well, his
dad was,
grandfather was. Yeah.
yeah, he says that his grandfather was probably the real baker. But the point is that Butcher's dad was was kind of like a gangster. And the baker was just sort of like the legitimate part of his
Or a
life.
bully, more so everybody was afraid of him.
Yeah. So, um, and we get some flashback scenes with the butcher and his younger brother, and with his mom and everything. And he talks about just like how like he didn't understand like why his dad would cheat on his mom with all these whatever. He's like, because his mom was like perfect, like it's an angel, and she was, and he's like, why would he go after all these other whatever? But anyways, we cut over, and the kids are sleeping in their room, and the younger brother is having trouble sleeping because the mom's screaming, and you can hear through the walls as the dad's hurting the mom, and Butcher's just like, get back to sleep, go in. He's like, I can't. He's like, just put your hands over your ears, and he's just sitting there just listening to his dad hurt his mom, and not able to really do anything about it. um so we cut over, and they're walking down the street with the kids, and mom's sick, and anyways, we see
But she got
Butcher like it's,
what? Because she got punched in the gut.
yeah. So we see Butcher's in class, and he's kind of he's not an obedient kid, right? He's doing he's taking some other kids like Christmas things or Easter things, I guess, on the cross and Jesus, and
Yeah.
he's reenacting Spartacus. And the teacher's like, yeah, how dare you? And he tells the teacher to fuck off, and she's like, what? And he gets in fights at school.
His mom kind of looks like Annie, though. You notice that?
Uh huh, yeah. Um, and he gets in fights at school, and the PE coach tries to break it up, and he punches the PE coach in the crotch. And then his dad ends up, like giving him a beer, showing him the slightest amount of respect. When Butcher is basically a butcher, like when he's being the bad butcher that we know, like that's the only time his dad shows him any level of respect. But Butcher still hates his dad. He wants to kill him. He's got a knife at one point. His brother is telling him, no, don't, you can't do it. And he's like, get the fuck out of my way. He's going to finally kill his dad. And then he tries to stop him, but he backhands him. slams him into a wall, and his nose is bleeding, and it finally makes Butcher kind of like snap to attention, like, "Oh, what the hell have I done?" And he kind of just tries to reason with Butcher. He's like, "You can't do this, like Billy, like for all these different reasons. Like you're breaking mom's heart. You're gonna go to jail. Like we're gonna be orphaned. Like or not orphaned, but like who's gonna pay? Because like dad, brings in the
He's the breadwinner.
bacon
Yeah. Yeah.
and all this stuff, and it's like all these things. And finally, like Butcher kind of comes to reason, um, and then he decides, hey, I'm gonna go join the Marines because that way he can go bring in some money on his own, and his 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 mom won't have to worry. And so again, these kind of keep cutting back and forth between the time and then also back to him just talking to his dad. Um, and the final scene here is it would have felt so good sliding that knife between your fucking ribs. He's basically saying, your young, your youngest son saved you from that fate. You don't even know, but he's now dead. So that's the end of the issue 1. RDV, tell me what you thought.
Well, overall, it sets it up pretty much. I said going through this, like it kind of just flows together with one giant story to me. I just sped through the whole entire issue, one through six,
Sure.
all the issues. And the first part, like I said, there's similarities. How his mom is pretty much like this sweet person. His dad's is the basically you can see the similarities between Butcher as he is now and the way his dad is. His dad's basically like he's the king of basically of everywhere. He picks up, he bullies people, beats them up, and except for he's afraid of him. And you can see similarities between Butchers. Butcher's the same way. He gets off on the violence and stuff like that. He's just angry all the time. And the thing is this, people who are like, who have like this is so realistic as far as people who grew up with broken families, where basically the dad's an alcoholic and just beats up on the wife and sometimes on the kids. And it's just like Butcher's in a tough situation. He's the oldest, but he's got to protect Lenny, but he's also trying to protect his mom. He's like he's screwed no matter whatever he does. If if something bad's gonna happen. So his escape is like, I'm gonna go to the Marines. I'm gonna leave and get away from this crap. I just can't deal with it anymore. His uh his mom, even though he got expelled from school, she still loves him, and
Mhm.
she's like, and like I said, it's a horrible situation because no matter what you do, you just feel guilty because you didn't do this because you did that instead, and it's so it comes up so realistic. So it's a really tricky situation when people do these for like comic books. Some people sugarcoat it, or some people, like I said, I love Garth Ennis. He just gets around the down and dirty because that's the one thing he does. He keeps the realism. Like I said, the whole like we talked about before with him and with the relationship between Annie and Huey, and how they didn't just get back together right away. They're slowly building to it, after their big huge breakup and stuff. And you see, Garth Ennis captures the raw emotion, like the realism of this. So that's what really, and so basically we're getting butchered to talk about, hey, you old piece of shit, old man. It's like, I'm glad you're dead, and he's also telling, and you're also getting the flashback stories that he's telling about his everything. So like I said, I really enjoyed this first issue, but overall, I don't even look at these separate issues. I look at it as one just giant issue for me. 1 through 6, because it just flows so naturally.
Well, it is a mini series, so yeah, it does, but it's got its separate points, and
But the way he
it's a
writes this, though, these could be individual episodes of a TV show.
oh
The
sure,
way he
yeah,
draw,
I mean,
the way he does these things, it's so great. It's like you could bring in the military part, the Royal Navy part, because where does Butcher, where does someone who has all this pent up energy go and this hate and violence? He goes to the military. Where? Because he can as an outlet he can just kill people, you know,
yep.
and forget your yeah. So it's like it makes sense. So
Rhaegar says he can relate to the mom situation, though it was not his father that was the culprit. And he says, I would say dad is a title reserved for good fathers. A
true.
bad father is not a dad.
Biological is one thing, but a father is someone who raises you. Same with a mother. Your
Amen to
parents are
that.
those who raise you. Yeah.
All right,
Look.
on to
Yeah,
book
go ahead.
2. We go back to the Falklands, and we hear like a voiceover where Butcher's talking about his grandfather um,
His mom's
and
mom.
his
Or
dad.
mom's dad. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his grandfather, but from his mom's side or whatever. And he was basically saying, you're like, oh, this was a real hero. He was a soldier, and he lost his arm in the war. And he has a conversation, which I really like this part too. He has a conversation with his grandfather, and it's all done through the voiceover. And we cut over to him, and he's basically saying like he wants to go to war, and his grandfather's like, no, no, you don't, Billy. War's horrible. You'll see things that you take to your grave. It'll run you. It'll ruin you, even if you don't get killed. You'll break your mother's heart if nothing else. And I really like respected for this story that Garth puts that in. I love like Garth feels when I read The Boys, I feel like I feel like Garth has seen some shit. like that this is a man who's really lived some life. And this
Or at
interjection
least,
here, you could have read this story and not have this little insert here, but I feel like Garth like puts a pause. He's like, okay, hold on a second.
well,
And he
he told
makes
you to do
sure
his
that you understand.
research.
He makes sure that you understand he makes sure that you understand that he understands that war is hell. He's not just writing Butcher to be like, oh yeah, look, he's so edgy and tough and ass kicking. Like, no, this is a man that's lived a hard life, and his views are very skewed due to the hell that he's lived through, which has made him very hard, but that doesn't necessarily make him good. And the humanity is always at play here. And I guess I'm going too far. I'm going to keep going the synopsis, but um, so we're at this part where they're like looking at the boat now. The Marines are on shore, and they're like, "Man, glad we're not on the boat anymore, because you know I'd rather be on land." And Butcher makes some comments to them, and basically is just like, watch your heads. If the magazine goes, you're all gonna know about it. And they're just
That
questioning
was
him.
funny.
Yeah, they're
Like,
questioning like,
because,
how can you just turn your back on that? You know?
yeah, you talk about the realism he puts in this book. Like I said, like he puts the humor where it actually would be
Yeah.
in a real story. You know, and not just cheap jokes. You know, it actually is really. He's like, Butcher's like, he's talking to these guys. You guys are idiots. He's like, you realize what's gonna happen if you stand there? You're gonna get hit by bullets. What happens when bullets explode? They
Yep.
fly everywhere.
And he's like, how can you just turn your back? You know, this fella's dying out there. And he comments, they're already dead, mate. Nothing we do is going to change that. And then, of course, we see the light. And I just like how they portrayed here the explosion. We know what's going on because the stories informed it. And it's
Old
just
Joe.
really good use of visual storytelling. And goes back to talking to his dad. He's commenting about how then they flew these choppers in. So they had to go in this mission to take this hill or this mountain. And anyways, there's a lot of dialogue that I'm just going to kind of skip past, and Bankman can comment later if he feels that he wants to.
It's
But
kind of like Band of Brothers. I'll just say this: remember Band of Brothers is a guy. He's like gonna lead him in the battle, and the guy freaks out. That's what happens here. And then Butcher's the lone survivor.
right, well, I hadn't got to that part yet. You're so anyway, so they're getting briefed about taking this mountain and so forth, and then we cut to the next part where it's nighttime and they're actually on the mountain. It's jump forward in time, obviously, and there's this gun position where they're just down, and everyone else is panicking, and they're like they got nowhere to go. Um, they can't leave, but the mortars are like zeroing in on them, and if they try to move the gun position, so Butcher basically explains to them, we got no choice. The only thing we can do, he's got one, like I think it's like a thermite grenade. uh, we could throw this. It'll give them some cover, and we got to charge up this hill. Like it's the only thing we can do. And he basically explains to them, like, look, if we stay here, we're dead. At least if we try, we have a chance. One guy's like pissing
Yeah,
himself, and he's can't muster up the
that
courage. And To which point Butcher's just like, puts his gun. He's like, no one stand behind, no one. And,
That's the guy who was yelling at me for it.
yep, that was the guy that was briefing him. So I think it was like a sergeant, and of
So I
course
want to
he.
point out. I want to quickly say that these. Well, I thought that was funny about this is that basically the main guy, the guy's freaking out now. Was the guy saying he's like, yeah, we're gonna make it up the hill before those those poofers, the parachute troopers, because Gareth and his he captured that too because remember people were competitive. That's what guys are.
Mhm.
So I thought I like that he do through that in there. So continue with that. So
So he's
oh,
like, basically comments to him. He's like, you wouldn't kill me, like whatever. And he's like, you don't think I would? And again, there's that menacing Butcher of like, oh shit, So he's next you see is they're throwing the grenade, and they're charging up, and the gunfires is coming. They're just charging into it, and you just see, Butcher's like a demon, and he's he's fucking RG because they're fighting Argentinians, and he's killing people, and he's just in a berserk rage, and then after that he's just laughing at the thrill of victory, like he survived, like the adrenaline rush, and then he turns around, he's like, hey boys, and he's like, huh, and they're just all dead. And then
this is scary part. Yeah,
Butcher himself
shot.
has to sit down because he's actually shot, and he's basically explaining, in the voiceover, like that it was the most peaceful moment of his life at that point, and he was just ready to die if he need be, and
But yeah, because he said it's gonna harder to breathe, so he's probably gonna die once he falls asleep.
and let's see, he talks just about like the war, how the war ended a little bit later, and how many people died, and etc. Um, and talks about how like the people and his fellow blokes, like it ruined him, just like Granddad said. Except for him, he loved it. And after the war, he's like back home, and he's just hanging out with his fellow soldier guys and stuff. And here we get to see like
Well,
Butcher is kind of becoming his father, and gets to a point like he's just angry all the time, and he's looking to be pissed off all like his dad, and it gets so one of his army buddies or whatever is like saying something, and Butcher's like, what'd you fucking say? And he's like, I didn't say anything. Yeah, Billy, I didn't say a fucking word. Joe was just getting around in. "Oh, yeah? Oh, fucking that's right then, huh? Because I could do with it." And he just smashes his glass into his face. And it's just, the guy didn't do anything. Like, Butcher's just, like I said, he's like becoming his dad, and starts a big fight or whatever. And then Butcher gets thrown in the brig and gets court martialed and all this stuff. And then we can see the scene in Alley where Butcher's getting oral from some floozy, and it's just like I said, you could just see him kind of becoming his dad, and then he starts lying to his mom because his mom's worried about him. He's back in town, and he comes in, like, I guess, to where his dad, like, buddies are, I guess, where they hang out, and tries to take them all on, and they kick the shit out of him, and he's just laughing the whole time. Um, and he says at the end here, but that was all right, really, because the day after I met Becky, and we'll get into that on the next issue here. But what about this issue? What'd you
well,
think about that?
I liked the part you kind of glanced over.
No, no
He
worries,
got
we
out
can
of
go
the
back.
hospital right here. So he gets out of the hospital basically right here, and he's pissed because everybody that survived that was in his group left. Either they moved to a different part of the war or they got out of the service. So he's stuck with all these fresh guys, and he says it pisses him off because they're all excited about war. They're like, oh yeah, and then as soon as you're done talking, running the stories, tell them they don't give a shit about you. They're just piss ants. And Butcher, he knows that Butcher's drinking, and Butcher's already an angry guy, and it's a common thing with people who drink or have history of abuse end up getting more violence. And this is kind of what evidence right here. Butcher is basically becoming more and more drunk. So you can see his dad up there holding a beer. His dad's always every time we see his dad's holding a beer.
Hmm.
So he's becoming more and more like his dad. He just angry. He just wants to fight. and it's clear evidence here. So I mean, I don't know uh, if Garth Ennis has personal experiences with his parents or whatever, or this talking to people coming from broken homes, or just doing research. But I said he did. He's damn well nailed it. And it just shows, yeah, it just shows you Butcher, like it's even he's just becoming he hates himself, so he drinks and he takes it, and he wants to fight. So they go then after this, after he gets court-martialed and stuff, he goes to a random bar and just wants to get another fight again. Gets his ass kicked. He's laughing because he doesn't care. He hates his life. And yeah. So the next issue is where he meets Rebecca, his future wife.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you wanted to go back to this. This was a really cool. This is probably my favorite part of this issue was just the dialogue, the voiceover.
Yeah. Yep.
Um, it was what came next that I weren't so keen on. I don't mean all the bullshit about the Falklands, whether it got Maggie Thatcher back in or any of that. Arseholes go on about the rights and wrongs of wars and never give a fuck about the lads that fight them. Nah, what pissed me off was the time I got out of the hospital uh, and rehab in that a lot of me, a lot of mates had moved on and promoted or transferred or just fucking left. And the new lads, they wanted to know all about it. They'd buy you loads of pints and get you all telling stories. All that bullocks. Fuck. It weren't just them. Sorry, this is tough to read all the accented stuff. It weren't just them. Every civvy you ran into got this look in their eye when they twigged where you'd been because you'd done the business, hadn't you? You'd killed. And man, to me, when I was reading that, I was like, this is thematically kind of like what The Boys is all about. Like the debauchery, the vileness. Like I feel like this whole comic is a commentary on our evil nature as human beings, and Soup's representing it at just a higher level, like because everything about them is superhuman, including like their their debaucherous nature. And I don't know, like something about this was like to me was touching, and of course this is all part of my worldview too. So I'm seeing it through my lens, but
Well, he said he hates it. Oh yeah, he says you doing what they only could dream about, and they were just so fascinated by it, and he just disgusted him. He said nothing matters basically at this point.
right.
So
But I mean, like this, the fascination about him, like they were almost admiring him
yeah,
because
that
he
he
was a
killed.
killer, and I
Yes.
was like, there is something truthful to this. Like I see this in the world around me, especially again. I like I said, I already prefaced this with I'm seeing it through my own lens, but in the world like the secular world, there's something about how people admire evil. People like, oh, it's like it's cool to go out and do drugs and bang tons of women and hurt other people. Like if you get in a fight, if you're an ass kicker, you're gonna be praised, and it's just there's something truthful in this. And it's in a world where, I think people are living without good in their lives, I'll just say. And I think Butcher is stuck in that world too. And the problem is he's really enjoying it. And I think it's interesting to portray because in this whole I'm talking about the greater series of The Boys, the storyline of how the Soups are really bad, but it's not just because the Soups, like, there's bad people, and Butcher may not be so different from the Soups as he would like to think. Um, and we'll get onto it. There's more to the story, but I just really liked, here for the second issue that they kind of like Garth touches on that because I'm really a fan of storylines that explore themes and help you relate to something, whether it be the human condition, whatever it is. I think for me, I find stories fascinating when they can get me to understand or imagine concepts that I don't normally think about or I just never experienced. Um, so that was that's just something I wanted to comment on. Was there anything else you want to talk about this issue before we move on to the next one?
Like I said, tying this with the first issue, you can just see how everything is the butcher. Basically Billy. This is a guy. He's just grew up with a messed up life, and how it's basically just horribly just like it just messed him up. He went to the war to get rid of his anger. Instead, he just got even more effed up because now he's got PTSD from the war, as far as just seeing things you shouldn't see. It could carry to your grave, as his grandfather pointed out.
Do you think he has PTSD? Because he
Well,
doesn't
not
strike
the but
me.
not well, no. I think because he said he's not in the sense of PTSD where he basically has flashbacks to the point where he regrets or he's scared. I think he's more angry. I wouldn't say PTSD is wrong for anything. I think he's more angry now because it didn't do anything for him. It allowed him
Hmm.
to kill stuff, but then he didn't realize he's a shit person, and that's why he didn't like these kids. Because he realized I'm becoming more and more like my dad. Might as well. What do I do?
Yeah, I don't
It
know. I
doesn't.
think I think he's kind of
Doesn't
embracing.
he doesn't hit me. Like I said, he doesn't. Oh, yeah. At this point, he doesn't care anymore. He's like, I'm done. I don't give a shit anymore. Let's just fight. He's laughing because like he's enjoying it.
Yeah,
I think his psyche is pretty much like barely hanging on.
right.
And you'll find out in the next issue with Becky and how it just basically puts everything into perspective.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna welcome Indie Comic Jones is in the chat. He says I see the usual suspects in here tonight. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. Rhaegar comments, it's almost like the cardinal vices or cardinal sins are part of basic human nature. Thinking emoji. I amen to that. Giving you a knowing nod. Um, and even the Greeks talked about this. He says, the ancient Greeks, and that's true. Like I see Butcher sort of in this like demonic nature, like he's just embracing that dark side of humanity. Um, and yeah, like I don't see him traumatized. I see him, like I said, just embracing that, and I see that in the real world. Not that I know a ton of butchers or whatever, but just people that are like this, they don't see anything else. Like that's just their reality, and this is Butcher's reality. And then we're on to book 3 here, and his reality is about to get a major paradigm shift. And so we get introduced to this woman on looks like the subway or the bus or something, and she's comments on him. She's like, "You look like a panda."
The
It,
subway, yeah,
and he's like, "You what?" And she's just like, like a panda. So she shows him reflections with two black eyes. Um, and he's like, "Well, only one thing to say to that, really. You got any bamboo?" And so they're just like immediately flirting, and there's chemistry, and he's explaining to his dead daddy, like, who she was. Her name was Becky Saunders, which we know this is a character from the show. And I admitted to Venkman, for whatever reason, until this issue, obviously I put two and two together here, but before I knew there was a character Becky because the most recent story was called Dear Becky. So I knew there was a character called Becky, but I'd never put together Becky and Rebecca. Seems
yep,
obvious. I totally get it. When I was reading here, I was like, "Oh, this is duh, Rebecca." Um, Obviously, I don't like to compare the show to the comics, but there are obviously parallels where things are pulled from. And the big difference here is, unlike the TV show, she's actually British. Um, so she's not American. Obviously, she's a redhead. And so they meet and they hit it off almost immediately. And there's a part where they're sitting at the table, and Butcher's like, that's right. I'm gonna go get another beer. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna go like basically teach these mouthy brats a lesson. These loud guys at the bar. And she just reaches out and touches his hand and says, "Don't." And we see Butcher commenting, "It was just a little touch, but it stopped me dead. It was like her skin was cool and warm at the same time." And he says, "All right, I'll just get myself another pint." "Nah, don't do that either. Just sit here and talk to me." So he does. he stays back and doesn't get another drink, and he doesn't go beat the shit out of those guys, and he just sits there and talks and lets it all play out. And
She
they
talks about the beer all
they
the time.
talk about it, and uh, she basically she turns out that she's like a social worker, so she's got a bit of a behavioral background as far as, and so she knows about these things, and she's explained to him, talks about his dad drinking and all that stuff, and she says to him like, you look angry, and you looks like you want to make yourself angrier, and you see what I'm saying, she says, and she talks like sense into him, but she does it in like a very gentle way that like gets through to Butcher. And we see like the waiter come by, and he actually, if I remember right here, like orders a water, or
Yep, yep.
um,
There's the water.
so so they keep hitting it off, and one thing leads to another. And so yeah, so Butcher makes a comment that he's talking again. It's one of those things where it's flashing back to him talking to his dad and the actual past flashback scenes. And he's like, if I'm being honest, like she's the only one that ever went on top. And what he's trying to say by that is like, for him, he was always like him just getting himself off with a woman, like just kind of using and abusing her, like type of thing. Like it was just for him to get his kicks. And this was the first time that when he had sex with a woman, like it was beyond, it was more than that. Um, and so it was kind of an interesting way to like put that in there. But when I
Yeah,
was
she was
reading it,
special.
it made it a lot sense to me the way Garth wrote it, and I thought it was a very creative way. Um, so he starts to talk to her like in bed, a little pillow talk here about uh, 'cause she finds a scar on him. He's like, "What's this?" And he starts to talk about it. He's like, "I don't want to hear." She's like, "I don't want to hear war stories." Um, and their their love blossoms, and eventually he takes him to meet his mom, and they all hit it off, and even his brother has a conversation with him, and he's just like, "This girl's one in a million. Don't you lose her." Um, you know, and he's like, and I know but watching you walk in with her today, you know what I thought? Fuck me. That's the first time that he looks like he's happy. Or no, that ain't right. That's the first time he looks like he's at peace. And so that kind of hints Butcher. And then we see another future scene, fast forward in the flashback, where they're having dinner with the family, and they start to communicate like, you need to get away from dad, because and so Becky actually has a conversation with mom and basically kind of talks some sense. She's like, I've seen this before. You're hanging on to a shadow, blah blah blah, and they eventually talk her into leaving uh, their dad. And so we cut over to the next scene where it's the dad. Now at this point, he's had like two different strokes, and he's
Really? So like that's it.
he's
So
much older, and he's just and this is the walk away scene, and she's leaving, and then the dad is just like, basically fuck you, just starts saying shit like, I guess this is what death do us part means, huh? And cussing out the kids and saying like,
he blames
calling,
Becky.
yeah, blaming Becky too, yeah, about being like a home wrecker and all that. And then Butcher's gonna just like, yeah, all right, I've had enough of this. He's like, oh, what are you gonna do? Um, basically, he's like, you're just gonna beat me up. You're like, now that I'm old and I can't defend myself, and basically confronts Butcher and just hits him hard with this comment. He's like, what you really wanted to do, what you wish, and you'll never get a chance to do it. It was take me in my prime. It's like all those time you wanted to and you never did, and now you can't. Essentially, now all you can do is beat up this crippled old body, and he's just like, yeah, go ahead. We both know I would have wiped the floor with you. And then finally, Becky intervenes and is like, don't. He's not worth it. And look at him, really look at him. And so Butcher walks away, and the whole time, like, the dad never gave any satisfaction. He kind of he's the voiceover is like he kind of wishes he'd be crying and begging his wife to come back, but he doesn't. He's like, "I'll give you this one, Dad. Like you hated us the whole way out the door." Um, and So we see a scene back in bed where
Marriage
they're
proposal.
talking, and yeah, and Becky's commenting like about like all this power, all this strength, it has to be tempered. Um,
Needs a woman's
and
touch.
and
Woman
yeah, and
screwed.
she says, men without women, Billy, it ain't a good idea. And man, we'll comment on that. But yeah, so there's a marriage proposal. He just says out of the blue, I kind of glanced past that, but like she's like, "Will you marry me?" And she's like, "What?" And then yes, of course. And I like that. I'll comment there. So we fast forward to the marriage, um, and we get a little wedding, and you know, so what does he say? Like, I guess he wasn't at what talking about his dad who wasn't at the wedding. He's basically like saying about how he was, how he was felt like he was floating and all that stuff. And he says, "It's funny, I never said nothing like this to anyone before, and you probably think I'm a right ponce, but you're dead, you old cunt. So you can just fuck right off." And it was kind of you pointed out before, like it's really funny. Like he puts the comedy in the right beats in the right spots.
Yep.
Like and it's just funny because Butcher talking like all kind of like sensitive, like and it's like that's so not Butcher, and he can
Yeah.
only talk that way to a dead man who like no one would ever
Yep. Yep.
hear him saying it,
Exactly.
and then he catches himself saying it, and he's just like, "Well, you can fuck off." And it's like, "Oh yeah, that's classic Butcher." And I believe that, yep, that was the last. So this issue, what do you got to say about it?
Like I said, I like the fact that that line right there. Men without women. It just it just I just said it ain't a good idea
Yes.
because women were designed to basically find someone that we can share our lives with and and procreate. That's basically our nature that's built into us.
Yep.
Uh, so like I said, and I like the fact that there's like 1 in a million. His brother had said, "She's 1 in a million. You're never gonna find anything like her. Don't screw it up." You
Yeah.
know, um, you know. And he's like, "You actually look happy and stuff." And he gets to see it. The turning point. It was that he found someone that understand what he's going through, and he just realized, you know what? I don't have to be angry anymore. She reminded him like, he has no control over you. You can be your own person. Let go of this anger. It's not doing any good. And she basically softens. She basically he becomes the heart who's the Grinch whose heart grew 3 sizes. And he said like is I the fact the whole interaction with when they're moving his mom out out of the dad's place, and the dad's like, "Oh yeah, I bet you it was that freaking red haired cunt over there, like it was her pop." It's like that's actually what would happen. That's real dialogue that would actually would freaking happen between situations like this. Like it's so real, and it's so cliche, but it's real. It
Yeah.
happens. That's why it's cliche. It's not Hollywood fake. It actually stuff like this does happen. So I mean, like, I wonder, like, if he just from watching TV, or if he said he talked to people, especially social work. Maybe Santa was a social worker. You know, maybe this is like you said, that's sometimes just telling the truth, telling stuff about real stories works in comic books.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like when I read Garth Ennis, especially the boys, not all Garth Ennis stuff, but when I'm reading the boys, I feel like I'm reading an author who's lived life, who's not just informed by like what they saw on TV or in a movie. I feel like a lot of modern writers today are writing that way. Like their life is only experienced in fiction, and so they take that fiction and then they regurgitate it, and then that's why so much of their stuff feels so phony because it was based on phoniness. Like the really good authors, right? They're able to put stuff on a page because they experience something. That's why I think the classics, if you, and we're not really here to talk about actual books, but just real quickly, like some of the classics have like such a harder hitting authenticity to them because they're written by people who lived hard lives and then
Like Moby
became a
Dick
writer.
is a real story.
I don't know if I'd use Moby Dick as an example, but um, y- you know, uh, and it's just I remember someone told me this a while back about writing, and I was like, oh yeah, and it just kind of one of these things that stuck with me. And then once I like heard that, I started paying attention, and I was like, as I was paying attention to things I was reading going forward, it was becoming evident. I was like, oh yeah, I can see this is making sense. Um, I wanted to point out this page up I got on the screen. We can see Butcher's mom, and the art is drawing like her face all weird, like her eye. I didn't cover this part. There was a part
Yeah, 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 I saw
where
that too.
where the dad had
It hit her.
bashed her head, like hit her so hard, like broke her eye socket, and so she has a glass eye.
Yep.
So this is one of those things that Garth really sets the tone so that you can feel like in our recap as we're talking about this, we're not capturing the emotion or the seriousness to it. But when you read these books, why it's so impactful, uh, at least to me, and I don't want to speak for RDV, is is because of that. Like he Garth doesn't pull punches, pun intended. He really shows you the nitty gritty because it informs the story. And Butcher, it'd be easy to write Butcher off as just like, oh, dude's a fucking cold hearted killer. Like, I don't have a lot of compassion for him because he made his bed, he's got a lie in it. Like, I kind of get that sense. But in this story, one of the reasons I liked it so much is you took a cold hearted, incompassionate person like Butcher who hurts other people, lets other people around him get hurt. It's hard to like feel bad for him because you're like, "Oh, well, dude, that you brought this on yourself and you're not really a good person." But then you read the stories like this and you get to see like what he's gone through, and particularly where we're going now with Becky in the picture is she opens the heart of Butcher, like exposes like, oh, there's still goodness in Butcher. Like he's not gone yet. Like he can be redeemed, right? That kid that was brought up by this abusive dad and all this horror. Like we now have sympathy for this guy because we see him as a kid, what he had to go through, and like no one can get through that. The fact that his younger brother is as good as he is only because Butcher was willing to take all the pain on himself so his brother could be spared and have somewhat more of a normal life and be able to function with that morality and that being able to see humanity in a good lens. Butcher didn't. He took it all on himself. But then he meets Becky and she somehow brings him back out of this. And it's not easy. He doesn't make it just like Butcher just snaps and like, oh, I'm sudden good. Like he's got to do baby steps. Um, but but yeah, she's just really involved with his life, and you can just see like this scene here, which you already said I'm gonna go back to after the marriage proposal. This page is one of my favorite pages in all of the boys so far. And it's just such a simple scene, where they're laying in bed and she's just kissing him, and all this strength, all this power has to be tempered. Men without women, Billy, it ain't a good idea. And I just want to like applaud because I know I'm going to speak through my lens, but I for one am so fed up with modern writing and storytelling that a either try to make men more effeminate or what we call beta male, or b try to suggest that men and women are really just the same. We just have different organs, but women can do everything that men can do, vice versa. We have pretty much the same mentality. It is not true. Butcher is he's a hyper example, but Butcher represents masculinity. He represents all the unchecked nature that men have that we keep in check. right? We most of us are not like Butcher because A, we didn't live his life, but and B, we're just a little bit we've been a lot we're able to be softer because we live a softer life and we don't feel the need. But Butcher just represents a lot of that what men could be. And we're just different. Psychologically, we're just wired different than women. I'm not saying for good or for bad. We're different. And I will speak for myself, relate to this so much about needing a woman to temper me. Like my life was so much better with a good woman. And I believe every man their life is so much better with a good woman because not only do they temper that side, they're able to do so much more. I'm not going to get into all that, but this scene just really hit me, and this is one of the things I love about writing is when it can reach you. I talked about how when it can make you feel things um, that you've never experienced, but also when it can make you relate and go, someone else gets it, and they don't say it directly, but they put a scene in and go, "Yep, I totally understand this scene." And so, anyways, I just wanted to go off. Other people may be rolling their eyes. I don't know. They may not matter to them, but I wish we had more of that. I wish we had more writing where men could just be men and women could just be women and we could just embrace it because I've talked about this in previous episodes about one of the reasons I love uh Starlight so much is because she's so feminine and she feels like a woman and she's so good to Huey and Huey's like fucking up and all this stuff but like you can see as a guy through my eyes I look at it and go oh god Huey needs this woman
Well,
like
yeah, and that's the thing with Starlight. She's strong. She's a strong woman, but she's also supportive of her man,
hmm
and
and
not
she's
not
super
blindly
strong like
supportive. And only
Huey
only because Huey, not not to say that he deserves it. It's because she she does out of respect for him. Same with him doing respect for her. Like uh, not where like where I don't like it when you have like where characters like a woman should be subservient to a guy who doesn't deserve it. Like that I don't like that. But
yeah
yeah.
no
So and the same thing with that in that case we see with even his mom. She's she stays in the relationship. She's been smacked around. Her eye socket got caved in. She got gut punched up. And she did it because she was clinging to that hope, like most women do. Abusive women, they don't speak out. They take the abuse because they're clinging on to the hope. Well, when I first met him, he loved me. He was that's a different guy, and they're thinking like they don't know what to do. They're scared because they don't work because the other guy makes all the husband makes all the money. Even Lenny pointed out, you can't kill him because we'll be broke. You'll be in jail. I'll be stuck with mom. I'll have to go to orphanage because mom can't afford to take care of me. It's just like it's not worth it. And I said it's this whole situation. I love the characters and I love the development. It's just so real,
yeah
you know. It's not, and this is a cape book. Think
right
about this.
yeah
It's this is not Marvel, and I guess it's not all like Marvel and DC where they're all like nothing really matters, and I'm not in the sense that I'm poo-pooing the older books. I'm just saying the way he writes this, it's he makes it feel not only just like this. If you had a superhero book, but it's set in the real world, and these are real people,
yep
like he gives character growth, and that's the thing. That's what we want from comic books. Now people are like, oh, it's too raunchy, stuff. Well, that's what the world is.
yes the world is one of the things I love about this book, I don't like the raunchiness. I don't like the violence, but you hit it on the head. That's what the real world is, and it's difficult. You have if you're going to tell a story that's real, that's involving itself with the violence and like you need to show it because I don't want to
The
actually
teaching moment,
experience it. I don't, you know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like Saving Private Ryan is one of the most like effectual movies that I've ever seen. Like I literally sat in the theater for 5 minutes after the credits were done rolling because I was just blown away and just like my mind like it just moved me and I was like in all the years since I've reflected on it, I was like, I never want to have to go to war to understand what our veterans do. Like, there are certain things that no one should have to experience. Like the grandfather was saying, it's like, look, Billy, you don't actually want to go there. It'll ruin you. Like it did, you know. And a lot of times, we as humans, we don't learn things until we experience them firsthand. Then we go, oh, okay. But I'm glad to not actually have to go sleep with hookers to have like, oh, okay, I learned my lesson on that. Oh, I used to be a total drug addict. Now I learned my lesson. Oh yeah, I went to like I don't want to have to experience. I don't want to have to like experience living in in criminal society and trying to come free from that. And that's what writing can do for you. So some of these stories that are, are I don't know X rated, but like hard R rated, like the violence, the debauchery, he's not doing it to celebrate. Like we're not reading like porn. We're reading stories about real people and the things that they have to experience is very hard and that is necessarily needs to be in the story to like shock us, to make us feel and go, "Oh, damn," just like Saving Private Ryan needed that Normandy scene to be like, "Look, it's not like war movies before Saving people today if you're younger, you may not realize because that's like the norm. But war movies before Saving Private Ryan were not like that. Like you'd see people shooting guns and you'd see people falling down. Like you go watch a John Wayne war movie. There's no blood, right? There's no. It feels very what we call, TV or movie like. But Saving Private Ryan was like the first time you're like, oh my god, I felt like I was like the cameraman was really just filming the war, and I guess that's what I'm saying. Like Garth Ennis is able to take me to a place that feels authentic and makes me feel like I'm experiencing things through this fiction that my brain can fill out the rest of the blanks. And it's because of that. Like I don't think The Boys would be as effective if he pulled his punches and there was no debauchery, if there was no violence. It would be harder to sell that story and make it as impactful. But he doesn't do it to celebrate it. He does it to like kind of like almost horrify you of it. Anya says, I like when a story has more than one level to it. On the surface, it's a story about a group taking out the superpowered beings. Then there's a character studies like where Butcher came from. Butcher's background informs and influences how he is in the present day. Amen. I agree to that. Roger.
Sure will
Rhaegar
co.
says, Rhaegar says, I think about the profiles of so many male mass shooters and criminals or serial killers. Um, yeah, that was probably when I was talking about Butcher. He says, Ash, you won't believe how many normie friends I've had conversations about this very topic where they brought it up unprovoked by me regarding the problem with males in media today. Yeah, amen to that. I was shocked because I didn't expect people to pay attention to deeper context and tropes normally. Oh, okay, cool. I hope I'm speaking on a level that you relate to. Rogers' evil twin. Still with us, RDV? Did we lose RDV?
Hold on, I muted my mic because you were doing so wonderfully there. I didn't want to interrupt your flow.
Oh, well, thank you for not interrupting my flow. Yeah, I did go off on a bit of a long-winded one, so appreciate your patience with me on that. Any other thoughts you want to talk about issue 3, or should we move on to 4?
Let's move right on to it. Let's keep this little thing going.
All right,
Not
here we
derail
go.
anymore.
On to 4. So we cut over to a funeral, and once again we hear the voiceover because it's moving back and forth in time, and we discover that the funeral is actually for Lenny. Um, and when I was reading this, I was like, "Oh, this is the dad. Like this is when
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
burying him." And nope, it's Lenny. Name of the issue: "The Last Time to Look on This World of Lies." And so Lenny's dead, and
Beep beep.
we go over to the wake, and now his wife Becky is like, ready to go to bed, and he's like, yeah, and a mo. I'm not sure what the moment, I guess.
Oh man, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
and she's like, "Woof, Ben, basically going to bed." He's like, "Yeah, in a moment. You've been brilliant, love."
yeah. Okay, so again, sometimes the dialect is
I think you're just overtired reading these.
well when you read them out loud. When I'm reading them by myself, it's a lot easier. But when you read it out, like trying to in my head, I can hear it in the accent and everything, but when you say it, I can't do it, and it gets lost in translation. Um, and he's just sad, and this butcher doesn't know how to deal with feelings, right? Like so, and she's like says, what else am I gonna do except be here for you? And he comments to her, you've been great. Um, he told me to never lose you. Do you know that? He said you're one in a million. And then we cut forward in time a little bit, and they're in bed, and they're having a discussion about having a baby, and he's like, "Why not? You'd be a brilliant dad." And of course, Butcher doesn't think so. It's clear, obviously, that he's worried that
I love what he
he
says though. He says I never smacked a bird around or nothing but that. You know. So remember his dad would hit women.
yep.
So
Um, and so she's easing his conscience or trying to, and saying, you'd be great. And that just because he was bad doesn't mean you'd be bad, etc. Um, and so she's trying to talk him into it, and basically she explains she's still 26 or whatever. So they're still young, like they have time. And so he's like, okay, well, why don't we leave it this way for now? Like, we'll put a pin in this. And so Butcher's, talking to his dad again, explaining, and we get a little bit into the politics of the day with Margaret Thatcher, um, but explaining how like business is booming, like in the 80s. It was exactly true here in the United States. Seems that way in UK. Just the economy was roaring. Reaganomics, Margaret Thatcher, just boom. Um, and so business is good, even though Butcher's just a construction worker. There's just so much work they're talking about, but they there's a concession here about how all the money's flowing one direction, like under Republicans or conservatives or whatever. Like, yeah, economy is great. However, government programs aren't so great. Like, it's not the funding. And of course, his wife, she's a social worker. So she's not getting funding to do the things that she wants to do. And she's making some comments about, I guess, this program that she has called Care in the Community. And it starts to become kind of a thing. Like, and so Butcher, of course, is sensitive to Becky's needs and desires and her feelings about things. And I think he also just recognizes that, yeah, there's like becomes the type of thing like, yeah, where is the care in the community? Like the actual, not just the organization, but you know, and so we're at dinner, and who was this guy with the ponytail? Remind me, was
that's her.
he's not
That's her father.
that's Becky's
That's her.
father?
That's Becky's parents.
Okay, okay, I wasn't 100% sure. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, so they're having dinner at Becky's parents, and he's a total. I mean, you can just see from the drawing, he's like, that he's a total liberal, and he starts talking about this new order stuff, and this is all a big.
Because yeah, look at the bottom left panel where she says she's putting her hand on it. She says like, "I said, listen, me mom and dad want us over for dinner on Sunday."
Yeah, okay.
See,
So,
bet you missed that part.
yeah, but for some reason, like I thought when I was reading this, I guess because she drew the mom looking so much kind of like Butcher's mom, and I was like, oh,
I know.
Butcher's mom
I
put on weight. And I was
yeah, I
like,
was like, yeah.
so that yeah, and I was like, is that anyways?
His
So
mom's new boyfriend. No, yeah, no.
yeah, yeah. So anyways, so that makes more sense. Um, anyways, they're having some like political discussion again. It brings up the Falklands and
And Steven Spielberg's there.
Steven Spielberg. Um, so they get kind of like and just like you'd expect, you start getting a political discussion. This is probably one of the reasons why a lot of people say you just don't talk about politics and religion because
Yes.
people have their opinions and other people get offended and whatever. And Butcher makes a comment about how basically like if he you know talking to her dad like uh what I think you should do about it is like if I ever got as worked up as Guy is, which is her dad, and his name is Guy. So if I ever got as worked up as Guy is, I think I'd try to get on the inside, maybe see if I could get into driving seat myself. And he responds like, "Oh yeah, fight from within, blah blah blah." And he's like, "No, what I'm saying is, mate, like get a hold of that power, and then point it straight at whatever's pissing you off." Which again is informative of how Butcher's psyche works. Like, right, he get the power, then use it on what's pissing you off. Um, and he's like, "Well, how do you accomplish this little miracle exactly?" And he's like, "That I do not know, I'm afraid." And oh, surprise, surprise. Um, and of course, here we zoom in, like thematically consistent here. Guess who's drinking? Guy. And he's getting all angry, and he gives a look to his wife. And he's like, "There was a time when old Guy would have been headfirst through the window inside the first 10 seconds. Now I almost felt sorry for the cunt. Some lads, they were over, their wars were over before they even begun. And they do it to themselves too, every single time." And then we can see Butcher's happily in bliss with Becky, and he's like moved on, like he's not the same Butcher anymore. And that's so they're walking home the street, and they're just having some fun, marital like relationship dialogue, and it cuts over to basically Becky had surprised him, saved up some money for a vacation in Florida. And I don't know about you, Venkman, but we all kind of knew what was coming. And so when I saw like, oh, they're going to America, this was like, oh shit. And you can just see the look on Butcher's
Yeah,
face.
yeah.
Like I
You,
immediately like, oh god, I kind of
you
know
saw
what's a
Homelander there.
yeah. You meet like are like, oh no, here it comes. And so we can see Becky on the beach. She's a hot redhead, 26 years old. She's probably gorgeous, you know. And the seven show up, and this is kind
Yeah.
of this is kind of like their first um, Butcher's first introduction. Like, um, and even at the time, like Butcher thinks they're a bunch of tits, but is what he says. But he doesn't have the same animosity, right? You just see him like as like they're just clowns, right? And that's not the normal Butcher we think of, because the normal Butcher we think of is post Becky. And so they're just having a good time, and the seven fly away, and we just see the nice bliss where they're sharing an ice cream cone. And then we cut over back to the present, and Butcher just is not happy. And so he talks about how he went on a walk. Second to last night, he went for a walk after dinner, and Becky just wanted to stay and read a book. And when he gets back, she says, leave the light off. And there's something different, but Butcher doesn't really catch on. And she's just like, I just think I ate something bad. I just want to sleep. And so Butcher's like, cool.
He says the
And then
clams. He probably I didn't like the look of them either. So
yeah, and so even on the flight home, he talks about the voiceover. It's so fucking obvious now. A blind man could see it. She didn't want to be touched. She sat hunched over all the time, like she was all knotted up inside. Door slammed or whatever. She'd jump out of her skin. She didn't smile. But he explains like that at the time you're not looking for it. He didn't want to see it, so it was like obvious later. But at the time, he's
signs,
just on.
everything. Yeah.
And she would just make up excuses and what have you. And so he's staring at the gravesite of his brother, and he's goes to visit his brother, and he's has a conversation. He's like, "I think I'm losing her. The one thing you told me not to do, and here I am doing it." And he just pours his heart out. He's like, "She's all I got." And this is a side of a Butcher that we're not used to seeing. And we see him back at home, or sorry, we see him back at his dad's home or whatever. He's like, "I suppose you got any booze around here?" And then he talks himself out of it, even though Becky's long dead. And yeah, it's better appreciated. This is the way I read it without the page
Yeah.
reveal. And then he says, "I think it happened fast because even if I wasn't a light sleeper, I could have slept through it if she'd been making a lot of noise. All I did think I heard was a sort of long gasp, like someone had been trying to gulp in all the air in the room, only they never breathed it out again. Becky?" And he wakes up. "Becky, are you?" And then you turn the page and you see the image I chose for the thumbnail, and it was just, man, this is just an impact. Like, look at this, like floating infant with the freaking laser
He li-
eyes.
Yup.
This page was just, gosh, oh, it's horrifying. And he's just like, fuck. And we turn the page, and the baby's just like shooting lasers at him, like laser. He's like, and he gets in a fight with his, well, not his baby, but um, essentially, his the baby, his wife, and it just goes to town on it, and
So now you know his wife was pretty much raped.
yeah, you can start putting two and two together. He kills the infant. And he's like, "Becky, Becky," and she's of course dead.
She
And we just
hemorrhaged.
see
Yeah. Internal
the
bleeding.
the heartbreak in Butcher's eyes. We'll never see this look on Butcher's face ever again.
So
Um,
what was good left of him is gone.
yeah. Um, Now at this
He
point,
lost
Butcher
a
doesn't
lot.
know
Yeah.
what's happened yet, though.
Yeah.
He just he
No.
just he just
So
experienced he's yeah he just experienced loss, and that's it. So issue 4, lay into it. What do you want to talk about?
like I said, going into this, when I first read the first issue, I knew exactly where this was headed to. And it's such a happy story, and then it's just like you just get gut punched, like his mother got punched by his dad. Yeah,
Yeah.
it just wow. Um, like I said, I do like it just shows you like that the world isn't is what you make it is. Bad things are going to happen to you, and you can either go butcher's route where you can just give up, or I mean, or you can just we all have our breaking points. How much can you take? Butcher's whole entire life he's been receiving everything, just taking and taking, taking to the point where it's like he finally finds something gets good, and then he loses his brother, and then he loses her, and the most horrifying way. This guy is he's ready to mentally snap. Like I said, now where this goes from now on, like you'll find out in the next chapter, the next issue. But at this point, you'd think anybody else, realistically, they would shoot themselves. You know,
Yes, a lot of people would shoot themselves. I mean, this is
this is just horrifying.
Butcher is a much harder person. I don't think
Yeah,
he's the type of psyche to succumb to that, but
well,
yeah, I
you
could
never
totally
know.
see.
That's the problem. Though. You never know.
You do never know.
And
I'm only speaking
yeah,
speculative, of course, but he doesn't seem he I think Butcher would end himself differently. Kind of like where we saw him earlier in the comic where he was just charging into
get a
bars
fight.
and
Yeah,
just
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Um
Well,
and
it's easier to have someone else do it for you because most people don't have the can't get the nerve up to do it themselves, so they have to have someone else. Death by cops.
that happens.
Yeah, it's horrible. But overall, it's just like the whole entire thing. This guy's so in love and all that stuff, and then just to have his heart ripped out, and then he said it's as he talks to his dad, and he's like, I think he even mentions to his dad, he's like, in the next issue, he's like, it's almost like it was a fluke. Guys like us, we don't deserve to be loved, something like that.
Yeah.
Like his psyche is so. As I said the butchered his. I think he has a form of PTSD, but it's not normal what you normally would do. Like like I said, his PTSD is like becoming his dad. He's afraid of that. He's got
If
so much stress
if
and being abused.
if Butcher has PTSD or some form, I
He's
think it's
hiding it.
not from the war. I think it's from
No,
growing up in his house.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Um,
Dealing with his dad. That's why he's talking to his dad now. He's getting out venting,
yeah. This issue was just utterly
heart
heartbreaking to
wrenching.
me.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Um, and
Uh,
we've seen
a book
Garth
that grows.
do
Yeah,
we've seen Garth do similar things previously where he likes to do this like setup and then gut punch you and just be like, "Oh." But this one, man, I really relate to this book.
last
Not
week
ex-
he kills. Last week he kills a dog. Now he
yeah.
kills the wife.
Yeah.
Butcher
No,
is like is dude.
so without getting too personal, I this book felt very real to me, very personal because in many ways I feel a little bit like Butcher. Now I didn't live a life like Butcher. I didn't have a upbringing like Butcher, but I did have a cold, hard upbringing in a different way. And my life, I had an outlook on life that was just not good for a long time. And then I met the love of my life and was with her for 17 years and then had it all uprooted. And the whole story about like the one in a million, the whole, you know, these are the aspects that I relate to Butcher. And when I see Butcher now talking to his dad and no longer having Becky in his life, and, I, it just hits me like a freight train. Like I feel like I've been on a similar journey in different ways. Like I didn't go to war, I didn't, but that that darkness of like not having a light to look at and think, and then all of a sudden you get like Becky just comes in his life and it's like changes him. Like I've experienced that and then had it ripped away and then living in the aftermath of that. And so this book was very personal to me, and
Well,
I I just feel that Garth, again, what I want to say is Garth feels like a person who's lived life, right? Like this feels so authentic. Like I said, even though none of this, like obviously I didn't kill a super infant, or there's so much that's like way different, but just how it all plays out and how the reactions are and how it affects us. That is what's the real part, and I can just atone or attest to it from my own personal life experience. And it's yeah, my heart, man, and Butcher just feels like such a better character to me because I feel like I understand
well,
in some ways.
I can relate to this book too. Like my dad was a victim of abuse his whole entire life.
Mm,
He was illness. So I had an alcoholic grandfather. That abused my grandmother, cheated on her. So I mean, like, but my dad ended up, 6 years ago, ended up taking his own life. Because he had this such a shitty life, I mean, before obviously not having us as kids, and I was the youngest, we're like, that was the happiest part of his life and stuff, with my mom and stuff, but he was just so damaged, so broken. And then hurting his back, to the point where he's about to be paralyzed, being a wheelchair for the rest of his life from working, you know.
mhm,
Uh, he just couldn't take anymore. So I mean, life's it's hard, man. Like like it's not like look at you. I mean, you have your mom. Your mom, you're a single parent growing up.
mhm,
Not everybody gets the happy ending that they want. Uh, you make do with what you have, and then like I said, like, and then you're obviously. I mean, my point is that no matter how hard it gets, reach out. It's hard to. I don't understand it. It's hard to reach out, talk to somebody, but do it at least. Uh, and if the
not
first part,
everyone has someone to reach out to.
I know. Like I said, well, we
And like
form
and
online.
this is why I identified Butcher.
Well, yeah.
But
Well, I
Butcher doesn't
mean,
have anyone to reach out to, which is why he's talking to a dead body.
yeah, I know. I know. Not everybody has its own. It's like, I said be thankful for what you have. But I mean, if you have the opportunity, and you feel so weird about doing it, talking to a total stranger, do it. Just sometimes you need to talk these things out. You know, it's hard. You know, we're
Hopefully,
guys. We're
hopefully
prideful.
anyone listening, hopefully you have family. And the moral of the story that I would suggest is like if you have family, embrace them, whoever it is. If you have a wife or husband, whatever, treat them like they're one in a million. Don't let go. Don't let don't don't let yourself come between it. If you have mom or dad, kids, if you're old enough, whatever, embrace that. It's so easy to lose it. And especially if you get into a position where you think you can't lose it, it just increases the chance that you can. And um so you'll only realize when it's gone. It's cliche to say that,
Don't know
but
what you got till it's gone.
yeah, it's so true.
Yeah, it
And
is.
um and when then it's too late. So I don't want to turn this into a sob story. I just was trying to reflect on why
It's
this
it's such a
it
heartfelt topic. It's like I said, this is one of the things that most people would just rather like gumdrops and lollipops and like oh
yeah.
good good stuff. He wrote a book that captures what's it's even though it's fiction, it's so close to reality.
Yes.
But it's not. But it's not. It's not like he's saying specific characters.
Mhm.
These characters can be anybody.
Mhm. No,
You
yeah, and
know,
I think that's what I'm saying. Like you can identify, I think, because they're so real human, you can find ways to relate. Even like I said, I'm nowhere near like Butcher mentally, but I have experienced a certain life path that's taken me down so that when I see him experience his pain, I go, "Oh, I kind of understand that because my path was like similar and I had pain in a different way." Like, so that's just I don't know. I just think that's really good writing when you can get into the human nature and tell these type of stories and make them feel so real. And like I said, now like Butcher's so much more to me now that I've been on this journey with him. Um, because it feels informed, like as Marania had commented earlier. Speaking of comments, Rhaegar says he's drinking the wine with his pinky extended, and I wasn't paying attention before, but um, sure enough, here in the last panel, that's how I drink with my pinky extended. Um, the old guard said, "You don't talk about politics and religion. The younger generation calls you a coward for not discussing it." Really? I think like the younger generation's more triggered than anyone about politics and religion. Um, okay, now this just got goofy. The baby knows how to use his powers. I didn't find that goofy.
actually no,
Um,
because the baby did not know these powers. It used a heat vision and it blew back. It's just that it's just one of those things where basically remember you also got to realize this. Remember, a lot of these people that had powers were not born with powers.
right,
They were given powers.
right.
The only person that was born with or actually was born with powers was Homelander
That we know of.
that we know of in the whole entire book.
Yeah.
So this is a natural course. This would cause so much. There'd be a lot of dead women, pretty much. Uh,
Right. I didn't find this
yeah,
goofy because
no,
A, we don't necessarily know that it knows how to use its powers. This could just be an involuntary reaction, right?
like, well,
Second,
we talked.
secondly,
Yeah,
babies know how to scream when they're born. Like it's not like oh, like, look at that infant it knows how to make noise. Like it's a natural part of its
can,
physiology. It's
can you imagine, like if Superman Jonathan Kent, if they went took all the precautions and the baby just has been just starts using its powers in the womb, you know,
yeah. I think that's what
yeah,
I think
that's
that's
kind of
part of
what
what the boys is all about is like
yeah, yeah, yeah,
taking these I what ifs to a
yeah.
place. Um, uh, let's see. Rhaegar says, I think a lot of people think they are weaker than they give themselves credit for. A differing perspective often showed me that it could be a lot worse when I thought all was lost. Yeah, that's probably true, but I would offer that you were able to come to that conclusion precisely because you had someone to help you to that conclusion. If you if you think all is lost and you don't have anyone at all to help you out of that conclusion, you, there's a lot of merit to that thought. I'm not saying all is lost, but I can totally understand why you would that would reaffirm that feeling. Is all I'm trying to say. He says, reach out and touch someone, not like Reed Richards. Rager says, yes, Ash, it's the younger generation that are always making those woke TikTok and etc. memes about why you shouldn't celebrate X holiday every holiday. Yeah, but I think that's a little different because making a TikTok video or a YouTube video, it's a one-way talk. Everyone is happy to share whatever they want when they don't have to get feedback. But when it's sitting around like say like the family dinner, now all of a sudden you can get responded to. You see those same TikTok people that are so happy to tell you whatever they you see them on Twitter when you can actually respond to them and then watch them get triggered. Just from a Twitter response. I've had so many quote unquote younger generation or whatever just I've never seen more people get triggered on just simple things. People flipping out, you know, and why are you in my Twitter feed? I'm like, you realize this is a public Twitter. Like you're saying stuff in public and you're getting upset that people are responding to your public. If you want to say things in private, then people will respond. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel like the younger generation, just speaking as a Gen X person born in the 70s, I feel like people today are way more triggered than ever. You can't talk about stuff. Like they will be happy to say what they want to say, but you can't say anything to them. Also, those writing those articles about why you should bring up discussion. Yeah. Um, anything else on this issue, RDV? We got two more to go.
Uh, let's power through the heartbreak and get to the basically the anarchy and revenge.
Yeah.
It's-
So
now, now this question here: is he flying? At first, I thought that he was
yeah,
like,
I know I
what?
did too.
I was like, oh no, he's just walking through the snow.
Hold on, my dog needs to be let out. Keep the keep the plebes entertained.
All right, as we now we know who let the dog out. All right, so overall, what do you guys think of this so far? Issues 1 through 4. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys have read this before, but I I knew about Butcher. I knew about how his wife dies in the comic book because I've read parts of this before, so I got spoiled for me. But for those, if you watch the show, actually, I don't think you've watched the show at all, have you, Rhaegar? But the show is a little bit differently. I mean, as far as what kind of they do with Rebecca and all that stuff,
A lot.
and
the
yeah, so I mean, I
whole
kind
the
of
whole the
knew,
whole baby Homelander is way different.
going in this, I knew what was going on, and as far as but like I didn't know what they're gonna change about his brother and stuff. His mom and stuff, his dad, because his dad's still a deadbeat in the show, and his mom's in spoiler, his mom stays with the dad. Um, I like I said this. I kind of feel like the show kind of copped out. But then again, they want to build it different though because in order to do his parents and stuff of this, they had to change everything because they're going to do with the wife and everything with that.
Show's
But
way different. I honestly
can you imagine if the
don't
show would have been like? Do you imagine if the show would have been like this though? How serious it would have been like this? I wonder how much flack they would have got.
I don't think the show could do this. Like this
Well,
show would just
I
be
think they could. Is that well, in the sense that they wouldn't be allowed to?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there's
Yeah,
just no
because they're supportive. A woman supporting a guy. What?
yeah, the
What?
show the show skirts so many things that the comics deal with here. The comics, these comics are so unapologetically non PC. They're so anti woke. Like, not only are they anti woke, like they're downright offensive in some ways. Like, I'm not offended because I think getting offended by fiction is stupid, but um,
You've
yeah,
never read Bendis, have you?
it doesn't offend me. It just, it just is bad. The show obviously doesn't want to have all that offense. It keeps the debauchery and it keeps the violence, but yeah, some of the themes are like, just different. And in fact, the last season actually does has have a couple of woke moments that kind of bothered me. Didn't wasn't a deal breaker, but I was more like an eye roll, just like, really, you're God, do that. Come on, it's not necessary. Just tell the story. But yeah, I think that they're just two different animals. When I watch a show and I read the comic, it's like watching Roger Moore James Bond versus Daniel Craig James Bond. They're both James Bond, but they're radically different. Like, I don't expect one is a continuation of the other, if that makes sense. Um, anyways, back to the story. Um, this one's called "Here Comes a Candle to Light You to Bed." So, um, I guess that's where the candlestick maker part comes in. Um, but he's talking to his dad and he's lamenting about the loss of Becky. You know, that. So he's in the room and we got a VOT specialist, much like we're used to, right? This is how we got introduced to our
Huey?
boy Huey, and they got to they got to clean it up the mess, right? A mess has happened. We need to clean it up, and this guy makes a pretty big mistake. So he does the whole thing where they offer him, a way out, but instead of offering compensation or whatever, he basically does the hard
Oh,
approach. Basically, like, we can do this the good easy way or the hard way. The hard way, is that we blame it all on you, and because of your background, you're gonna go to jail and blah, all this stuff. And it's just like, um, and Butcher just responds as he's listening to all this, like, "You're married?" The guy's like, "Yes." You imagine what it'd be like to never see her again? And you just look at Butcher's face. It's just like an earnest question. And then he responds with this in the true butcher. This is the Butcher we know.
yes, because he's
Eh,
snapped now.
Yeah, this is, and so we see Butcher is in isolation, and we get introduced to Mallory, which we know is the guy who
I, li-
formed the boys, and this is how Mallory eventually showed up and
I
met
like,
Butcher the
see,
first time.
I like how Butcher says he doesn't remember that happening or he was in such a fit of rage he doesn't remember this.
Right. Um, so Mallory is talking to him and basically explaining that 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 there's the security services that handle this for blah blah, et cetera, blah blah blah, and that he's trying to put something together or whatever, and he ends up giving him a diary. He's like, "Here's Becky's diary," and Butcher's like, "Becky never had a diary." He's like, "Well, we found it, and so here you go." He's like, "I'll come back in an hour, and you can tell me if you're in or out." And so Butcher's left to read the diary, to which we get several pages of the diary, and I won't bore you with trying to describe the whole thing, but suffice it to say, the diary explains in Becky's words the whole event with Homelander. And she does name him, so there's no speculation. Um, but basically, to sum up at the end, she can't deal with it. And she's like, "There's one thing I'm certain of: Billy can never find out, because if he does, that other side of him will come out and he'll go after Homelander. I can beg and beg, but it won't make any difference. He'll do it, and he'll get killed because I don't even know how you'd go up getting at someone like that. But if you ever, but if you ever did it, would be breaking into the White House and then trying to fight 1,000 tigers at once. He would know that and he'd try it anyway. He'd use his life up with it. Oh, Billy, I never understood just what he sees in me. I know he thinks I saved him from a life of God knows what, and I'm the greatest person alive. He's never done telling me, but I never thought I was really all that special. I'm just a girl who loves him. That's all. And man, oh man, that hit me in the feels. And Butcher's just like, open the fucking door. um, and basically he signs up with Mallory. Um, Mallory kind of explains a little bit about the superhuman thing, about where what's the deal with V and all that. And basically kind of makes him the promise, like I can give you a chance, like you can go and do this and end yourself, whatever, but I can give you an opportunity. It may take years, it may even take decades, but I'll put them on a platter for you, um, if you do. And this is one thing that hit me too was, well, I'll get to that when we do the recap. So Butcher's all in, and so they go on the first mission. Fast forward, and Mallory just basically says, "I want you to go in the house and kill everyone you find." Uh, Old friend of yours in the trunk. It's a gun. So Butcher doesn't even question, just goes in the trunk, gives a gun, walks to the house. We see some people inside doing some drugs. Um, and we see Mallory, monitoring him through the binoculars. And he makes a comment. He says, "Fight down, not up. Been on a hill or two in your time." He says to himself. So that was kind of cool, like knock or nod back to the beginning when he fought on that mountain. So Mallory is also a soldier, so like he recognized. And we see some debauchery going on, which is these must be soups. And sure enough, Butcher just comes in through the window and just doesn't say shit, just goes to town. He's all business. Apparently, the big guy has some sort of level of invulnerability. The bullets just seem to not impact him, and he charges Butcher, and Butcher shoots him in the eye, which makes him be like, "Ah, fuck!" His mouth's open. Then Butcher just puts the gun in his mouth and opens fire and blows his brains out. And the kids downstairs are like, "Oh, what's going on?" They think they think it's the other guys playing pranks or doing something. They're not sure. And Butcher just waits quietly as they come around the stairs, blast them. One kid gets away. Butcher just executes everybody, and the one kid's running. Jesus, Jesus, no! Is running, and you can see looks like he has some sort of like ice powers. He's like putting his hands in the lake and trying to. He's creating like an ice trail, and he's like, "Come on, come on, come on!" And Butcher just shoots him in the back. And the kids, as he's dying, is like, "What are you doing? Do you know who we are? Do you know what you've done?" And Butcher just walks away, gets in the car. Mallory's with a weapon, left it there. Pick up the casings? Nah. I was just gonna burn the place to the ground, take care of all that way. But I had the idea that you might want to try to send a message. And then Mallory pours him some coffee. It's like, yeah, thanks by the way. Thanks. Yeah, I think I just got me sense of humor back. And that's that issue. So RDV, floor is yours.
Oh, thanks for giving the floor. Jeez, I don't want the floor. Ah, it's filthy.
Well,
Uh,
clean it up.
I like well, not after Butcher's mess. No, thank you. Now Butcher has a purpose, and this isn't Mallory, isn't?
I thought it was Mallory. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's because a very young version of Mallory,
I don't
and
know who I don't know
it
who else it would be.
I guess it would have to be Mallory because remember we saw it in the other issue when
Yeah,
he recruited the boys and stuff.
yeah, it's
Or
got to be
he already had
Mallory.
Butcher. Okay, so yeah, the whole heart wrenching thing. Obviously, Butcher's in a state of mind where he just doesn't care anymore. He's going back in his old ways. He's drinking. He's gonna, he's gonna get to the point where he's just gonna just do what he wants to do. What's the point? He lost her. He lost the one thing that was important to him.
I don't think he's.
And
Oh, go ahead. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying. So Mallory
Keep going.
comes in, gives him a chance to get vengeance. You know, do something in purpose of your life. You know, it's like, use that anger. You know, you have a set of certain skills. Basically, we're putting it in a team, and Butcher's like, just tell me who to kill. You know, at this point, and you're seeing, no, seeing now with Butcher, as how he got into basically the boys before they were called the boys, before he got, the other guys. It's just Butcher by with him and Mallory on their own. Uh and yeah, it's, you know, there's almost like a Frank Castle moment here, Punisher moment. You know, he wants revenge, so he's just taking on anybody who's wrong or corrupt and all. He's just gonna start killing them, and he's, yeah. I mean, what would you do? You know, he's yeah. So this, I thought like, oh my gosh, this is Garth Ennis the Punisher and the boys
Yeah,
versus supers.
yeah. It's that's not a bad take.
Yep.
This issue to me, it's a good issue. Like it's man, the diary reading was like just harsh. Like man, you just got the gut punch in the last issue, then you read this and you're just like it's just reliving it. But you get to hear it in her words and why she put it in the diary because she couldn't really even talk about it um and how the heartbreaking real part was how that she like lamented how it affected Butcher and how she knew like she's like she acknowledges like that she's can't be touched and all this stuff and how it's messed up their lives and it's not fair. I liked also that uh the scene where Mallory kind of promises him he's like, if you do this I can put him on a platter for you, which we all know at this point Mallory's broken that promise because in the point in real time where the boys are, Mallory's no longer part of it. He left, and the whole thing is like he never actually lived up to his end of the promise. So Butcher's kind of running things on his own and still trying to get vengeance on Homelander. And it's like we know that Mallory didn't actually fulfill his promise, which kind of sucks because we as a reader now know that Butcher is the kind of person he doesn't necessarily mind doing these things. But it's like, man, you're gonna ask for 20 years of someone's life, like just murdering people at your say so and all this stuff, all because it's all banked on like this one promise, and then you don't even deliver on that. Like, oh, I'm just gonna back out and go do my own thing. Like, it it I guess what I'm saying is now that I've read this, I go back and I remember the story where Mallory, um, you know, failed, like balked out because his daughter got killed, and I'm just like, dude, like I get it, your daughter's dead, but like all this stuff that Butcher's gone through, like, uh, anyways, otherwise, this whole scene with the killing and stuff, it's just very cold, unemotional. This is the typical like Butcher. We've seen him kill soups before. Um, Maranya comments, this is a book to be read in small doses, at least for me. It takes time for me to process and absorb it. It's not cotton candy fluff. Absolutely 100% on that.
I want to point out this is not the normal Butcher we've seen before. This is without Huey. This is Butcher without a moral compass.
Um, but even post Huey, like after Huey, that remember we saw Butcher was the one who made the comment, like he just wants to kill them all. Like that was his whole thing. Like he's not about just keeping soups in check. He wants to kill them all.
Huey's changed his his viewpoint on everything. Uh, he said, but pre Huey though, before he met Huey, what we've seen of him before, yeah, he's completely different person. And this is right after his love of his life was taken away from him.
Yeah, but this doesn't seem any different than the butcher that came and lit.
I,
What was his name? Metamorpho or what's that guy's
well,
name?
he did that. Well, he did that. Yeah, that guy he did that. He did it in order to protect Huey.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, you know,
I'm not sold on that. I feel like this is. Anyways, I hear your point. I'm just not sold on it.
of course, you're not, because you didn't come up with a point.
I just I don't know. I see Butcher, like I said, he made that comment where he wanted to kill them all, and that's post Huey. I mean, this is the same Butcher when he went to Russia. They killed like 200 soups. He just annihilated them all.
But as I said, with Huey, yeah, Huey and they're there. I said that Huey is basically his moral compass. Is he got to know more about Huey? You can tell he was slowly changing
Um,
because Huey is kind of like a Lenny to him.
I think Huey's having an effect on Butcher. I
Yes,
will agree with you on that aspect, but I still think that I don't think
and
Huey
and
has
now
turned
now
Butcher
and now,
back the way like Becky did. Like,
no, of course not. No, this is more like Lenny when he Huey can talk sense in the Butcher in the sense that Lenny could. You know, don't go
yes,
killing, you know, because
yes, I would say it's accurate that Huey Butcher finally has someone in his life that can get through to him.
yeah.
Um, so um, let's see. Rhaegar says, "Wow, that was a jaw-dropping issue. We were supposed to feel for the dying nobodies because it's hard not to without context. I don't think you're supposed to feel for these guys. I don't think so at all. I think the whole point of this context of but is more just you're supposed to feel I don't know, like you're supposed to feel Butcher's coldness, where he just is now just a killing machine. Exactly what you said. Um, that Butcher, all of that heart that we got established in the previous two issues with Becky, it's gone. This is Butcher back to just being dead to the world, and he doesn't care who dies. And I think that's what you're supposed to feel. These kids are just catalysts for that. That's my opinion. Um, Butcher is basically Kratos. Yeah, this is not too far off. All right. Any other thoughts you want to say on this, or move on to six?
Move on to 6.
All right. So we
As we
open
get
up
to
issue.
met with basically, I want to point out here, this is my favorite issue so far because they name drops basically Spider-Man and and
Uh,
Matt Murdock.
I had a feeling you were gonna get a kick out of that. Um, yes. So we get the boys' equivalent of Spider-Man and Matt Murdock. Here on the ground is Matt Murdock actually. Um, he's like, I thought you was meant to be the bloke without fear. Every one of you sons of bitches is the name of this issue. And so the bloke without fear tries to appeal to Butcher. He's like, "Hey, please, I'll give you whatever you want. I mean, look at this place. Look at the shit I got." He's like, "Oh, so you can see? Of course I can fucking see." Um, and Mallory's there. He's like, "But Officer Halliday can't though, huh?" And he basically talks about how this what he's done. Um, he's like, "What are you? What are you? You know? Do you even know who you're fucking around with?" And it's the same type of thing we saw in the last issue. You know who you're fucking around with. It's like you think you lot are all untouchable because Bush gets elected. He's a lousy VP, and he'll make even worse president. But he's not as dumb as his backers think. He knows who he needs to keep at arm's length. That conversation he said he'd have about Soups working with NORAD, that's going to be a pretty brief exchange. Got anything else to impress us with? Who the fuck are you? We're what happens. Spread the word. Um, and then Butcher's like, spread your arms out on the floor for me, like a good lad. And he's commenting, again to his dad, with about 5 or 6 years of doing that. It wasn't the object of the exercise. It was um, Mallory playing the long game. So there, I don't want to get every detail here, but they're just kind of going through the early days of being the boys and how they operated, just the two of them. Mallory, I think, expresses at one point how they wants to like build a team. Um, and he mentions his secret weapon, um, which of course is a legend. We get to see a young legend here, and he's not much different than we're used to. And he's talking about the president or the or yeah, and
George Bush
yeah, which would have been Bush
Senior.
senior. Um, let's see. There's a lot of dialogue. It's hard to remember a lot of the things that they were talking about, but they mentioned a comment about, "Oh, you tried to fuck Maeve once," and um, etc. So they kind of go through the just the back and forth, the sort of character development, and there's a comment actually. Is it here? There's a part where Garth Ennis puts himself in the book, but oh, so this is where he mentions the web weaver. Um, oh yeah, here we go, panel 2. Uh, the secretary's like, "Hey, you have Garth Ennis on line 2, sir? Tell him to go fuck himself. No goddamn Brits at Victory Comics." I thought that was kind of a little funny self-reference. But they reference the web weaver here, um, and I'm trying to remember all the details here again. Like just a lot of back and forth
Oh yeah,
dialogue.
yeah. They say, yeah. Well, his uncle's a queer for one thing, Uncle Ben.
Yeah, they're trying to basically get soups that they can use to for their purposes, right? And so they're getting trying to get leverage. So like anything we can use on him. Oh, his uncle's queer. Is he out? Yeah. Oh, then he's no use. What about the bloke himself? And then no, not these. He's a tricky little fucker. Ain't never been part of a team, so no one knows who he really is. I got the impression that this was kind of referencing Civil War, like
Mm.
because they talk about how they were like want to do a crossover with Payback and the Glorious 5-Year Plan, which is the Russian team. Um, this feels like a lot of just like satire about Marvel Civil War. Um, and then we get a part where Legend makes a comment to Butcher about you should get a pet, you know. And Butcher at first kind of like blows it off and is like, I don't want it. Why would I do that? Um, and let's see what else. Um, so whatever their plans that they were doing, they mentioned that Russian guy Vasily, whatever his name was. That's how
And there,
that's how they got introduced to him. We cut over to Butcher coming back home. Sees his mom. She's now much older. You see her gray hair. Um, and he apologizes for it being too long. You can see Terror introduced. He's got a dog. And he explains that like taking care of someone, it's like it's helped him. He does make up a lie to his mom, or really exaggerates the truth. Talks about being in prison. Wants to kind of spare some of the harder parts of the story. Um, and let's see.
so
Basically,
yeah,
she
yeah.
explains to him that like he's the only thing got left. There's no more Lenny, no Becky. Her ex-husband's dead, or and she finally says to him, Billy, have you been to see her yet? Of course, it means Rebecca. So we cut over to him
That,
at
yeah.
Rebecca's grave.
That
Um,
bottom panel left, where it says there.
um, yeah, what the fuck's cold marble next to the way her skin felt? What's words and stone next to the green of her eyes? Yep,
Yeah.
poetic. Um, yeah, it was just heart wrenching. And then back to the coffin, and that's the thing in it. Becky's dead and gone. She ain't got nothing to do with this. She'd hate what I'm doing, what I'm gonna do. She'd hate that I'm using me life up like I am. She'd know right away that this is all for me, 'cause I can't stand the thought of the cunt that done her being alive. But she don't know nothing 'cause she's gone. I'm glad I don't believe in the afterlife because after what I've been up to, I'd never have a chance of seeing her ever again. Then he pulls the drapes closed and he goes up to the lid and he's like, there you are, Dad. That's what I came here to tell you. And he kind of finalizes it up. We get this panel, which is the gut punch you referenced earlier. It's probably the most how do I say it? Like it's just the most like
Getting it off his chest, yelling at his dad, letting it all out.
iconic, I guess is what I'm trying to think of. Like it's
Yeah.
just a synopsis of all like one image to represent his dad and his to his mom. Um and he's like, basically he's like, I got mom away from you. And he's like, cracks a smile. She made it. And he's just you can see him getting all angry, and he explains how he had to lie to her. Um and I lied through my fucking teeth. She wouldn't have to worry about what scared her the most, which is the thought that I've got your fucking evil in me. Um, and he goes off and basically, um, he just gets it all off his chest and he says, "Yeah, I'm glad you had an open casket, so this is why, so he could like take some piss on his dad." Um, yeah, the final line. I'm glad it was open casket. And then this was really the final quote here at the end, and there was nothing on the marker to explain Mrs. Feathers why her only daughter had married a known thief and a murderer, a man of notorious violent and intemperate disposition. From the screenplay of Unforgiven. Unforgiven is one of my favorite movies, probably my favorite Western of all time. And when I was reading the book, the way that dialogue, like the one I read out that you prompted me to read, and yeah, when he's looking at the gravestone here, I was like, man, I just felt like Unforgiven. And I was like, oh, yeah, there probably was some inspiration there in the way the dialogue worked. So uh, that
Yeah,
wrapped it up real nicely for me.
and everything that's going on in this, like my chorus scene would end it with him peeing on the grave. Dad.
Yeah.
Uh, he said overall, this whole entire thing, I was like, yeah, like the grave part really got to me. It's like, man, like he's yeah, he's his PTSD is waking up with with the memory of Rebecca laying there next to him and the baby. Like that's his PTSD now. I imagine, and it just feels his anger more and more and more. We saw what happened when he lost terror.
Yep.
Like this guy, yeah, just has the
The
demon
oh,
inside him, and he's just like he's like, you know what? The world doesn't like me, so why should I care about the world? At that point,
well, the
he's
only
just
the
like
only
screw it.
thing that he had in his life that was worth living for was
Yeah,
taken from him,
yep, twice
right?
now.
And so now he's I don't even say twice. I mean, he
The dog,
terror
yeah,
meant something to him, but it wasn't what made life worth living. Like Rebecca, you see in this storyline, Becky fundamentally changed him. He was a different man. Like,
sure.
and
And then
he
especially when
understood
he
at that point, like, because he was like, this, okay. It was almost like you could see him, like, I get it. Why life, what life should be. Like,
and
it was
then
like clicking. And then when she's gone, he's like, there's no more. It's just back to what he was
yeah.
before.
So then you
Um,
get to see the main big reveal in this. When not only of his wife is that when he gets that her journal and she describes guy appeared in her room, tall guy, and he had like a almost like a cloak on, and then he had an eagle on his shield on his shoulder.
yeah.
Homelander.
Hmm.
At least what we're led to believe, because she said at this point it sounds like Homelander. And the fact the kid has laser eyes just like Homelander.
She names him
Flight,
too.
yeah,
She says it's Homelander because
yeah,
she goes on to say how she did research into the Seven,
yeah.
like learn and like, oh yeah, that was the guy. His name's Homelander. So she leaves no
So
question.
yeah, So, like I said, now we know why he hates Homelander so much.
Yep.
Um, and
And that's the thing too, is we as the audience can feel that because he got us to fall in love with Becky. And
oh,
so
she was. He
now,
said she was his Annie.
right. But by making the audience fall in love with her, it puts you kind of a little bit on like Butcher's side, right? Like that you
Well,
have
yeah,
that
I want.
empathy.
Now I want him to be Punisher.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's one of the things I love about Ennis is he doesn't just like, oh, okay, this guy's avenging someone. Like he gets you to feel it so that when he takes you
Yep.
on that journey, you don't just have to like take it for Butcher's word like, oh look, Butcher's mad, he's going to go do something. You feel a bit of what he feels. And so therefore you have that empathy and that similar desire for what he's going to do. And you have that satisfaction when he does do it. Um it's really good writing techniques. And I like the fact that he takes time to build that up. We've talked about this before. Like he'll sometimes in his storyline, he'll take like 3 or 4 issues just to give you that backstory to make you really feel these characters, so that when he hits you with the emotional part, you understand. You don't just understand on a cognitive level, like, oh, Bruce Wayne's parents are dead, so therefore wants to get vengeance. He takes you on that emotional journey with it, so you feel what it's like to be, little Bruce, and how much he loves his parents, and like how like you feel the pain, so that now it's like, okay, now I have an emotional connection. Um, that's at least how it's working for me. You still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. This
I,
awkward silence.
I'm agreeing
Mon
with you.
Butcher lost his anchor with Becky, says Maranya. Then he got another anchor in Terror. Now that Terror is taken from him, Butcher seems to have fallen even deeper into his father's
Yep,
nature.
yep.
He definitely did at the moment. Like,
We don't know what's going to happen after this, but we know that the war between the Seven and the boys is going to happen. We just don't know when, but it's close. It's like remember because somebody's trying to put them against each other, and the whole what do you do? The best way to get your enemies to fight each other is make them think that the other one did it. You know, like this was it the Revolutionary War? Who fired the first shot? We don't know.
yeah, yeah, that's a good point. We're definitely coming to a head. There's only 2 more volumes of the boys, and then there's Dear Becky. So technically 3, but I'm going to guess that Dear Becky is like this
It's
because
it's an epilogue.
it's not part of the numbering line, so it'll be
Yeah, it's an epilogue for the
so.
boys.
So the
Um,
actual storyline of Butcher's journey with the Seven and whatever should be concluded in just 2 more volumes.
nope.
All right. So that concludes that. Do you have any final comments or anything you wanted to say about this whole story as a whole so far?
Like I said, that this is every little like thing he does is magic. I don't know. I guess it comes when these side stories, you're like they matter just as much as the main story does. So and especially Butcher, like I knew somewhat what happened. Um, watching the show, I was like, okay, well, how much is gonna be like the show, and how much is gonna be different? And he's like, I'm hoping it's gonna be different because I like it when it's completely different and it's a fresh new story for you. And I'm glad that the Boys TV series went a different direction than the actual the comic book because the comic book, man, is just so violent. It's like The Walking Dead. Perfect example. The Walking Dead is such more graphic than the show is. Uh, a certain character death, an infant death is much more. would never fly in the TV series. And that's kind of what this is, that the way that Becky does in this, I don't think that would have went in the show. I think that would have been, and especially having her being supportive of her man, I don't think they would have done that. And uh, just the fact that one is I don't. It's not the fact it's even vulgar. They don't care about the chest bursting, whatever, stomach bursting. They just don't want to show women supporting men. You know, it's it's almost frowned upon these days because a woman doesn't need a man. That's why you see Huey basically being the bitch in the relationship with Annie on the show. Where in the comic book it's a little bit different. She cares and she supports them. It's so much more fleshed out. So yeah, the boys
I
show is just showing its cracks in its armor as it goes
I
along.
like Annie in the show. I mean, she's one of the anchors for me. Like I've
But
mentioned
not compared
several
to comic book
times.
anything.
Yeah, I've mentioned several times. Like I almost didn't finish the first season of The Boys because it was just so dark and grim, and there was no characters to like, and Huey's not the same Huey as the comic books, and so even Huey, like, I think I got to the episode where he kills Lamplighter, and I was like,
Yeah,
okay, I'm done. Like I was on board as long as Huey was like naive and not naive, but like innocent. Like they made it so much like Huey's like he's not a killer. Like I was like when he just pulled the trigger to kill Lamplighter, I was like, okay, so he's just as fucked up as like this is gonna be a story about everyone just being fucked up and degenerate. I can handle degeneracy as long as that's not the focus of what the story's about. And that's where I was felt like where Boys is going. And then I came back to it later, a couple months later, because people were, it was a lot of talk and discussion. And I was like, I never actually finished the first season. Let me just finish it, see where it goes. And that's when they introduce Annie and like give her some backstory, and you get to see her character. And the way the first season resolves, I was like, oh, okay, there is some light in this show. Like there is, so I'll keep going. And then season two, I liked even better than season one. So that's where the show really picked up for me was season two. I love season two, and then season three I liked even more. Um, the ending wasn't quite as strong. Season two's ending was probably the best, but like you said, I like that they're different. Not only because I don't think you could do the show the same, or I do like that I have two different things to enjoy. But if it were just like a strict adaptation, one would be better than the other. And then you would just be like, okay, this one's inferior. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's let me give you an example of like, you've got like DC's the comic book Red Sun, which everyone seems to love. And then you got the cartoon adaptation of it, which everyone seems to hate. Well, the adaptation was just a bad version of the comic. And so now you just go, well, I'll just stick with the comic. It's like me, I guess, with Harry Potter. I love the Harry Potter books. The movies, I'm like, eh. And I've gotten to the point now, I'm like, I don't ever want to see the movies ever again. I watched them, but they're just totally inferior versions of the book. But the boys, one might be better than the other, but they're different experiences. Like I don't feel like they even really have to compete because they're not trying to do the same thing. You know, it's like apples and oranges. You might like apples better than oranges, but one doesn't obsolete the other. Still there?
yep, I'm still here.
That silence is cue for you to speak.
No, I pretty much said what I need to say about this.
All
I
right.
mean, it's a whole entire series. I mean, I always compare everything to what I've watched before because I like both versions. So I mean, I'm the person that compares stuff. Like I said, I watched The Boys first. Now, if I wouldn't have watched the show and just read the comic book firsthand, I'd have nothing to compare it to. So I mean, would my opinion change about it? Not really. To me, I mean, there's nothing in here that I hate that no, I thought, oh, I like better than the show, or vice versa. I mean, overall, I love Garth Ennis's writing. So whether I watch the show or not, I just love his writing. Um, but it's not that I hate the show. I said, I like what they've done to the show too.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I like them both. I just
yeah,
feel like they're trying to do different things. And
which I
so
mean, yeah, yeah, they're not
that's
ignoring the source
that's why I
material.
don't compare them because I just like I said, I don't feel like it's trying to do the same thing. So to compare them feels a little bit unfair to me because
And I'm glad they did for I said for the wife though. I'm glad they did that because everybody knows, everybody's read the comic books, knows what's going to happen, and and they kind of wanted it to be a different experience for people who read the comic books, but not the point where it's like, oh, screw you, where you change everything, like it's not like Invincible where you change the girlfriend, the color, the race swap, and then the attitude. It's like what the hell? Nothing like that. There was nothing dramatic like that I've seen so far. The only thing I saw was a May of being a lesbian, and it wasn't like the point where I was offended by it. I rolled my eyes a little. Okay, whatever. I don't care. But then here, it's like, does it really matter? She's just a whore in this one. She just has sex with the guys all the time. So it's like it doesn't really affect me at all. It doesn't change the show for me. You know?
well, it only bothers me because
Yeah.
not it bothers
I
me
I
only
I
because of the
don't mind.
reason why.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. 'Cause I don't care about lesbians. If they want to be a lesbian, cool, whatever. Like it doesn't bother me. It's in the show. Like it, it's to me, it wasn't placed. I mean, I don't feel it was placed in there just to be placed in there. But then again, maybe it was. I don't know. I didn't read into that like that.
There was it added nothing in the show other than to give lesbian representation.
Well, it's like putting a black person for A Train. Didn't bother me either.
No, but that wasn't to give black people representation.
You sure it wasn't?
Yeah, because Deep is black. They made Deep white in the show. All they did was just swap the two. And
All
and
they
it
did was
and
swap the
logic and
cat.
it makes logical sense because I think normies it's like I feel the comic appeals more to like hardcore comic fans who are going to get the satire of the comics. Whereas
Imagine if
the show is treating it as if you probably aren't a comic fan. So you're just gonna
well,
come into this
to be
cold.
fair, yeah, they made Maeve a bisexual. She's in a lesbian relationship, but she's bisexual. Yes. Or imagine if they would have kept it in the show where she's just basically getting pounded by guys every episode. You see her getting pounded. I think that would have just been like been a little too much for people.
Uh, probably. I just like I said, there was no other reason other than to serve for like gay representation. That was what it was there for. It was
Well,
clear, like in
she
every scene. Like it didn't do any other thing. You can do changes and they can work. Like obviously, like they gender swapped Stormfront,
for
but you
me it worked. I
see
mean, it's not she wasn't doing the Alex Danvers thing like every day, every episode. Hey, I'm gay. Not no, I didn't get that. So
just in the scenes where her girlfriend is in there. It's to constantly. Anyways,
well, I'm
I'm not
sorry.
gonna beat I'm not gonna beat the dead horse.
Lesbians
Uh,
exist.
I know that they exist. So do black people, but it doesn't mean you should just race swap everyone to be black. It's not about the fact that, like I said, you can gender swap Stormfront, and it worked because it was for the storyline purposes. They needed Stormfront to have a relationship with Homelander, so they could have the Uber kid together. Like that only works. You can't do that if Stormfront's a dude. So you have to. So
That's
artistically, there was
fine.
like a reason behind it, and so therefore I was behind it. I was behind A Train being swapped to black and Deep being swapped to white because, like I said, it worked for the idea of you come in going, okay, the boys TV show is written for normies who aren't super fans of comics, and so they aren't gonna like necessarily get the
Now
inside references.
Now they swapped A Train to Black, but they took him out where he didn't with him and Annie because Ridge was Homelander. Uh, it was the Deep and a Train that got blowjobs. I think was it the Deep too in the comic? Forget who it was, but anyway, they changed it. So in the show, they changed. So A Train had nothing to do with the blowjob scene. I think it was only the Deep who was raced off the White.
Yeah, it was just the Deep.
It wasn't Homeland anymore. They took out
Or
the
no, what
Homeland thing.
Homelander did later, I thought.
I don't think so. It was Homelander. I think it was just the Deep
The Deep was the first one. I don't remember. I have to
in
go
the
back.
show. Yeah. So,
Um,
but yeah,
anyways, so like I said, you can make changes as long as it's for right reasons. When you do it just to serve political agenda, that's where I have a problem with it. And that to me was clearly just like putting the Trumpers in at the end of season 3 was clearly to serve
to me
political
that
agenda.
to me that was more offensive than the whole lesbian thing. Like I said, I just don't care about that anymore. It's used all the time. I just roll my eyes at it. But
It's fair. I mean, you can have any reaction you want, but that's why I get bothered by it. That's why I get bothered by race, most particularly by race swaps, because I find racism to be offensive, and when you race swap, it's always, almost always, I should say almost always, for racist reasons, and it's the racist reasons that bother me. So you can't, to me, say I'm against racism and then be okay when a racist thing happens in the show. And I'm not talking about a fictional character being a racist. That's fine. You're just telling a story. I'm talking about the people making the show doing a racist thing right in front of your face and being like, oh, it's all good because it's for representation. No, it's for racist reasons. So that bothers me. And it's hard for me to enjoy something when all I can see is, oh, that's pure racism in front of my face. Oh, no, just forget it. Put it in the back of my head and just enjoy it. I can't. I don't like racism. I actually think racism is really bad. I'm tired of the racist people telling me I'm racist and then doing racist things and then saying, you need to like this or you're racist. No, I don't. It's racist. It's bad. Um, sorry. Now I'm off my soapbox. Um, let's see. From what I'm gathering, the boys' book and the TV show are both set in the same sort of universe. They just have different takes on the story. Well, yes. I mean, the boys' TV show is based on the comics, obviously, Maranya. But what I'm saying is they they're doing two different things in a way. Like, there's obviously a lot of similarities. They didn't just completely reinvent the wheel, right? A Homelander exists in both. The boys exist in both. There are similarities. But the show really seems to focus more on, I think, the social commentary of celebrity and the corruption that being famous has on people, like extreme narcissism. And imagine if like an extreme narcissist also had superpowers. It seems to be telling that kind of story, which we've seen very much told with like celebrities, like actors, Hollywood, but using like who would be more famous than whatever the most famous celebrities are these days. Like superheroes would be way more. If there really was a real world Superman, oh my goodness. So it really feels like it's trying to tell a commentary of that, and how that, whereas the comic book is telling a much more personal story about the boys, in my opinion. And like I said, it's just thematically there's a slight shifts. So that's all I'm trying to communicate. Um, the Deep being black in the show, would that have been problematic? I don't think it would have been problematic, but now that I'm reading the comic books, the Deep in the comic books is almost non-existent. Really, he's a nothing character in the comic book. So the character they did in the show is so much more, um They do so much more with this character in the show. And truthfully, they do much more with A Train as well. And I think the changes they made to both characters allowed them to take these original directions that don't follow the comic, and they're working for me. So I think if you would have just made A Train just a total like frat boy white guy asshole, and you would have had Deep just be like he is in the comic book, just like some black dude with a helmet on who just barely talks and stoic. Like the comic book doesn't need them to be anything because like it focuses a lot more on other things. So that's fine, but the show seems to focus a lot more on the soups. And so getting into the soups themselves, their backstories, their personal lives and things like that, like I said, the changes that they did just work. I'm not saying you couldn't have had him black or and kept him white. You probably could have. What I'm saying is the changes they made served purposes. That's all. They didn't just do it like arbitrary and be like, "Oh, look, Hawkman's black. Why? Because we need black people." Oh, so it doesn't actually inform any sort. No, just we need black people. Oh, okay. Um,
Hey, so let's enough about this. Let's talk about the comic books that are coming around. You want to
comic
talk
books
about some
tomorrow.
comics? Well, yeah, you don't want to do all the bad comics anymore. You said you want to start doing the books you're looking forward to.
Oh, all right. I can be talked into that. If I can
You
get
mook.
a mook. Uh, why is my thing not working?
Well, it's a personal problem, and you get
Yeah.
old.
Ay, 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 ay. That's I'm trying to get it up on screen.
Problematic.
There we go. Now we get it up for you so you can see.
When in doubt, whip it out.
All right. We got new comics this week. Um, here's what's let me start at the top. How about do that?
Yay.
All right. New comics this week. Um, Detective Comics is the number one pulled book on League of Comic Geeks, and that seems like a winner to me.
Let's Dark Web, number two.
Dark Web, are you getting that?
No, I'm just saying it's saying according to how people were in their pull list. Yeah.
Well,
For
it's
me, it's
amazing.
bad.
It's Amazing Spider-Man number 16.
Yeah.
So it is part of the Dark Web story, but it is ASM. So I'm not too surprised.
All
What
right.
I am
So,
surprised is that Action Comics 1050 is number 3.
well, it's Return of Cal is Superman. Everybody already there's no more Tom Taylor's Superman book is canceled.
Yeah,
So
maybe
Cal
you think
El is
that's it. The new era rises. You think people are like,
yeah,
it's like a
yeah,
jumping
like
on
dude,
point.
finally no more freaking Tom Taylor stuff to compete with. Superman's back on Earth instead of being on Warworld, where people were just so tired of. Like, just bring him back. Let him do be Superman. Let him, do stuff. Uh, I think, and plus, you're gonna see more people jumping on because the fact that once Philip Kennedy Johnson's off of this, you're gonna see Joshua Williamson take over. People are gonna start picking up the book now because they like Joshua Williamson. They
No, I
want to
thought
see who this.
Joshua Williamson was doing Superman.
Yeah, I mean Superman. Yeah,
This is Action
so
Comics.
I know. I mean, I meant to say Superman. So,
Oh, okay.
but again, people might be comparing them. If Action Comics, I heard it's been people have been saying it's good, but I'm like, I don't know. You're calling him. I don't call him Kal-El. Call him Clark. Is he even Clark Kent anymore? Is Clark Kent still out, gone?
I don't know. I
That's
haven't paid attention to Superman since
As far as I
Bendis
knew,
did that.
Bendis ruined that. So I mean, it's what that's one of the reasons I was just like, I don't care to read it because like he doesn't have his Clark Kent identity. Everybody knows that Clark Kent Superman. It's like, what's the point of it then? That's why I hated him. Spider Man. Oh, everybody knows that Peter Parker is now Spider Man. It's like, okay. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Cast a spell? Doctor Fate's gonna go, all right. Or now nobody knows that I'm Clark Kent anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah,
By the
you should
way,
never.
Rhaegar, thank you for that comment about the show. I really that's I think RDV and my goal is to explain to people that The Boys is not a vapid thing. It's not shallow, and it can definitely seem that way, especially if you've only seen trailers of the show. I could totally see why someone might have that impression. So, I think I think I can speak for both of us in that we want people to actually experience it and realize that there's a lot more going on. Whether you agree with my takes or not, they're definitely not. It's not shallow,
I
either the
describe the
book or the
boys.
show.
But what if you had the Punisher? You put him in the world of superheroes, where the superheroes are all evil, and the Punisher must clean them up, get rid of them. But then he finds out that not all superheroes are bad, and he's stuck with the dilemma: does he kill all of them? Does he kill a few, or do they kill him?
Speaking of killing a few, I can't believe Moon Knight is number 4.
His Moon Knight has been awesome with Jim McKay.
Still, like it's Moon Knight. Like,
It's Moon Knights. Dude, I've been loving Moon Knight the more and more I read the older stuff, and then reading this, it's like, dude, I just love it.
yeah, but it's never been an A-list book, right? It's always been a
Well,
niche book.
I think people are just
Top. I'm used to X-Men being a top dog, right? I'm not you like Moon Knight. You're like, well, I'm like, what? Um, it's just, yeah, it's
actually been the one that actually then stayed like getting better and better as it goes on. Um, but Batman the White Knight, I might have that as my top one book this week. I,
oh,
I never
this is the last
like
issue,
the
isn't it?
Batman Beyond. It's the last issue.
No, it's penultimate issue. So we got two more issue. We got this and then one more
Wait,
after it.
something like that, yeah. But
Yeah,
it's
there's
like
eight
it's
eight
still,
issues. Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Um,
I thought for sure you were gonna pick She-Hulk.
well, not my number top. It's not gonna be a top five. I might pick up the books though.
This cover is so cringe.
Kind of looks like if She-Hulk was on was on the show Dallas back in the
A
80s.
question for you as a fellow XY chromosome. Do you find yourself attracted to women who are significantly taller than you?
And like it's not someone I really go for. I mean, I also kind of like women who I don't who are my same height as me, not shorter. But I mean, it really all depends, you know.
And I'm not saying like that they're not unattractive.
I'm not
Obviously,
a
they can
simp.
be.
I'm not a simp for She-Hulk. Is like most people. What do you think would do? Like
I just
Wait,
find this weird.
well, it's no different than White Wingfoot. White Wingfoot was much shorter than She-Hulk, and she pretty much, was the dom the
Yeah,
relationship.
I find this
so,
weird. Like I can't
so
relate. I can't
it's
relate to this at all. I
sure,
would not.
sure.
I
I thought, dude, I thought it was weird with John Byrne with White Wingfoot.
yeah.
Like I could see her. I mean, when she was banging Hulk, But but there's the fact it's like I was like, what the hell's wrong with you? Bro? Why do I look? But and I'm assuming that was probably Jason Aaron writing too. Ugh.
So
It's like Wonder Woman.
I'm just
Wonder Woman's like
curious.
6 feet tall. It's
And
like
and I'm pretty sure, and I can't. I mean, neither one of us are women, but I'm pretty sure that women aren't attracted to men who are significantly shorter than them.
well, she might be into pegging. She might be into BDSM. We don't know.
Now I realize that she doesn't have much choice in the matters. Like, there's no guys,
Yeah.
I mean, tall as her, but
Jane Marco, you know, some other tall guys too, that she's knocked boots with. She knocked boots with Tony, I believe, too.
yeah, I
What's the
just
other cover?
uh
That's a little better.
Terry Dodson.
See?
Yeah, that's a better cover.
I think it's just that cover itself. And they're really aiming it towards women. The book, though, I notice it more and more. The more I read it, it's less towards guys,
Oh,
more towards women.
for sure. But that's what gets me
Which,
too, though, is
which
part of
I
me
don't, which,
wonders
which,
because I'm like, I don't
which.
think women. I don't think this is like a woman fantasy. This cover, I just don't think women are like, yeah, I want a guy who's like half my weight and like a foot taller, shorter than me. I mean, like, I just I think most women are like, "Nah, that's not doing it for me." Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong. I've talked to a
I
lot of women.
said, I mean, I don't mind the books being aimed more towards women, but it's like for me, that's like you realize the character was created for guys. Like
The character was created for
now,
guys. I don't mind the
yeah.
book
So
being
now
for
they're
more for women, but then I also comment to that and I go, "You know the reason the movie 300 was so successful was
it was
because
catered to women.
tons of women went to see it."
Yes.
It
And that was also aimed like that was aimed at women, but it was about guys. This is a book about
so
aimed towards women.
my point
Yeah, but
is
this is like Barbie, She-Hulk
women
Barbie. That's what this is.
women are into masculine men in general, right? Like they aren't into little simpy men
Not,
in
not,
general.
not. Well, that's just you thinking that. That's a toxic play. Not all men are like that.
If you go to Barnes and Noble and go to the Harlequin romance section, look at the cover of every single
Wait,
book.
why are you talking about Harley Quinn?
Harlequin,
Harley Quinn,
the
yeah.
romance novels. If you go and just look at the
Uh,
covers of
Now, man, now I have more. More
all of
questions.
them
Why are you?
are like muscle bound, you know, just masculine men.
Wait. Now, why are you thinking those are aimed towards women? Are you assuming? And why are you looking at the covers too? Why are you in that section?
We don't talk about that, Venkman. I'm trying to make a point. Oops, I flipped the wrong page.
All right,
Um,
so
so anyways, I
yes,
don't know. This stuck out to me, and I was like, because I get it. I don't need everything to be for me. But then I go, wait a second, is this really for women? Is this what women want? Do they fantasize over this? They're like, yeah, I really hope I could find a short little guy who has got blue skin and is skinnier than me, and I could break in half. I don't see it. I just don't buy it. I don't know who this is for.
I don't know, man. It's I'll tell you.
But no use uh spending too much time on that. Yeah, Batman. So of the top row here, I'm gonna pick Detective Comics as the top pick. The next row, I'm gonna say Batman Beyond the White Knight is the top pick. I think you agree with me since you said it's probably gonna be your number
Yep,
one.
yep.
Of the next row here, I'm gonna say Carnage is probably the top pick, even though I'm not getting it. But Rom V, and I've been hearing people positive. Are you still positive on this book?
Yeah, Carnage has been fun. Ram V just to knock out a park, and it's like I said, it's not Cletus Cassidy isn't the villain in this. I'll just say that
Mm.
it's the symbiote. Because remember the symbiote, when they originally bonded the Venom and stuff, they're separate. They're not. They're their own identities. They just they're basically parasites used as a host. So Cassidy, this is a symbiote that basically was bonded to Cassidy, and just got just sick and tired of Cassidy holding it back. They wanted, so it's uh basically bonding to some. I mean, it's basically it's after effects of absolute carnage in Null. You know the storyline. So if you ever read that, it's not really gonna make sense to you. So it's branching off the Donny Cates stuff. And Ramby knows his homework, does his homework, and does the research and all that stuff, and he's basically knocking on the park, man. I'm loving it. They brought back Malekith, the villain from Casket of Ancient Wonders, Walt Simonson character, the Dark Elf,
Mm-hmm.
and
He was also the villain of that big Super Marvel event, Realm of
oh,
something.
Realm of War of the Realms.
War of the Realms, that was it.
I didn't read that part though,
Yeah.
but
No one really read it.
I get
This is one of those super events
nah.
that don't matter.
Art's been good. They've been just and it's just stuck with like you know is a detective who's working with Cassidy in some of the sense, and they're going after tracking Carnage, and they've made their way to basically to Niflheim and stuff, and just going through the Asgard worlds, made the world to I forget what the planet is, but they went to basically where Hela, or Hell, had what Malekith as prisoner. So it's been a fun book. Um, a lot. It's changed a lot since Carnage in the Maximum Carnage series. You know, the Clone Saga and all that stuff. It's changed a lot.
Mm.
And Ram V is a great writer.
I might give this a shot and borrow it and
I'm
read
not
him
a big
through.
Carnage fan unless he's going against Spider Man. You know, but now I kind of want to try the Swamp Thing that Skip was reading by
I'm
Ram
not a
V.
big Carnage fan either. I liked him when they originally created him because I thought it was really
Yeah,
cool. Like, oh, there's the Venom symbiote essentially had a kid and it bonded with the freaking psychopath serial killer. Like, and it was like, oh, what's more scary than Venom? Like, crazy
yeah.
serial killer. Like, you're like, oh my god. But I thought it was like one of those stories that I was like, okay, you told the story. You can't really go back to the well. It's kind of like I think the problem they had with the Batman Who Laughs. That original story of Batman Who Laughs was like, this is really cool. But to have him keep popping back, you're like, okay, like, uh, it's kind of a gimmick. But
Well, that's the
I
thing with
do want to
multiverse. Now
see
yeah.
I do want to see what Rom V is doing with this character. This cover is very striking, by the way.
Who is the cover artist on this? That's the main cover, but who's so should scroll down and say
Kendrick
Kendrick Lim.
Lim. Yeah, it's striking. So I'm going to just go on my assumption that that is the pick to get. Like I said, even though I'm not reading it. Riddler Year One just sounds terrible. Harley Quinn, I'm sure is terrible. Midnight Suns is come on, it's just they're capturing on the video game.
I mean,
It's gonna be dumb.
If I was Skip, I'd be getting Harley Quinn to support John Boy Myers. He's a great artist.
Uh,
He was originally on
I'd rather
the
just send a couple bucks
yeah.
to the artist. Just-
I know, I hear
just
you.
for
I
somewhere
know,
else
but
I
it's
can
like
support you. Um, $4.99 for it too. Come on, I don't buy. King Spawn,
Carnage
by
is
the
three
way,
ninety
two
nine.
ninety nine.
Yeah,
The
I'll
next,
give I'll give Todd McFarlane as bad of a writer he is. At least his books are cheaper.
yeah, I don't think he doesn't write every book though. In his,
Sean Lewis was writing the other one. Well, this is Sean Lewis. Okay, so
yeah,
yeah, I just didn't care for King. I don't care for Spawn. So and then if you put Todd McFarlane on top of that, like now I gotta ask the people who read Spawn or are fans of Spawn. Anybody here that read that? Like, does Todd McFarlane was he a good writer or was he just a shit writer? And you guys just bought it for the art?
everyone
Because
bought Spawn
I
for the
don't
art.
I mean I would assume because I bought the other ones for the Spider Man for the art.
Yeah, it's for the art.
Yeah.
But as bad as he is, he's not nearly as bad as like the bad people today. I'll take Todd McFarlane over Jason Aaron. I'll
Because
take Todd
yeah,
McFarlane over
yeah.
Brian Michael Bendis. Like eh, Todd Todd
Todd
suffers
just
from
needs to
one thing. He's just kind of boring. Like that's
well, Todd likes drawing things, but then he doesn't
yes.
know how to tell a story.
Yeah, he's
That's why you team him up with someone like Ram V or John Hickman, having Todd do the art.
yeah, but whatever. Like
Makes-
eh,
So my second pick for the week would be Exterminators #4.
oh
It's just
my
the overall fun
goodness.
series.
I was like, I can't pick anything off this list, but you managed to find something.
It's just been a fun series, man.
All right. I got nothing to say on it, so um, I will consider you the expert.
Of course, you
So
should.
so we'll go row by row here. We got Detective Comics so far, Batman, The White Knight, we got Carnage, and then Exterminators for row 4. Uh row 5. Oh, here we
Now
go.
I now normally I would have said, "Look, oh, it's Robin." Then I realized it's not Josh Williamson; it's Megan Fitzmartin. So I can't find anything on the list.
Heaven help me on this row.
Timeless. Who's writing? Who's writing that?
Yeah, this is Jed McKay.
Oh, whoa, whoa! In Salvador LaRocca, Extreme X-Men artist. Also, Greg Land. Ugh. Can we get Greg Land off of Marvel
It's
stuff?
multiple artists. It's 52 pages. Um, Shocking look at the Marvel Universe to come in 2023. The last battle of King the Conqueror, tyrant of the timeline, master of the endless legions, warrior of the and conqueror without compare. Kang is in search of one thing he cannot have, but he is not the
Just
only
give me
one
the
after the
page of the
missing moment.
yeah.
And Kang soon
Just
finds himself in a new position, on the run across the events of the Marvel Universe's future. Okay. It's Jed McKay. He's not
he's the
terrible.
writer. You said that you have three artists on here. So Greg Land does the beginning, I guess. Then the middle is Patrick's literature, and then the last is like, just give me Greg. Dude, get rid of the other two. No offense to Patrick Zurcher, I don't really know your stuff, but Salvador Larocca and Jed McKay. That's all you need. Or even Terry Dodson. I think it's here.
Uh, eh, Jed McKay's not awful. These artists are all serviceable. Um,
Salvador
my
Larocca is more than serviceable. He's great.
I would
Did you
my
read
my
the Extreme X Men yet?
my worry of this book is that
Well, it's before retcons. Yeah, it's definitely. And
no,
it
I
probably already
just
was retcons before Jed McKay. So
no, my worry about this book is that it's just a tie, like it's just a cash in, like, oh, Kang is the villain of
oh, they're
Phase
they're
5,
all
so we need to
they're
just
all
make
in.
it.
Well, of course it is. The shocking look at the Marvel universe to come in 2023. So they're gonna show you who King is, and they're showing you how everything's being changed now, and they're gonna set up for basically the. I don't know if they're gonna tie the comic books into basically what's going on in the movie,
No,
but
they won't do that. But my point is, I don't feel like this is an organically grown book where it was
no,
like
it's not.
someone's like, I
It's
have a really great Kang story I want to tell. I have a feeling it was like Marvel's like, we need to do a
one
Kang
shot.
story because he's the villain. And then so
Yeah,
like, hey, you write a King story. I don't know anything about King. Make it happen. Oh, okay. Like they every time they seem to do that. But Jed McKay's not. He's he's not one of the bad ones. So
Brian.
maybe
Yeah, King is in search of something that he can never have. A well-written and drawn story that treats the character with respect.
wait. I would say the Breen doesn't Breen like one of his favorite comics of all time. Isn't that a King story?
Is that I don't know.
It's one of those old Avengers books. Um,
Korvac saga, I know that, but I don't know if there's
Korvac
got to be like
Saga.
a
Does
there's
Korvac
got to be
Saga
like
have
a
Kang in it? I don't remember.
I don't know, but there is an Avengers storyline that has Kang in it.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few. He's a big Avengers villain. Um, okay, so I think we're both agreement on here. Timeless is the pick of this row.
All right, so
Is that would
what
you?
they need to do is have Megan Fitzmartin write a story or on Timeless where there's all the heroes are now gender swapped. There you go. Oh look, Megan Fitzmartin and Riley Rossmo.
I can't believe people buy
Why,
this
why,
book.
why would you click on this? Why would you make me look at that?
Well, you didn't answer my question. Is Timeless your
Well,
pick for this row?
yeah, it'd have to be.
Yeah. It, it wins by
I hate
default.
I hate Star Wars comic books. I don't
I
care if
like
they're offensive or not. I
I
just don't
like
care
them
for
if
Star
they're
Wars comic
good.
books.
I haven't seen a good
Uh,
Star Wars book in a long time.
I'll just go watch the first three movies again. The only three movies. All
All right.
right.
Speaking of Star Wars, we got some
Ooh,
more.
ooh, oof. I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't care for Thunderbolts. Strange Academy, should have ended, never should have came back. We only find them when they're dead. I hated the first issue. So, Punchline, I have no idea who's writing that, but it looks this week I have like, it's gonna have a backup story though.
You
So
got
maybe
to
there's
read
hope
the
for the
full. You
backup
got to
story.
read the full story. The one issue is not enough for where we only find them when they're dead.
Well, don't you say the first issue should make you or break you? You shouldn't have to read more just to find out if you like it or not.
I don't say that. No, I think a lot of great books needed several issues to convince me.
All right, so click on Punchline. I want to see who the backup writer is. Is it Matthew Rosenberg or Cena Grace? Let's Blake Howard.
Eni Howard,
I always forget is it Trini or Teeny?
teeny.
Teeny Howard, but she's actually pretty big. Hey, it's Beetlejuice.
I
Literally, is Beetlejuice on the
I
cover.
have no interest in this. Zero.
The book's called "I'm Not Harley Quinn" on Punchline.
I find it fascinating how it's offensive that Harley Quinn was with the Joker because it highlighted an abusive relationship and for women, blah, 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 blah. So we got to separate her so she can be a woman empowered that doesn't need no man and blah blah blah. And then they like basically just make a new Harley Quinn called Punchline who's with the Joker. Like I'm like, I thought it was bad to do this. Like, make up your mind. Is it bad? Is it not bad? I don't get it. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't even really have anything against Punchline, other than that she reminds me of how they ruined Harley Quinn. Because Harley Quinn should be in the Punchline here. Harley Quinn was, in my mind, was always better as Joker's woman.
She's a blogger that should have been killed by the Joker.
I don't know.
Anyway, next row.
No, you gotta make a pick.
I did. I just won't tell you.
you got you gotta tell the audience.
Ooh, man, who's writing Thunderbolts? I want to look at my options still.
Jim Zub.
Jim's can't be too bad. He's like a Donny Kate Light. Doesn't he look like Donny Cates with blonde hair?
Kind of, I guess, if you're going by looks.
I mean, it's Hawkeye, and he's been shot.
That's not Hawkeye. Hawkeye's a girl.
There's two Hawkeyes. There's two Spider-Man
What?
and two
No.
Thors and two Hulks and two Captain Americas.
There's like 4 or 5 Hulks.
There's two Wasps now. There's Hope, and then there's Janet. There's two Ant-Mans, three Ant-Mans.
You notice there's no boy Wasp.
Oh, well, of course
Um,
not.
all right, my pick is We Only Find Them When They're Dead. This is a good book, and I urge people to give this a full try before they make a decision. Read the first trade. Um, I actually like it.
I choose death.
It's not that
That's
bad.
real.
You just got hung up. By the way,
There you go.
I just want to
There you
point
go.
out
Scotty Young.
you got hung up because the character was gay, and you were lecturing me earlier about not liking
Well, what character? There's no
Maeve
character
being
on this
gay.
that's gay in it. There's no characters on any
Y-
of these being gay.
Yeah, you read
What
we only
character? What
find them when they're
character?
we only find them when they're dead,
Oh,
and
they're actually. Oh, I forgot about that.
and then you ran
That's not.
into the gay scene, and you were like, "Nope, I'm just done," and you noped
It
out.
just felt boring to me because it's like they just go around going to celestial dead bodies. It's like,
Well, yeah, you only read the first
ugh.
issue.
It's like, well, we found Galactus' cousins. They're all dead. What killed them? Let's go look for. Let's find out what really killed them.
There's okay. Well, I'm saying there's more. You don't have to read it. But I'm telling you, there's more. So you're gonna pick Strange Academy. I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's got your buddy Humberto Ramos.
He's not my buddy. Um, I don't like
Is your
this
favorite
book.
Spider-Man artist?
I think he's a good artist. I think Scotty Young's a pretty decent writer.
Yeah,
I read the original Strange Academy. I think like the first issue or two.
yeah.
I
I like the first one. I
I
just
didn't like it subjectively, but I thought it was a decent book
it was a
objectively.
if you've never read X-Men before, it was a good book.
It
It's like
was a
straight Jubilee.
it was a fun comic. If you were a brand new comic fan, like if you just knew nothing about comics and you jumped in on this, you could enjoy it. My
It was
problem
like
with it was that
yeah.
it I just did not like how it fit into the whole Marvel universe. I was like, I just don't
So
buy Doctor Strange having his own school and all these like new like I did not like the subject matter. But otherwise it was really good art and decent writing. So if you are a person unlike me who can like the subject matter, I think this would actually be a book that you would enjoy.
like I said, it's just basically the story of Jubilee joining the X-Men.
No, it's not. What?
Yeah, the first Strange Academy was about a girl, the main girl. She was going to join the Joyce. She was found and basically brought back to the school, enrolled there,
It's not
and
how
it's basically
Jubilee
yeah.
joins the X-Men.
Jubilee basically comes back and leaves. Comes helps. Well, obviously it's a little bit different, but saying it's just basically Jubilee. I look at the character, the young girl, basically coming in and just being a new recruit out there and joining the school
If anything, it
because
fits
she's
more
got
like
powers.
Kitty Pride, but
Whatever. It's
uh,
the same thing. It's X-Men Academy.
you don't even know. You don't even read the X-Men.
I choose not to. Okay,
Yeah, you're just being stubborn. All right.
I'm
So
not being
you're gonna
stubborn.
pick Strange.
I'm being yeah.
You're being stubborn about being stubborn. You're gonna pick Strange Academy. I'm gonna pick We Only Find Them When They're Dead. Um, next line.
Oh man, it's a tough pick here
Oh, you
because
got yeah. Look at that.
I, I'm liking two out of here. Third one, I could at least flip that book. Nice, uh, Gotham Knights. Man, I've been loving Bruce Campbell's Sergeant Rock, man. I'm liking it.
You like this a lot more than I did.
Yeah,
I thought it was just okay. Like it
I'm
wasn't
loving the
bad,
art,
but
man.
it wasn't bad. It just wasn't good enough for me to spend $5.99 or however much
I,
$3.99. It was
I,
only
I, I,
$3.99. Never
I'm
mind. I thought it was like $5.99.
I'm a sucker for Bruce Campbell's and World War II and zombies.
Yeah, but it
Give me dinosaurs now.
there was there was nothing Bruce Campbell like. If I didn't know Bruce Campbell was attached to this, there's no way I would have known. Like You know what I'm
But
saying?
that
Like,
first issue with this, yeah, the first issue with the slang kind of Natalia, you could tell it was Bruce Campbell, but now it's like they're getting to the point where you can see a little bit, but it's not full blown like Ash Williams though. No, not like
no,
that.
no. Like, yeah, and I didn't expect that. I mean, that's a character, obviously, but there was nothing about it that made me go, "Oh yeah, this feels like a Like it just was a book." Like I said, it wasn't that it was bad; it just wasn't particularly engaging. So I was like,
I miss. It could be worse. It could be like with DC. Then they had the Batwing actor write a story about Batwing.
I just, no, I don't mind him. It got, like I said, I just, it's a book has got to be more than just okay for me to buy it.
Now, the last issue they had him actually blowing up, shooting the zombies, starting using the flamethrower and all that stuff, tearing them apart. I like the fact they have infrared, the new technology they have from the Americans give them. They now have like scopes they can see infrared. Now they can see like body heat and all that stuff. They have walkie talkies now. They're like, what the hell's a walkie talkie? All the new technology they're getting.
I might come back and try them out again, borrow your copies to finish
But
up the story because I only did read the first issue, and I was telling you the truth. Like, I don't think you should judge completely something by just one issue because sometimes things can pick up. Some of my favorite, like, dude, that lauded Hawkman series by Robert Venditti. If I would have judged it by just the first 5 issues, I'd just be like, oh, whatever. This is average. Like, I don't see what's so special about it. It wasn't until issue 6 and then issue 7, like, just boom, boom. Like, I was like, oh my
uh,
God, it's starting to get so good. And then it just keeps built, like, going, and like, oh,
now,
but
now, see, that's a lot of issues. And I know you don't want to spend any money. You don't have to.
well, it wasn't like the issues were bad. I'm just saying, like, in Hawkman, like, they were just okay. They're there. Like, they're just average. Like, there's, but the way people talk about that series, about like it's so good, I'm like, and I know that it is, but you don't see it in those first 5 issues. You see it.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't like they were
So my
shitty and
pick,
then it turned
so,
good.
so my pick for this row is the one you're already pulling. That's Extreme X Men.
That's your pick. All right.
Yeah,
All right. Cool.
just enjoying
Uh,
Claremont's writing again, dude. It's LaRocca's art. Uh, the villain is not something I don't remember the whole. I didn't ever read the whole Shadow, not Shadow Pack, but what it's called, with the miniseries with Kitty Pryde being taught by Ogun. Yeah,
this is the cover you're gonna get.
looks so weird. It's got like chicken wings.
It's Phoenix. No, you're gonna get this one. You like these
No,
sketchy covers.
as a poster, sure. Go down and go to the other one. I want to see the other one, that the homage.
This is the one I'm getting, the Jim Rugg.
It looks cool. So, but the cover I'll probably get though is a Wolverine though. If they don't have that one, I'll get the Wolverine, the main cover.
Yeah, the main cover's fine.
Yep. Look at the veins, man. Dude done roids.
This is how we used to draw comic book characters.
I know, right?
Uh, yeah, that's okay. That's my pick too. So that is forget what row we're on, but that's all right. So we've only disagreed on one pick. Next row.
Oh man, that Greg Land cover is killing me. All Avengers. If that's not Craig Land, I don't. That looks.
This one I have no
The the the,
idea.
fi- the the final creep show. Yeah, that's nice. And there's that. They're only doing four.
Are we doing 4?
Yeah, unless they announce another one a couple months out. But
Let's click the next button. There's Creepshow number 5,
oh,
baby. So
wait,
you
is
so you're getting one more at
November?
least.
Yeah. He's five. Yeah, five was yeah. With Steve Orlando.
I like the covers. They did a good job on the covers.
Well, that's the thing. That's it. I love the covers, and then it looks like Danny has she's a variant cover. Oh, she does
This
right
is
there.
the Danny cover.
Do a power bomb. Creep show. I don't know. I got the first two, and I was like, I'm just done. So,
Oh, I thought you
so
really liked this.
I like the first one. I liked the second one. I kind of after like I just didn't care for the stories. Every single story sucked there. First one at
Oh,
least had two stories I liked.
that sucks.
Yep.
I like this cover though. Who is it? Burnham.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's Chris Burnham. Okay.
Yeah. But Spawn with the
Yeah.
Crypt Keeper is pretty cool looking. Or it's not the actual Crypt Keeper, whatever. Whatever the Creep Show version of that is. Whatever he's called. The
I don't think
Creeper.
is it a guy? I don't know. I don't know.
I have
I
no
know.
idea to pick here. Maybe Miracle Man.
Well, the fun part about Shang-Chi is Shang-Chi starting over again. I heard that Shang-Chi's supposed to be coming out with another series again, number one soon.
Really?
Unless it's a one shot.
Well, this is issue 6.
Yeah. Not about this series, but I heard there was another series coming out.
Well, they got to keep giving these Asian writers work. That's the problem when you race cast your writers. Like, oh, you're this race, so you can write this race of comics. Um, you got to keep the comics flowing. I don't know. I actually like this guy. What's his name? Jean Luen Yang. I'm pretty sure this was the guy who wrote the Chinese Superman series back in Rebirth that no one ever paid attention to. Um, it was actually really cool. I was surprised.
Ed said he'd pick Creep Show over Sergeant Rock.
Uh, I don't know. I haven't read Creepshow, but if Venkman doesn't even like Creepshow anymore, um,
Well, my thing is, if I'm paying more money for like three stories in a book, that's what I don't like about some of the books we have, like like Batman Urban Legends,
right?
where I only like one story out of all of them, and I paid for like $10. Oh, that pisses me off
Yep.
because I just wasted $10.
Yep. I'm not big on the anthology books like that for that reason.
You know?
'Cause it's
Yeah.
hard enough. Yeah, like if you have like 4 stories in your book, to get all 4 stories to be good, no. I'd rather
Savage
just
Tales. Yeah, dude, the Savage Tales Winter Special that came out. I liked all of them.
yeah, but that was one issue.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I'm
It
saying
was a
like
gamble though,
do
because
that, repeat that month after month after month.
it was a gamble because it was three stories, man.
I just usually avoid them on principle. I'm gonna
So
pick go ahead.
I'm gonna pick all of Avengers
Really?
because Neil Gaiman will put me to sleep.
Uh, yeah, this cover makes me want to punch myself in the face.
That bow makes me want to just bash him in the face. It's just looks like kid friendly Avengers, like a cartoon, all action, nonstop. See, the action doesn't stop on page one. Zach was really enjoying this, so like I said, I'm about to give these a shot. Maybe borrow some of his. He went too far down.
Too far. All right, so you're picking all out Avengers. I pick Miracle Man. Um,
And
so We've disagreed on
Now
two now.
I'm getting Image because it's the first time in the Image series that the little anthology books that Brubaker's in it. Jeff Johns concluded his little mini story from each one previous. Now Brubaker's writing here with Sean Phillips. So Image number 9 is my pick.
Hmm. Well, if this were an entire book that's Ed Brubaker, I would agree with you. But unfortunately, this suffers from exactly what you were just talking about being an anthology book.
Well, I
It,
guess Jeff Johns is still in here, so but yep. All new shorts by Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips, Chuck Brown, and Steve Zans. Yeah.
so this looks like it has like 6 or 7 stories in it. That's so part of me wonders like how much. Yeah, I would love if there was just one Brubaker story. I would totally get it, but
Well, I'm gonna flip through when I get to the store before I pick up the thing registers
my
to get
problem is
the
yeah, it's
story
like
is.
it's $5.99. Like if
I
I get
know.
like an 8-page Brubaker story for $5.99, it may be amazing, but I don't know. I have trouble. Uh, I
Well,
do
I
like the
can just
cover
tear
though.
out. I mean, I can just tear out all the other pages and just leave the Brubaker in there.
Yeah, I just sure. I but you still paid $5.99. That's the problem.
Or
Uh,
Brubaker, I would, yeah. Where do you think the money's going to? Brubaker.
no, I mean some of it, I guess. But honestly, that money was already decided before you bought the book. Like you buying the book doesn't change any way, shape, or form the money he gets because the
Either that
comics.
or so. Look at your other choices.
I mean, I'm not telling you not to get it. I'm just giving you feedback of why I have a problem with it.
So the cheapest one on there is Damn Them All number 3 for $3.99. Otherwise, they're all $10.
Ugh, ooh,
Or $6. Six
ooh.
bucks for
I just
John Stewart
noticed
Emerald
that.
Light.
Yeah, I mean, Book of Slaughter, you're probably only going to get if you're a House of Slaughter fan, which, I mean, there's fans out there of it. So I could see people being into that. I don't know much about Damn Them All. Um,
Simon Spurrier that
Wait, I
tells me
thought
enough.
you
I
were a
don't want
big
to read.
Jon Stewart fan. Weren't we talking about Jon Stewart earlier? You're not gonna support your boy,
Not
John
current John Stewart.
Jon Stewart number one,
Who's
man. It's a number one
yeah,
jumping on point.
who's on it?
Jon Stewart's on it. Look, he's right on the cover. Look at him. He's got a sword.
Go down. All right, let's go down. See, I
Yeah,
don't care
you
for
don't look
Ryder.
at that. You just look at this. He's got a sword. He's
Yeah,
the
that looks
Emerald.
horrible.
He's
He
the
looks like a
Emerald Knight.
fireman.
Fireman.
It looks like a Space Jam. John Stewart is now the Prince of Eternia.
He'll need to
Why would John have
become
a sword?
the Emerald Knight
Why is he a sword?
because Jeffrey Thorne's writing it. That's why. And
Why don't
Jeffrey
you just give
Thorne.
us? Why does he just give him a sledgehammer? You have him hammer in the morning, hammer in the evening.
Um. So what's this all about?
96 pages. This is Stanley's reimagined Earth.
Okay.
Mark Wade, Becky Cloonan's on there. They're doing continue they're writing stories based on the characters that Stanley created, the versions.
Oh,
That's yeah.
you're not into it? I mean, look, Megan
Well,
Fitzmartin's part of it.
I'm tempted for Jerry Ordway, but then I see Stephanie Williams, and then I see Steve
How many
Orlando,
freaking writers? One, two, three,
Becky
four,
Cloonan. Yeah,
five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 writers. What? You're freaking out of your mind. Holy. Oh, come on. Any interest I had in this. 12 writers? What are these like 8-page stories? Like yeah, 8 times 12 is 96. 8-page story. That's the problem, man. Like this I would be down for Stanley's, Earth 6 characters, like but not little 8-page. Like what do you can't tell much of a story in 8 pages, especially if your name's Megan Fitzmartin. To be fair though, the majority of these writers are actually decent. Yeah, Mark Wade, uh, Zach Thompson, Michael Conrad, Jerry Ordway. Mm. All right, so I guess I'm gonna pick Image with you because uh, yeah, that's the book to pick. Um, moving on down.
To the side. Philadelphia is
Um,
a vampire. I remember that. It's supposed
yeah,
to
I've
be a
heard really
vampire.
good things about Philadelphia. I'm surprised you haven't checked that book out.
I also got to start reading the first issue of Redneck too. I didn't get a chance to finish reading that.
I don't. I've heard really good things about Philadelphia, and I've heard strong things about Manifest Destiny. Wonder Woman Historia, the Amazons sounds like utter garbage, especially for 7.99. Good lord. Um, Once Upon a Time at the End of the World. I don't know anything about this. Oh, it's Jason Aaron. Never mind.
Bored. I'm bored.
What's your pick?
I mean, I would normally go right to Young Justice, but the fact they don't have Wally West in that, and they did the showrunners just teased us, oh, we're gonna bring Wally back multiple times, and then to say screw you, ha 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 ha. So I don't care for Wiseman really that much.
I can't recognize. I don't recognize anyone on this cover.
Oh, also there's you know what the other thing bad about this? There's a clone of Roy Hopper. So there's two there's Arsenal, and then there's Roy, and then turns out there's another clone of Roy. So there's three Speedies. One's name's Will, one name's and then there's Roy, and it's I'm just like, what is this shit writing?
I don't recognize a single character here.
Really? Up in the upper left, that's Halo.
Oh,
She's now Halo.
who's that?
She was a blonde girl that had basically like powers or something like that in the 80s. I think she was a part of the Justice League Europe or something like that. Or something. I don't know.
So she was Justice
Yeah.
League, but now she's Young Justice.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
she was never really part of like the main Justice League. Just like Wally wasn't really part of the main Justice League.
She's Justice League
Kind of like
Europe.
yeah. She was
But
just
my point
basically like
is, it's
the
like an
B
adult
list.
team. Now she's on the kid team.
So Young Justice came off later though, in the year. So this is the 80s when Halo was introduced.
Right.
She
So
was
in the
blind.
80s, she was
On
an
the show.
adult, and now she's a kid
In no, she was a kid in the 80s too.
on an adult team.
Because there was no young, there only was Teen Titans.
Right. That's what
Yeah,
Teen Titans was the original Young Justice. Young Justice is just Teen
yeah,
Titans
yeah.
reinvented.
So anyway, up in there on the tigress in her tigress costume is actually Artemis. She's Artemis Croc, the daughter
Wait,
of
this is
Sportsmaster. Yeah,
Artemis.
yeah.
Artemis, the Amazon.
No,
Oh,
Artemis Croc.
okay. There's two
Uh,
Artemises, I guess.
well, Artemis. There's Artemis. Yeah, the other one is Athena or Athena's sister, cousin, whatever. There's that. But she's just named. She's basically Sportsmaster's daughter. In the original comic book, she was a villain. Um, for the show, they reintroduced to her, basically turning her into basically a protege of Green Arrow, because there was no Beard Dearden, there was no, so Roy was already grown up, so she became the next sidekick to Green Arrow. And
Okay.
then her mom was Tigress, was a villain, but her mom basically, so because because the whole thing with Young Justice, they do stealth missions and stuff like this. So Tigress was she wanted to cover as a villain, to infiltrate the villain side. Uh, and then the one that up there that's Miss Martian. So, ugh. And you can see down there,
It's
there's
got
Roy
two
and
two
Roy.
archer characters.
Yes, that's the new Mia Dearden, I guess now.
What
They,
did
are just kidding. We'll go down. They should tell on the thing. It should tell you who's all in this book. Arrowette, Sissy King. I didn't say click on the thing. I said click it. No. That's a
oh,
horrible
I
cover.
just want that's better than the cover we were just looking at.
Um.
I don't care about any of this.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Ugh. This is so terrible. Uh, this is awful.
It started off good. The first two seasons were great until they killed off Wally, and then the show just
No,
got
no, I'm
even
talking
worse
about
and
this
worse.
series. I'm not talking about all of
Well,
Young Justice.
it's spitting out of the pages of the current season. It ties into the show.
Oh. So the show has these characters?
All of them.
All right. I need to move on from this. That's giving me. What's your pick?
I would go with Philadelphia, but like it.
Yeah, I'd have
I
to go with
guess
Philadelphia too.
vampires.
Just we'll both pick Philadelphia. Uh, it's like kind of a cool cover.
Wait. Vampire King? George
What?
Washington? What?
What? What are you talking about?
Where your Mars it?
Oh, the
Where your
war has
mouse?
begun.
Yeah.
Vampire King.
Like, is this like colonial vampires story? Because I'm definitely gonna go pick it up then if that's the case.
Well, you got to remember, vampires are immortal, right? So if it is
I know, but
it could be
but
present. I think it's present day. But if George Washington were a vampire, he'd still be alive.
I mean, if it's not present day and takes place in the colonial times, I even more want to read it up.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's not. All right, next one.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, too.
All right, it's not a bad.
It's Boom Studios. It's not IDW, so it means they're all that do good stuff.
Oh, Ryan Perrot's writing it, so
Yeah. And
there
Dan
you
Moore is
go.
doing the art. And the
I I can almost, yeah, this is my pick. Dan Moore's doing the art.
artist, cover artist. Yeah. Is there
Oh,
anybody else doing art? Yeah.
holy shit! Ryan Perrott and Dan Mora. Oh, okay. This is the pick. This is like might be the sleeper pick for you guys. Anyone listening in, like, um, wow, yeah. I don't know anything about any of these other books. Like, what's Lovesick?
Bendis, probably.
Juana
Oh,
Vecchio's Lovesick. Wow, she's the writer, artist, everything, huh? This
and
looks
then
like
he's
a
Unit
book that would be
Spawn.
up your alley.
I think I read the first issue synopsis and I just care for it.
Oh, okay. I was just judging by the cover.
I never judge it by the cover, right there. Because
You
there's
lie. You're such a
no, no,
liar.
no, no.
Liar. You're not gonna pick up
I'm not
DC Mech? Your boy Zach recommends this
lying. My
one.
boy, Zach. Wow, I didn't know that he did that.
It's kind of a cool cover, even if it is ridiculous. The Dark Side would have a mech.
It's Unicron.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to reading this book. I
Now, would I want to have the action figure? Sure. Why not?
I would try. I would read. I would borrow this book and read it, but I wouldn't.
Why don't they just? I would rather have DC Transformers. That's what I'd rather have.
Yeah.
Unicron versus Darkseid's planet.
All right. So I think we're both picking Mighty Morphin Teenage
Yeah,
Mutant
yeah,
Ninjas.
yeah, yeah. And I'm going with Red Sonja, Immortal. This was fun. James Bond's 007 has have really shitty covers.
You're not going the
If that's
furry
what
book with plush?
I'm not sure that's your
Oh,
pick.
no, that skips reading that book. Um,
These
I
double
thought you were
is
really digging the 007 book.
I am, but I just don't care for that cover. But I'm also enjoying Immortal Red Sonja more because it's comedy action.
You don't like this cover? What's wrong with the cover?
It's not James Bond. I don't know who the hell this is. It's some grifter guy. Easy,
Maybe
Senor. I got a gun.
I was gonna say maybe it's not supposed to be James Bond, but it seems like it clearly
I don't know.
is.
I hope not.
Yeah, it. You know what this looks like? It almost looks like this is like
It
a photo. They look like
just
they
looks
just
like
took a photo of someone and then like ran it through some Photoshop filter. It
it
doesn't
looks
look
like
like an illustration.
you know what it looks like? DJ Cortana
And
from Dusk
judging
Till
like
Dawn.
this person looks a little bit robust. You know, like not.
Hairstyle and just from the hairstyle alone, you can tell it's not Bond. You look at the facial features.
And I mean, this looks like an average dude who's got a little bit of weight on him. Like it's like
Yeah,
they took a picture of him. Um,
I
but
just got out
you
eating
don't have to. If you
McDonald's.
don't like that cover, you can always just get a different cover.
Yeah, I know, but sadly the covers have been all been bad.
All the covers are bad.
Jim Lee has been doing covers, and I always get the Asian Bonds.
Asian bonds. All
Well, that's the
right.
way he draws them. I don't know why. He just does that. The face is like, dude, like you realize that not everybody looks like Tim Lim.
Yeah, I'm with you on this not being a good Bond cover. Because
Like
it doesn't look. God, I can't get over that.
I want the movie covers. Where are the movie covers? No,
I don't need a movie cover, but if you're gonna, I don't want to look like Photoshop. This looks
I
like you just
want
took a
Bond on there. I don't
picture.
want some like this looks like a henchman they just got from Cuba.
No, this looks like a dude who works at the office, and they just like, here, hold your hand up like you're holding a gun. Let's take a picture of you, and I will trace it. And what's worse is there's three versions of that cover.
Yep.
Like, come on.
This this drama looked like Pierce Brosnan. How hard is it to do that?
And you said that Jim Lee was doing the covers.
Yeah, you didn't click on his.
Oh, that's
He
a
had
cool
one on there.
cover. I like this cover.
Uh, the one I got is the laser one.
Okay, so here's my problem.
Jim Lee. See, look, it's
That's Jim Lee. That doesn't look
so
like Jim Lee.
it's the one. No, sorry, it's not Jim Lee. It's Sue Lee drawing
Sue
it.
Lee. Oh, okay.
So, but I think Jim Lee did have one cover though. I thought he did. Maybe one of the early ones. But
Yeah,
anyway,
that does look kind of
that's
Asian.
that's Jet Li.
That's cool. I like that cover. That's the one I would have got.
He looks
Um,
way too British. The giant chin.
he's way too British. God forbid James Bond look British.
Well, he shouldn't look like Prince Charles.
Um, yeah, some of these covers are cool. I like this one of number 3. Anyways, um, I get what you're saying. It does look Asian. My problem is this. Look how many freaking covers there are here.
Oh,
Like
variants,
instead of
yes. There's 3 covers,
there's
but
only
they have
3.
multiple variants.
Oh,
4.
that's
Sorry.
one. Yeah, you're right. I was just noticing like they're not even. There's only really 4 covers, but they made it more because they did the stupid variant of the
It's a fun
variants.
book, but the covers is it's a fun book, but the covers just been suck.
I actually like these covers. Just not
Eh,
just not of the issue. This issue, they all suck. But anyways, my point was I was gonna make was just instead of spending all this money on multiple artists to do multiple covers, just pay one really good artist to do one really good cover.
Just use the AI art.
Use the AI art.
Put them all in business. Slap
All
them
right, you're
on.
picking Red Sonja.
Yeah.
Um,
It's King Arthur time, with Dan Edit writing. And it's Red Sonja. Red Sonja meets King Arthur.
seems interesting. This cover is this the cover you're gonna get? Tell me no.
I hate a lot of these covers. Dynamite's dropping the ball on the covers, and then the cosplay, it's like, let's get a girl who looks nothing like Red Sonja.
I don't particularly hate this cover. I just hate this rendition of Red Sonja.
It looks like a Barbie girl.
This,
Sorry.
yeah, this girl is skin and bones. There's no way
Yep.
she wouldn't even be able to lift that sword. Um, yeah.
Like the,
Um,
the chainmail is part of the thing because it's like it was cursed, and she couldn't take it off. She put it on. So,
and it's also part of the trope
yeah.
of Red Sonja. But I need Red Sonja needs to be Frank Chode. She needs to have some muscles.
Well, yeah, she has to have thighs. She has to have arms. Yes.
Yeah. She
And I'm sorry, I just don't care for the Linzer covers. I usually like Linzer art, but it's like he's just drawing Dawn. He's not even drawing Red Son. He's not even trying to. So if you like Linzer, like Dawn's here, he's like, yeah, it's great. But if I want like Red Sonja, I don't want Dawn. He can't draw anybody else.
yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
That's his cover. Oh, for Dawn. It's just cosplaying. In the cosplay. What is? I
Oh,
guess they can't afford
I
to get
hate the
Gracie all the time.
I hate the cosplay covers.
The flat chest covers, and then look at the armor. Sorry, the armor isn't that big of a crotch piece in the front. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, it's just. Ugh.
Yeah, these
I'll also
covers are
say
terrible.
the one with the chains right there. The either the top left one. What top left? Where are you going?
Let's go back to the issue that we were on.
Well, I
I
was
was
okay.
I was looking
Yeah.
at previous issues to see if the covers um
So the chains right there is the one. You just never mind. I'll just shut up now. Just
no,
do what
I'm
you want to
sorry.
do.
There's a little bit of a delay. I was hitting the button. So this one is what you're talking about?
No, because you left that issue, the
Oh, you want to
previous
go
issue. I
back
was
to the
talking.
last issue? I didn't know
Well,
we wanted
yeah,
to talk.
because you went. Yeah, so
I
I was
was
just
just
saying, go
while you
down.
were talking, I was just looking at previous covers. That's all.
Yeah, and you just keep. Can you just stay at the top? and this I'll tell you when to move. Right
Oh,
there.
I wasn't going to talk about issues from last month. That wasn't my
I know,
goal.
but I'm just showing. I'm just showing. You're asking, is there a cover? Are you agree? And I said, yeah, that's a cover I would get with that. Those are covers I prefer. Those are like the 2005 Red Sonjas.
Okay.
All right now, but the current issue though is that top right cover on the current issue. This is the current issue. This is the previous.
So you want to go to
What's
the
next?
current issue?
Yeah,
This
the
one?
one I'm getting is the one right there with the chains. Top right.
Really?
Yes, because it's all out of all the covers they have there, that's the action cover.
Does it have action?
There isn't really much else to choose from.
I don't know what I would get. I think I'd probably get cover A. To be honest, I don't like any of these covers.
If I can get the black and white one though, I didn't just saw that one. There's a black and white one
I
apparently.
mean, I like this cover. I just not for Red Sonja. Like, if this was some party girl, like I don't know, like
It
that's my
looks
only
like it looks like you just took a dating sim game.
dating sim. Yeah.
Why do you keep going back to the previous issue?
Well, I'm just hitting the back button because I'm trying to get back to
Oh,
where we
oh,
were. Okay, so you're gonna pick Red Sonja. I haven't. I don't know. I got nothing to pick here. I'll default. I I abstain.
what?
I don't, I don't have anything to pick here. I guess I'll do Bond. Actually, I'm not into Red Sonja. And the only thing you don't like about the Bond is the covers. But you haven't sold me on your
Oh,
argument because the Red Sonja probably has worse covers than the Bond. So at least I could get a cover I could live with the Bond. Oh, this one's easy. I actually have one on my pull list here. 20th Century Men, number 5. It's pick of the week.
review previews.
it is free. So
The bonus.
this West of Sundown might be good. Vault has got some decent stuff. I don't know anything about it. Oh, it's Tim Seeley. Never mind. Nah. All right. Next one.
Frankenstein New World.
Oh yeah, you're really into that book.
It's Mike Mignola, the creator of Hellboy, and it's also Steven Seagal, not Steven Seagal, but what's his name? Todd, I think it's Todd Sanoski.
It's
Tom
Mike.
Thompson. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's got 3 writers.
So yeah, that well, Christopher Golden is like the co-writer. Has always been with the Mike Mignola on all the Hellboy stuff. But Tom Sanogoski is the Vengeance of Vampirella writer from the Hair Stays.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's your pick. My pick would be Bloodshot Unleashed. This is written by the same guy, Denise Camp, who writes the 20th Century Men. And I read the first issue of this series, and it was surprisingly cool. Um,
The Batman audio adventures, Marania, I looked at those and I'm just like, why am I reading a comic book for I call it audio adventures? Just give me an out. Does it come with a cassette tape?
right.
It just seems weird.
I think it's for
The
people
audio
that are enjoy the audio adventures. Now you can get a visualization of it, essentially.
was it could continue a story in
I'm surprised you're not
Hmm.
you're not you're not into Year Zero anymore. Used to be big into that, I thought.
Oh, it was until it that got all about a transsexual person having a
Oh,
relationship with a guy, and like
right.
it was less about zombies and more about the transgender person.
Well, zombies need trans too.
And they actually showed the transgender person having sex with a guy.
That's exciting. That's what I
Oh,
want
it
from my
was.
That's what I want from my zombie books.
The bad part is that I forgot that it was actually the flight attendant actually was trans. So by like episode or issue two, whatever it was, and they're like going in, I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then you find out it's a trans. I was like, what the? It's weird. It's kind of pulled me out of the story, and that's the other thing too. It's such little plot development each issue. So we're not choosing books.
I am getting. I gotta add this to my poll. So I'm getting. Wait, where do I add it? Oh, right there. Poll. Well, the rest is kind of the dregs. I don't think we should continue trying to. I mean, I don't think we're gonna have any picks going further, unless you think you do.
Where did we leave off?
Let me get back. We left off. So we'd be down to
Uh,
here.
so Tarot would be my pick if I was still reading the Jim Belan stuff. Uh, Going down next row would be Night of the Living Dead. Um, Next row, Duck and Cover. It's comicsology though. Sounds like pretty cool.
Do you know anything about this book, or did you just judge it by its cover?
No, no, I actually it's on my pull list,
You have a
but
comicsology original on your pull list?
yeah, I didn't realize it was comicsology until
Oh,
afterwards. But click on it though. Oh, that's pretty cool. It sounds cool to me at least.
manga influenced teen adventure set in a strange post apocalyptic America of 1955. From the team behind seminal Vertigo series American Vampire. Oh, oh, it's Scott Snyder and Ralph. Okay,
Yep. Yeah.
I'll give this a try.
Yeah. So after that, I didn't get to read the first issue, but Red Winter Fallout. Well,
This
that's
is
number
the
one, I
first.
guess.
This is the first
Okay.
issue.
I thought there already was one that came out last week, a couple weeks ago. So it looks like another noir thing, or not noir, but crime thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Um, Interesting.
Thing on that list. Me. There we go. Jungle Comics, Arctic Press. And James Tinian, there has room service. Do you see that? Number one. It's James Tinian.
I didn't know he had a new book out. Hmm. Jesus, a lot of covers.
Yep. And I think there's only not that much left. Uh, Might get the Wonderland annual, but I'm not sure. Let's go down here. There's Stabbity Bunny number 12.
You're not gonna get Maeve, Rising
Dude,
Warrior.
these don't even appear in my comic book shops, man. They're
You
so
got
obscure that they don't order them.
yeah, you gotta
Or
order
one
them.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks right up your alley.
Only if she's bisexual and she becomes a queen at the end. All right, the Unwanted sounded pretty cool. Survival game.
Uh,
Not sure
I am
not sure
curious
what
about this
Stabbity
book
Bunny.
actually. Divide. This is by the same company that did Saga of a Doomed Universe, and it's issue number 1. I don't know anything about it, but it did get mentioned. Like there was a ad for it in the Saga book that I got.
Prison with other Muslims and immigrants, and then he has to try and survive. Looks like Ant-Man or Dope. It's the Dark Lord. It's the Sith Lord, and then Doom or Ant-Man.
Hmm.
6.99 though. Holy crap!
Yeah, it says it's a double-sized first issue.
What do they consider double size? 48, or are they going with 23, or getting oh, yeah,
Um,
26? You know, 26, or I mean 46 pages.
20 2024 is usually a single size.
Yeah, depending, or 32.
They said that the Saga of a Doomed Universe was a triple-sized issue, and I think that one's like 70 something. So that would be about right. Be I'd expect this to be like 48 pages. I'm a little apprehensive based on the description though. Inspired by current events. Hmm. Don't know anything about it. Don't know anything about it other than it's the same publisher.
You know, Ash, I just gotta say one thing about that.
Hmm.
Don't know, don't care.
All right. And there doesn't seem to be. Man, this looks like an amateur comic. Gunmetal Affair.
Imp Man from the 80s.
Yeah, it looks like a gimp mask.
Right?
Doesn't even have a description. This
Or
book,
price.
or nothing. It's just like, here's a book. It's coming out. It's.
That right there. But it's comic. What? Like Huey, Dewey, and Louie got gender flipped.
What is it? Comic art? I don't even.
$8 in 2 pages.
Uh, uh, what? What
I
the
don't
hell
know,
is
man.
this?
I don't know.
Is
Look at
this
the
an
ears,
annual?
man.
This is an annual book. Look at one every year: 18, 2019, 2021, 2022. I don't feel so bad paying $8 for a book that only comes out once a year, but I know nothing about it.
and it's 72 pages. All right. Do we need to look at the trades now?
No. His name is Wrath.
And he's
You know,
$10 for 24 pages. 24 pages for $10. Get it. Add it to your pull list.
yeah. Well, this looks like it's probably a self-published book. That's what I'm guessing here. These
Like,
prices.
like a like a Kickstarter.
Yeah. When you make it yourself, you don't. It's hard to cut that. So I'm not too hard on these super indie books like this for that, but of course, doesn't mean I want to give them money either. It's sad when you're like last on the list and you're getting beat by Comic Ot and Gunmetal Affair. What the hell is this? Look
Oh,
at this
nothing. Amazing.
look at this cover.
The counter. Different
No.
artists doing the month's cover art.
Oh, uh
There's more
okay.
reprints.
I've never even heard of Know Nothing magazine.
Mangas. So.
All right, it's time to wind this down. Even Maranya hasn't commented in an hour, so
He's attending the tree. It's been the tree typing the whole entire time.
if you by chance are listening this far, uh, what's wrong with you? No, thank you for being here. Anyone who's tuned in, thanks for listening to RDV and I. We tend to fall a little flat and then late in the evening because we're tired. And
Oh, and if you have made it this long here and haven't said a word, you probably fell asleep like Asher Comics on my stream the other night.
I did fall asleep on your stream the other night. I totally did. I woke up and I was like, it was like still on the screen, and I was like, wait, is this still going? But it was like paused.
Me and Black Cat were laughing because they're like, his character hasn't moved. If he walked away or he fell asleep, because and like he's
Right.
glad his mic is muted.
Right.
It's like, uh,
Well, all right. Thanks, folks, for joining us. Next week we're gonna do volume 11 of The Boys, and then talk about whatever crosses our mind or
Marani,
whatever crosses your
yeah,
mind.
yeah. And Marani, I read your last one about the audio ventures. You didn't say anything after that though.
We haven't
It's
been
kind of
reading them all out loud, and yeah, that's true. You did
what,
mention the audio adventures.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, so thank you for being here, Maranya. Thanks, Ed, also says he can relate. Can't read every comment. Um,
Wait, relate to falling asleep or not being your comments read?
oh, yeah, probably both. Um, so yeah, we'll be doing volume 11. Please read it. Enjoy it. Don't let us spoil it for you. They're good. It's good books. And then you can talk about it with us. So I look forward to seeing you if you can be here. Um, it should be the day after New Year's, right? So you might be hungover. Isn't Monday the day
Don't
after
be
New Year's?
hungover.
It's New Year's Day,
Well,
right? New Year's Day.
no. The second is Monday. New Year's Day is Sunday.
Oh, that's right. Same day as Christmas. That's right. Cool. All right. All right. So we'll wrap this up. Um, Happy New Year, as Marania says. And don't forget that RDV's got a regular stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The most anticipated comics of the week, and then best of the week, where you can find him and his regular cohort, Zach and every once in a while I'm around, but I probably won't be this week. Um, but we'll see. And Ed says 2023 is going to be off the hook. Um, you're probably not wrong. I don't know if that's good or bad, but we'll see. Do you have any final last words or anything else to add, say to this before we sign off for good?
My final words of 2022 on this channel. Check out the Kiki Puppet Show. It's more entertaining.
Wow.
Good night, guys.
Good night, everybody.